It was an amazing insight, a powerful deduction through logic. Coupled with the bloodline aura and pressure of the five-clawed divine dragon on Long Song, anyone else would have had a mental breakdown by now. Unfortunately, Su Zimo still had the same expression. He looked calm and composed, neither servile nor overbearing. Although his thoughts were seemingly seen through, there was no hint of panic in his eyes. This was far from Long Song's expectations. After his five-clawed divine dragon bloodline awakened, no one among the younger generation of the dragon race could withstand his might, let alone face to face like this. Even if they were stared at by him for a moment, the other dragons would not be able to withstand it and would be at a loss. Long Song enjoyed the feeling of defeating others without a fight. However, everything was useless against Su Zimo. It was like a heavy punch that landed on cotton without any resistance. Su Zimo stood there with a calm expression. On the other hand, Long Song felt his heart stir and he felt frustrated. It was an unpleasant feeling. All these years, he had always been in control of everything. But now, he could not see through Long Zhu at all. Long Song did not know that although Su Zimo looked calm, the latter was full of praises internally. Long Song was almost able to deduce the entire truth with the two loopholes. His capability was truly terrifying. Of course, no matter how Long Song racked his brains, he would not be able to guess that Su Zimo's essence spirit had split into two and formed two true bodies. Furthermore, he was wrong about one thing. In his opinion, Su Zimo would not dare to make a move if Wu Li had not made a move. He did not know that Su Zimo was decisive in killing. Even if Wu Li did not attack, he would definitely attack and kill the latter. There was no way Su Zimo would let Wu Li leave alive. Looking at Long Song in front of him, Su Zimo did not deny nor admit it. He merely said indifferently, "It's all guesswork on your part." Even if Long Song deduced the truth, he had no proof. Long Song frowned slightly and the smile in his eyes gradually disappeared. "You don't seem like you're willing to submit," Long Song said faintly. Su Zimo smiled and asked instead, "Why should I submit?" Neither of them suppressed their voices. The dragons were dumbfounded. In the Dragon Bone Valley, there was not a dragon of the younger generation who dared to speak to Long Song in such a manner. This was a five-clawed divine dragon. In the future, he was destined to be the young master of the dragon race, an existence that the five lineages respected. In the eyes of the dragons, although Su Zimo was the young master of the Illumination Dragon lineage and the number one of the hidden dragon ranking, he did not have the qualifications to challenge Long Song. Interesting. Long Song extended his palm and patted Su Zimo on the shoulder gently. He spoke as though he was lecturing a child. "It's fine if you don't want to submit. Once you enter the Dharma characteristic realm, I'll beat you into submission." Although his words were casual, the dragons mourned for Su Zimo. They could almost see Su Zimo's tragic future. Su Zimo smiled gently and reached out to brush away the dust on his shoulder. Long Song's gaze froze when he saw that. He had just patted Su Zimo's shoulder earlier on, and yet, the latter made such a motion. This was a provocation. This illumination dragon was challenging his dignity. Su Zimo said slowly, "When I enter the Dharma characteristic realm, you'd better hide lest you get pulled down from the number one of the heaven dragon ranking and fail to become the young master of the dragon race." It was tit for tat. Long Song was one of the strongest opponents he had encountered since he started cultivating. Su Zimo's fighting spirit was ignited by such a powerful opponent. "All right." Long Song's gaze intensified and he turned to leave without saying anything more, leaving behind a single sentence. "I'll wait for you." Before long, Long Song's group disappeared before the dragons. "This Long Zhu is truly reckless," a blue dragon said hatefully. "Young master, you should have been the one receiving the young master of the witch race." However, he jumped the gun and even killed the young master of the witch race. "This is unforgivable." Long Song waved it off gently and said in a casual manner, "It's just a young master of the witch race. It doesn't matter if he's killed." "Ah?" The dragons were stunned. To them, this was no small matter and could not be resolved so easily. To think that young Master Long Song would have such an attitude. Long Tsong paused in his tracks and looked at the dragons beside him. It's a blessing that we have a monster incarnate in the younger generation of the dragon race who can kill the young master of the witch race in a single move. What's bad about it? After pausing for a moment, he changed the topic. Not bad. This lad has no manners and even dares to challenge me. I'll have to teach him a lesson. Young master, there's no need to use a sledgehammer to crack a nut. A blue dragon immediately said, once he enters the Dharma characteristic realm, I'll take action on behalf of you and teach that lad a lesson. You? Long Tsong glanced at him and chuckled. You can't beat him. Ah? The blue dragon was indignant and could not help but argue. Young master, no matter what, I'm still at the perfected Dharma characteristic realm, and I'm 8th on the Heaven Dragon ranking. How strong can that lad be right after advancing to the Dharma characteristic realm? Long Tsong shook his head. I only have one question for you. Can you kill the young master of the witch race in a single move at the void reversion realm? The blue dragon was speechless. After hesitating for a long time, he whispered, perhaps the young master of the witch race was not strong enough, and that's why he was killed in a single move? However, even he could not believe his own words. The young masters of the 9 races were the most talented, possessing the greatest combat strength and potential of the younger generation. Long Zhu, don't disappoint me. Long Tsong turned around and murmured in the direction of the Illumination Dragon lineage. Over the years, he had been invincible among the younger generation and no one had dared to challenge him, let alone fight him. Not only did Su Zimo's sharpness not anger him, it made him excited instead. The habitat of the Illumination Dragon. It was only after Long Tsong and the others left that the dragons closed in. Long Zhu, you were a little rash. Long Shi frowned and sighed with a worried expression. This tyrant dragon of the hornless dragon lineage had changed tremendously in the past 10 years. As long as she was by Su Zimo's side, she would become gentle and pleasant, speaking in soft tones. It's fine. Su Zimo smiled nonchalantly. It's still early anyway. He can't attack me while I'm at the void reversion realm. Long Shi's eyes lit up as she clapped. That's right, that's a good idea. Cultivate slowly. As long as you don't advance to the Dharma characteristic realm, Long Tsong won't be able to attack you. Su Zimo shook his head and chuckled without commenting. Given his personality, how could he cultivate slowly because of Long Tsong's threat? He wanted to cultivate and advance to the Dharma characteristic realm as soon as possible to see if there were any more chapters at the back of the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness. When he returned to his lair, Su Zimo released the spirit platform and his essence spirit began to summon his green lotus true body. After relaying everything that happened here, he severed the connection between his 2 true bodies and entered a long period of seclusion cultivation. Outside Dragon Bone Valley, Su Zimo only felt relieved after receiving news from his dragon true body and left. Wu Li died in the Dragon Bone Valley. If the witch race wanted revenge, they would only seek the dragon race and not Ethereal Peak. However, his dragon true body was already the young master of the Illumination Dragon lineage. Coupled with the prideful nature of the dragon race, it would not be easy for the witch race to demand an explanation. The matter of the witch race could be considered as resolved temporarily. However, this trouble of the witch goo was not over yet. The main reason why this catastrophe could cause such a huge destruction was not because of the witch race, but the movement of all sorts of goo worms. Goo sect of the heretical doctrines was naturally the cause of the goo worms' disaster. After pondering for a moment, Su Zimo moved once more. Within the palace, Xiaoning had not rested for the past few days and had been refining the 7 treasures blood transformation pill continuously. She had the cultivators of Great Zhou send them all over the north region to save as many mortals as possible. Her face was already pale without much color. The 7 treasures blood transformation pill was a grade 5 elixir. A long period of refinement was extremely taxing on the mind and energy of an elixir refinement master. Xiaoning's body swayed. Take a rest. Don't tire yourself out. For the past few days, Ji Yaoshua had been by Xiaoning's side as well. When she saw that Xiaoning did not look well, She could not help but persuade her worriedly. Over the past few days, she had tried to persuade Xiaoning countless times but was rejected by the latter. Sister Yaoxue, I'm fine. Xiaoning gripped the small and exquisite elixir furnace hung on her chest gently and felt a warmth flow through her body through her palm. She was invigorated and the fatigue in her body seemed to have dissipated significantly. It was all thanks to this elixir furnace that she was able to survive for the past few days. Otherwise, she would have broken down long ago. Or rather, all these years, it was thanks to this elixir furnace that she was able to cultivate to the void reversion realm and attain such accomplishments in the Tao of elixir refinement. Xiaoning truly did not dare to rest and could not bear to. Along the way, she had personally witnessed the calamity caused by the trouble of the witch Gu. It was not an exaggeration to say that all living beings were devastated. Everywhere was just like hell on earth. Mortals who did not cultivate were completely defenseless against the Gu worms and could only be devoured gradually before dying. However, Gu worms that devoured the life essence of mortals would not die. Instead, they would gain sentience. Instinctively, these Gu worms would follow the aura of life and poison other mortals. The more life essence it devoured, the stronger the Gu worms would be. This meant that the longer this dragged on, the more innocent mortals would die under the Gu worms and the destruction caused would be even more horrifying. Right then, a green figure descended from outside. Instinctively, Xiaoning looked over and could not help but exclaim in joy, "Brother!" It was Su Zimo who had returned from the Dragon Bone Valley. "Yes." Su Zimo nodded. Looking at Xiaoning's expression, he frowned slightly. "Xiaoning, we can't continue with the elixir refinement. You have to rest." "Brother, I can hold on." Xiaoning wanted to argue but was rejected by Su Zimo. "No way." There was an unquestionable determination in his tone. He could tell that she was at her limits. The only reason why she could hold on was because she was expending her life force. If she continued with her elixir refinement, Xiaoning would tire herself out. Turning around, Su Zimo looked at Ji Yaoxue and said softly, "Take a rest as well. It's been hard on you these past few days." "I am fine." Pursing her lips, Ji Yaoxue smiled. "I'm just accompanying Xiaoning and not refining elixirs. I'm not tired." "How much do you know about Gu techniques?" Su Zimo came to Xiaoning's side and asked a question to divert her attention so that she could finally relax her strung-up emotions. Actually, Gu techniques were not meant to harm people in the ancient era. Pondering for a moment, Xiaoning said, "Initially, the cultivators who created the Gu techniques never thought of using it to harm others. Instead, they used it to heal their injuries and raise their combat strength. It is similar to how poison can be used to kill others at times but save lives at others." Su Zimo nodded. According to the different properties of different Gu worms, it could indeed achieve such an effect. As the Gu techniques grew stronger and more Gu masters were produced, many factions were formed, resulting in the birth of some terrifying Gu worms. In the ancient era, there were many outstanding individuals with extraordinary knowledge. These experts realized that huge calamities might be caused if the Gu worms were allowed to roam freely, so they exterminated many of the frightening Gu worms. Xiaoning said, "The black blood Gu is something that should have been extinct." Narrowing his gaze, Su Zimo murmured softly, "Why would a Gu worm that should have been extinct revive in this era?" "I don't know." Rubbing her glabella, Xiaoning shook her head as though she wanted to ease the fatigue in her mind. "I'm afraid that only Gu sect can provide an answer." "No, there's someone else." Su Zimo shook his head with a cold glint in his eyes. "The Palace Lord of Blood Crow Palace, who is also the current Tao Being Lone Soul. Tao Being Lone Soul gained rebirth through assimilation on a Gu master's body. As such, he naturally knew about the affairs of Gu sect." When Su Zimo saw Xiaoning rub her glabella as well as Ji Yaoxue's exhausted expression, his heart stirred as he chanted a secret skill of the Buddhist monastery's softly heart-calming mantra. This Buddhist mantra did not have any lethality and would only allow one to relieve their frustrations and calm their mind. The deeper one's understanding of Buddhism, the greater the effect of the heart-calming mantra. When Xiaoning and Ji Yaoxue heard the Sanskrit sound of the heart-calming mantra, they did not think too much about it. They merely felt that the Sanskrit sound was rather pleasant. Gradually, the two of them immersed themselves in it. The anxiety and worry in Xiaoning's eyes disappeared slowly as she closed her eyes. Xianxia was completely immersed in the Sanskrit as well. Under the effect of the heart-calming mantra, both of their minds felt extremely relaxed and relieved. As time passed by, the heart-calming mantra was completed. Xiaoning and Xianxia had their eyes closed. Both of them looked peaceful and their brows were relaxed. They had already fallen asleep unknowingly. Carefully, Su Zimo placed the two of them down gently. He did not leave but stood guard beside them. Unknowingly, a night passed. When the sun rose in the east, a beautiful figure lying beside Su Zimo moved. Xiaoning was the first to wake up. She blinked and sat up. Her eyes were still a little lost as she did not know what had happened. She only remembered that when she was chatting with Su Zimo, she heard a pleasant Sanskrit sound. Everything went blank thereafter. "Ah, it's daybreak," Xiaoning exclaimed. Thereafter, she realized that she could not feel any fatigue at all. She was already well rested after just a single night's sleep. Normally, if Xiaoning was completely exhausted mentally and physically, she might not be able to recover fully even after resting for 3 days and nights. However, with the help of the heart-calming mantra, Xiaoning's body and mind recovered rapidly after a night of sleep. Continue refining the elixirs and rest well. Su Zimo patted Xiaoning on the shoulder and instructed before getting up to leave. "You're not waiting for Sister Yaoxue to wake up?" Xiaoning asked. "No." Su Zimo narrowed his eyes. "There are some things that have yet to be settled. I have to find an answer." By the time Su Zimo arrived at Ethereal Peak, the battlefield outside the sect had already been cleared. The moment he descended on the main peak, Night Spirit had already arrived silently. "How is it?" Su Zimo asked. "Killed," Night Spirit remarked casually. Su Zimo looked at Night Spirit deeply but did not ask further. The blind old man was a Dharma characteristic expert of the witch race, and his combat strength was comparable to a human conjoint body mighty figure. Night Spirit would definitely be able to protect himself even though he hunted after the blind old man alone. However, the fact that he was able to kill the latter showed how terrifying his combat strength was. In reality, Night Spirit had never revealed his true strength in front of others. That was because ever since Night Spirit formed his core, he had not taken on his entire demon form. Even back in Myriad Phenomenon City, Night Spirit only revealed a tiny bit of himself. There was a secret in Night Spirit's heart. Su Zimo knew. However, he respected Night Spirit. As long as Night Spirit did not say anything, he would not probe further. Thereafter, the two of them arrived at the disciplinary hall of the sect and saw the dejected Dao Being Lone Soul, who was personally guarded by Nian Qi. Dao Being Lone Soul raised his initially slumped head when he heard a commotion. At the sight of Su Zimo's figure, hatred filled the depths of his eyes once more. He was filled with hatred. He had not expected that with the strength of the witch race as a backing and an unparalleled momentum, everything would be destroyed by this green-robed cultivator. Back then, this green-robed cultivator was merely at the Foundation establishment realm. To him, that was like nothing but an ant. To think that this ant from the past would grow to such a terrifying realm in just 100 years. More than 100 years ago, Dao Being Lone Soul's dominance plan did not succeed. On the surface, it was because of the Azura Yen Beichen's interference. However, in reality, the reason why Yen Beichen could arrive on time was because of Su Zimo. Back then, because Demoness Ji was worried about Su Zimo's safety, she made use of the relationship between Pure Maiden Sect and Azura Sect to inform Yen Beichen of Ethereal Peak's crisis. Fu. When he saw Su Zimo enter, Dao Being Lone Soul sneered with a hoarse voice. "You've failed, haven't you? The young master of the witch race is not someone an ant like you can threaten. When the witch race comes back, all of you from Ethereal Peak will die with me." Knowing that he was going to die today, Dao Being Lone Soul no longer had any fear in his heart. "Sorry to disappoint you," Su Zimo replied indifferently. "Wu Li is already dead." "Impossible." Dao Being Lone Soul was first stunned before he shrieked. He did not believe it. The witch race was one of the primordial 9 races, and the young master of the witch race was the strongest among his peers. There was no way a human cultivator could kill the young master of the witch race. Su Zimo could not be bothered to argue with him. Arriving in front of Dao Being Lone Soul, he looked down at this person who was once a domineering existence and asked, "Tell me, where's Gusect?" Hee. Dao Being Lone Soul sneered. "The catastrophe caused by the black blood goo can't be controlled anymore, right? No matter what you ask, I won't tell you." Since he knew that he was going to die, he had already made up his mind not to reveal anything to Su Zimo. "It's fine if you don't want to tell me. I'll see for myself." Suddenly, Su Zimo reached out and pulled Dao Being Lone Soul's essence spirit out. A ball of light appeared in his palm and pitch-black threads extended from the ball of light, connecting to Dao Being Lone Soul's essence spirit. "This is..." Dao Being Lone Soul was stunned. Soul-searching art. His expression was filled with endless shock and fear. Immediately after, he felt a sharp pain in his essence spirit, as though an invisible force was being absorbed by the black threads that coiled around his body endlessly. Su Zimo activated the soul-searching art and searched Dao Being Lone Soul's memories repeatedly. Actually, as a remnant of the witch race, Dao Being Lone Soul had many secrets in his memories. However, in order to resolve the current goo worm calamity, Su Zimo could only try his best to search for traces of Gusect in that vast sea of memories. A long time later, Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat. Finally, in the latter half of Dao Being Lone Soul's memories, he saw some clues about Gusect. After another short while, Su Zimo finally let out a long breath and ended the soul-searching art. Although Dao Being Lone Soul's essence spirit did not die after the raid of the soul-searching art, its glow had dimmed completely. He stood frozen like an idiot that had lost any ability to think. Without hesitation, Su Zimo crushed Dao Being Lone Soul's essence spirit and killed him. Although Dao Being Lonely Soul was the catalyst for the outbreak of the witch goo, it would not have caused such a terrifying destructive power without the appearance of an extinct goo worm. If he wanted to take drastic measures to resolve the issue of the witch goo, he could only seek an answer from Gusect. "Young master, are you planning to head to Gusect?" Xianxia asked. "Yes." Su Zimo did not choose to hide the truth. "I'll accompany you." Xianxia stood out hurriedly and said eagerly, "Ethereal Peak has just gone through this huge battle. Stay and stabilize the situation." Su Zimo smiled. "Don't worry, I'm only going to check things out. Given my capabilities, there won't be many people who can stop me from escaping if I sense that something is amiss." "I'll go with you," Night Spirit said from the side. "All right." Su Zimo was elated. With Night Spirit's help, they could even venture into a tiger or dragon's lair. According to Xianxia, although Gusect was one of the 5 heretical doctrines, their overall strength was ranked at the bottom of the 5 heretical doctrines. That was because goo masters spent too much effort to nurture goo worms, and there were no top experts in the sect. The reason why Gusect could be ranked among the 5 heretical doctrines was because of their terrifying destructive power. The bloody calamity of the witch goo this time round was an example of that. The goo worms were still wreaking havoc in the north region. Su Zimo did not linger in Ethereal Peak and sped towards the southwest with Night Spirit. In the cultivation world, there had been no goo masters for countless years. The location of Gusect was a secret to most cultivators. However, Su Zimo discovered the location of Gusect within Dao Being Lone Soul's memories. In the southwest corner of the north region, there was an area that was filled with poisonous miasma all year round, covered the skies, and was extremely powerful. Any living being that approached would die from the poison. This region was barren and uninhabited. It was a perilous land. Not to mention cultivators, even many demon beasts would not enter easily. 2 figures appeared on the ground. One of them wore green robes and had delicate features. One of them wore black and had a cold expression. It was Su Zimo and Night Spirit. Outside the miasma, Su Zimo looked down at the land and frowned slightly. The miasma was extremely strong and could isolate spirit consciousness and vision. Even with his spirit consciousness, he could only scan a few hundred meters. 10,000 goo swamp? Su Zimo furrowed his brows slightly. In Tao being Lone Soul's memories, Gu Sect was located above the 10,000 Gu Swamp, and that was its approximate location. However, the place in front of him did not seem related to the words 10,000 Gu Swamp. Let's go in and take a look. Su Zimo was bold because he was skilled. He merely stayed outside for a moment before charging into the miasma and heading forward. Naturally, Night Spirit had no objections. The moment he entered the miasma, Su Zimo felt his breathing stagnate. If it was the blood chi of his dragon true body, he would not feel any discomfort from the miasma. But now, the toughness of the Green Lotus true body was comparable to a Khanate Tao Lord Dermic weapon. However, its resistance against the miasma poison was much weaker. Su Zimo's heart stirred. 2 balls of flames appeared beside him. One was golden while the other was scarlet. The 2 balls of flames revolved around his body like 2 bright lights, dissipating the surrounding miasma. Scarlet Flame Revolving Lantern. This dermic art of the Scarlet Flame Heart Sutra could be used for both offense and defense. Night Spirit entered the miasma with a calm expression as though nothing had happened. Sensing his aura, the miasma retreated automatically. Unexpectedly, the 2 of them did not encounter any obstacles along the way. Before long, a cluster of buildings appeared within the thick miasma not far ahead. Without a doubt, this was Gu Sect. Arriving before the mountain gate, Su Zimo put away the Scarlet Flame Revolving Lantern and stopped for a moment. He did not barge in recklessly. The calamity of the Witch Gu was caused by Tao being Lone Soul. However, he could not be certain of the role Gu Sect played in this. I'm Tao being Desolate Marshal. I'm here to visit the sect master of Gu Sect because of an important matter. Su Zimo channeled his breath and said loudly. His voice was clear and steady, spreading to every single corner of the sect. The entire mountain gate was silent without any response. Su Zimo furrowed his brows slightly. The mountain gate was situated within the miasma and was filled with strangeness. Apart from the fact that there were no cultivators guarding the mountain gate, no one appeared despite his shout outside. Everything was eerily silent. Night Spirit sniffed and suddenly said, "There's no human presence." Su Zimo did not really understand. Just as he was about to ask, a cultivator suddenly appeared from within the mountain gate and sped over. Before long, the cultivator arrived before them. Wearing a white Taoist robe, his cultivation was already at the void reversion realm. The white-robed cultivator sized up the 2 of them before turning slightly. "Please follow me." With that said, the white-robed cultivator left first. Su Zimo raised his brow, feeling even more confused. It was strange for Gu Sect to send a void reversion to welcome them. What was even stranger was that the white-robed cultivator did not ask for their purpose and identity. Instead, he invited them into the sect directly. This did not make sense. Of course, it was understandable for Gu Sect to have some strange etiquette since they were reclusive all year round. Su Zimo and Night Spirit followed behind the white-robed cultivator. Before long, the 2 of them entered a hall. Along the way, they did not see any other Gu masters. It was as though all the Gu masters of Gu Sect were hiding. "Please take a seat and wait for a moment." The white-robed cultivator pointed to the chairs beside him and said indifferently, "I'll brew a pot of tea for the 2 of you." Glancing at the chairs beside him, Night Spirit pursed his lips and sat down without saying anything. The expression of the white-robed cultivator changed slightly. However, Su Zimo did not move at all. He stood on the spot and narrowed his eyes, looking at the white-robed cultivator's face as though he wanted to make out something. "Fellow Taoist, why aren't you sitting?" the white-robed cultivator asked in a seemingly casual manner. "I wouldn't dare to," Su Zimo replied. Although he could not tell what was on the chairs, his spirit perception had already alerted him the moment he wanted to sit on it. Su Zimo did not stop Night Spirit because he knew that Night Spirit would definitely be able to sense it. Such methods posed no threat to Night Spirit. However, Su Zimo was only in his Green Lotus true body right now and he had to take extra caution. The white-robed cultivator did not persuade him further and turned to brew tea. Before long, 2 cups of hot tea with a strong fragrance were brewed and placed on the table. Su Zimo took a glance. The tea was green and clear with a fragrance that seeped into one's lungs. There were a few tea leaves floating on it. It was indeed a good cup of tea. He could not see anything from it. However, he knew that the tea must not be consumed. Night Spirit glanced at it and raised the teacup, draining it in one gulp as though he was oblivious to everything. Thereafter, he smacked his lips, seemingly wanting more. When he saw that, the white-robed cultivator smirked as though he was smiling. Su Zimo finally realized what was wrong. The white-robed cultivator's face was stiff and his gaze was dull. Even that smile earlier on seemed extremely unnatural and sinister. "We're here to pay a visit. Why do you want to harm us?" Su Zimo glared at the white-robed cultivator with a cold expression. Although there were no direct assaults with swords or sabers, the white-robed cultivator had already attacked twice in a row, causing Su Zimo's killing intent to surge. "You're smart and cautious." The white-robed cultivator tilted his head and his face almost touched his shoulder, looking extremely strange. "Unfortunately, this friend of yours is way too lacking." The white-robed cultivator turned to Night Spirit with a mocking gaze and continued. "There's a bone-forming goo buried in the chair you're sitting on. Once this goo worm enters your body, it can turn all your bones into a puddle of pus." "Oh!" Unmoved, Night Spirit did not even look at the white-robed cultivator and merely played with the teacup in his hands. The mockery in the white-robed cultivator's eyes intensified as he said, "There are no goo worms in the tea. However, there are a few goo worms on the teacup itself that are hard to discern with the naked eye. The moment you picked up the teacup, the goo worms had already entered your body." The white-robed cultivator looked pleased and tried his best to smile. However, his face was stiff and he looked odd. "So amazing?" Night Spirit grinned as well. Let alone the fact that there was no way the goo worms could enter Night Spirit's body. Even if they could, they would be killed by Night Spirit's terrifying blood chi instantly without causing any damage to him. The white-robed cultivator exclaimed softly and finally realized that something was amiss. He turned to look at Night Spirit and asked with a frown, "Why aren't you dead yet?" Right then, Su Zimo's eyes lit up as he glared at the white-robed cultivator and shook his head. "You're not human." Before he finished his sentence, Night Spirit's figure flashed and arrived before the white-robed cultivator in a flash. With a casual slap, the white-robed cultivator's head was split into pieces. If it was any other ordinary cultivator, they would have been dead by the time their head was shattered and their essence spirit was destroyed. However, even though the white-robed cultivator's head was shattered, an even stronger life force surged forth from his body. Poof! Suddenly, a black shadow extended from the shattered neck of the white-robed cultivator. It reeked of a stench and had a menacing expression as it opened its bloody mouth to devour Night Spirit. Su Zimo watched carefully from the side. It was a black blood goo. However, this black blood goo was completely different from what he had seen before. This one had already matured. The aura it emanated was definitely not weaker than that of a void reversion. If it was any other normal cultivator, they would have been flustered by such an unforeseen event. Unfortunately, the black blood goo was facing Night Spirit. Night Spirit's gaze was cold and his expression did not change at all. He swiped down with his palm and crushed the black blood goo that had just appeared. Poof! Black blood splattered. A void reversion black blood goo was dead. In reality, the white-robed cultivator was long dead, and the true controller of his body was the black blood goo in his body. That was the reason why the white-robed cultivator's face was stiff and his gaze was dull. There was a huge difference between his actions and those of a true cultivator. Suddenly, Su Zimo thought of a possibility. Swish! Right then, the sound of clothes fluttering could be heard. Immediately after, many cultivators surged into the hall and surrounded Su Zimo and Night Spirit. All of them had hostile expressions and killing intent. Su Zimo surveyed his surroundings. The faces of those cultivators were stiff, no different from the white-robed cultivator earlier on. Without a doubt, these cultivators were long dead. The reason why they could rush here was because the goo worms in their bodies were controlling their bodies. Night Spirit looked at Su Zimo with a questioning gaze. Kill them all, Su Zimo said coldly. There's a change in Gu sect. Night Spirit's figure flashed and he lunged into the crowd. Everywhere he passed, cultivators would die. To be precise, it was the Gu worms in those cultivators that died. As Su Zimo had expected, there were Gu worms hidden in the bodies of these cultivators. Not only were there black blood Gu, there were also many other Gu worms that he had never seen or heard of. These Gu worms all had powerful auras. Many of them were at the nascent soul and void reversion realm. Among them, there were even some Dharma-characteristic Gu worms. However, against Night Spirit's massacre, those Gu worms were still weak. Su Zimo charged into the crowd as well. He did not use any other dermic arts and merely channeled the Scarlet Flame revolving lantern, causing the Immortal, Buddhist, and Fiend flames to revolve around him. Any void reversion Gu worm that came into contact with the flames would be burned to death before long. If a nascent soul Gu worm was tainted by a bit of Dao fire, it would be burned to ashes instantly. Xianxia had once told Su Zimo that the power that Gu worms feared the most was fire. The flames that Su Zimo cultivated through the Scarlet Flame Heart Sutra possessed extremely terrifying lethality. Even some ancient extinct Gu worms could not withstand it. Night Spirit's killing methods were extremely sharp. However, in this battle, the damage he dealt to the Gu worms could not compare to the 3 Dao fires. Relying on the Scarlet Flame revolving lantern, Su Zimo charged into the crowd and cleared an empty path before long. No Gu worm could stand in his way. Only Dharma-characteristic Gu worms could defend against it. However, before those Dharma-characteristic Gu worms could pose any threat to Su Zimo, Night Spirit had already closed in and killed them. The temperature in the hall rose continuously. After a while, the 3 Dao fires continued burning and melted many of the stone pillars that supported the hall into boiling lava. The hall collapsed. When the dust dispersed, Su Zimo and Night Spirit stood in the ruins without being affected at all. Su Zimo looked over and his expression changed. Countless Gu masters were gathered around the hall, and there were at least hundreds of thousands of them. Among these Gu masters, their cultivation realms varied. There were Qi refinement warriors, foundation establishment cultivators, golden cores, nascent souls, and void reversions. Given Gu sect's legacy up till now, it was not surprising for them to possess a foundation of this scale. What truly shocked Su Zimo was that he could not see any expression on the faces of the Gu masters. All of them had stiff faces and dull gazes. These Gu masters were already dead and were controlled by Gu worms, turning into walking corpses. They reared Gus, but in the end, they were the ones consumed. The Gu worms occupied their bodies and turned them into slaves. It was rather ironic. Poof, poof, poof. Suddenly, the bodies of these Gu masters exploded and Gu worms crawled out one after another in different colors. Every single Gu worm looked malevolent and terrifying, twisting their ugly bodies and emitting a foul stench. The bodies of hundreds of thousands of Gu masters shattered and blood flowed like rivers. The mountains and plains were covered in blood and flesh, seemingly turning into a swamp, charging towards Su Zimo and Night Spirit in an unsightly manner. The entire place reeked of blood. Under the envelopment of the blood qi, evil qi filled the air and even the 3 Dao fires turned blurry, flickering. Hundreds of thousands of Gu worms could be vaguely seen in the flesh swamp, causing one's scalp to tingle. Finally, Su Zimo understood what the so-called 10,000 Gu swamp meant. It was hard to imagine what sort of calamity would happen if hundreds of thousands of Gu worms surged into the north region. At that time, the entire Tianhuang mainland would be reduced to a living hell. Su Zimo's gaze was cold as he rose slowly. Circulating his essence spirit, the temperature of the 3 Dao fires around him rose as well. The black blood Gu alone was enough to cause a catastrophe in the north region. There was no way he could let them survive. All of them had to be killed. That was the only solution Su Zimo could think of. Burn it! Su Zimo gathered the Immortal Dao fire, Buddhist Dao fire and Fiend Dao fire together to form the Samadhi Dao fire and threw it into the flesh swamp. Swoosh! Raging flames raged. No matter how strong the flesh swamp was, it could not extinguish the Samadhi Dao fire. Su Zimo pushed his essence spirit to its limits. The range of the Samadhi Dao fire extended and burned continuously. Squeak, squeak. Where the Samadhi Dao fire burned, the flesh swamp had already dried up and turned into cracked mud. Countless goo worms shrieked under the Samadhi Dao fire and were burned into ashes. Su Zimo did not hold back and channeled his essence spirit continuously, causing the Samadhi Dao to burn even brighter. The fire engulfed the entire sect. Against the might of the Samadhi Dao fire, even Dharma-characteristic goo worms could not last long. As time passed, the Samadhi Dao fire did not stop spreading. Su Zimo's expression turned pale as well. Releasing the Samadhi Dao fire took a huge toll on his essence spirit. After such a long period of release, even Su Zimo's essence spirit felt a huge burden as the power of his essence spirit drained rapidly. Night Spirit no longer attacked and stood guard beside Su Zimo. Even if he made a move, he would not be able to deal as much damage as the Samadhi Dao fire. Furthermore, Su Zimo was channeling his full strength right now. This was the moment when he was at his weakest and could not afford to be distracted. That was why Night Spirit had to guard the vicinity to prevent any accidents. This was Gu sect, one of the 5 heretical doctrines after all. Night Spirit could vaguely sense that an even stronger existence was awakening deep underground. Although Gu sect was ranked last among the 5 heretical doctrines, it had a long history and deep foundation. Now, there was no actual Gu master to be seen in Gu sect. All of them were fused with Gu worms. Such a huge change would not have been achievable without an even stronger Gu worm. A conjoint body Gu worm. Both Su Zimo and Night Spirit were at the void reversion realm. With their immense talent and multiple trump cards, they could definitely kill a Dharma characteristic expert across a major cultivation realm. However, if the two of them were to fight against a conjoint body expert, it would be hard to tell who would win given the difference of 2 major cultivation realms. Neither of them could defend against the power of a conjoint body. Their only chance of winning was to find the other party's weakness and work together to defeat him. Previously, the blind old man of the witch race was killed by the combined attack of the two of them. Although that battle seemed simple, it was actually extremely dangerous. If not for the 54 green lotus seeds protecting his black-haired essence spirit, Su Zimo would have been reduced to a corpse back then. Even if Night Spirit was the only one left, it would be difficult for him to severely injure the blind old man, let alone kill the latter. Bang! Boom! Boom! The ground quaked violently and a mound protruded slowly. The ground cracked open as though some terrifying living being was about to charge out. Clang! Cold lights flashed. A gigantic, slender claw that resembled a guillotine extended from the ground and sliced the ground into 2. Clang! Immediately after, another sharp claw reached out from the ground. Boom! 2 sharp claws grabbed the ground and a gigantic dark golden figure burst out of the mud, causing sand and rocks to fly everywhere. Su Zimo narrowed his eyes and gasped when he saw the gigantic creature. This goo worm was dark gold in color and had 6 legs, 2 feelers and a pair of front claws. Each of its feet was like a blade that shone with a cold glint and was incomparably sharp. There seemed to be no flaws on the goo worm's body. It was as though he was wearing a dark golden armor, waving the 2 gigantic guillotines at the front. The eyes on its head shone with a ferocious glint. The moment Su Zimo's spirit consciousness made contact with the goo worm, it was repelled. Even his spirit consciousness could not penetrate the dark golden armor. Of course, even without the scan of his spirit consciousness, he could tell from the aura that this was definitely a conjoint body realm goo worm. Metal-devouring goo. Suddenly, the records of goo worms that Xianxia had told him flashed through Su Zimo's mind. The metal-devouring goo was one of the top 10 ancient goo worms. It could devour the 5 metals and strengthen itself continuously. Its body was tough and invulnerable to weapons, water, and fire. It was extremely ferocious. Be careful, Su Zimo reminded with a grim expression. At that moment, he was still using the Samadhi Dao fire to burn the remaining goo worms and could not attack. In other words, they could only depend on Night Spirit to fight against the metal-devouring goo. The current situation was even more dangerous than when they were fighting the blind old man. The blind old man had an obvious weakness of his weak physique. Be it Night Spirit or Suzimo, they could rely on their physiques to get as close to the blind old man as possible and injure him severely. However, the metal-devouring goo clearly did not have such a weakness. Given its conjoint body realm cultivation, it was even stronger than Night Spirit and Suzimo in terms of melee combat strength. Furthermore, Suzimo and Night Spirit had joined forces against the blind old man back then. But now Night Spirit was alone. Actually, the wisest decision for the two of them was to leave this place. Given their capabilities, even if the metal-devouring goo was at the conjoint body realm, it would have difficulties retaining the two of them here. However, the reason why Suzimo came this time round was to sever the root of the calamity of the witch goo. Now that he knew that Goo Sect had undergone a huge change, there was no way he could leave. He had to kill all of these goo worms here. Endless trouble might ensue if he missed this opportunity. Two ants have ruined my plans. The metal-devouring goo's eyes sank deep into its sockets as it glared at Suzimo and Night Spirit. Its voice was sharp and piercing like metal clashing against stone. A cold metallic luster shone in its eyes that were filled with hatred. Against the metal-devouring goo, Night Spirit's expression was cold, and there was no fluctuation in his eyes. In a flash, he disappeared into midair. The metal-devouring goo did not move. It merely moved its guillotine-like front claws and slashed behind it. The strength and speed of a conjoint body was shockingly fast. The void was torn and a pitch-black scar appeared when the claws slashed down. Clang! Night Spirit was forced out. His movement technique was agile like a phantom and kills were guaranteed with every strike of his. There were few people who could force him out. However, this conjoint body metal-devouring goo managed to do it. Not only that, there was even a trace of blood in midair. The slash landed on Night Spirit's arm and cut through his skin, leaving an extremely deep wound with blood gushing out. Night Spirit's gaze turned cold. A look of surprise flashed through the metal-devouring goo's eyes. He had not expected the void reversion ant before him to be able to defend against his sharp claws. Given his strength and the power of the guillotine claws, even conjoint body mighty figures of the human race would be sliced into two with a single slash. His body can withstand my claws? The killing intent in the metal-devouring goo's eyes intensified as it swayed and turned into a golden beam of light that lunged towards Night Spirit. Clang! 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 The metal-devouring goo's 6 legs moved on the ground, emitting sparks. Although its body was massive, it was extremely fast. In a flash, Night Spirit arrived above the metal-devouring goo's head. He stretched out his palm and sharp claws protruded from his fingertips as he stabbed down viciously at the metal-devouring goo's head. The metal-devouring goo waved its front legs and charged towards Night Spirit's claws. Clang! The two of them clashed head-on. Night Spirit shuddered and another wound appeared on his palm, dripping with blood. However, there was no hint of panic in his eyes. A long tail popped out from behind him. It was covered in purple scales and its tailbone was sharp, piercing towards the back of the metal-devouring goo. This was Night Spirit's killing move. Sensing danger, the metal-devouring goo suddenly shrieked. The soft feelers that were initially drooping on his head suddenly flung out like 2 steel whips towards Night Spirit. Night Spirit's heart skipped a beat. Suddenly, he twisted his body and dodged in a flash, avoiding the whipping of one of the feelers. Piak! Night Spirit shuddered. His tailbone had just pierced the back of the metal-devouring goo when he was struck by the other feeler and was sent flying. Poof! In midair, Night Spirit coughed out a mouthful of blood and his face turned paler. This was the power of a conjoint body that he was struck squarely by. If it was anyone else, not to mention void reversions, even Dharma characteristic Tao Lords would have been sliced into 2 by the feelers of the metal-devouring goo. The feelers of the metal-devouring goo were even more terrifying than divine weapons. Although they looked extremely thin, they were incomparably sharp. A scar appeared on Night Spirit's body with scarlet blood oozing out. Suzimo looked anxious when he saw that. The strength of this metal-devouring goo was far beyond their imagination. If they could not deal with it properly, both of them would die here. The Samadhi Dao fire was still burning. Su Zimo's essence spirit was almost pushed to its limits and his face turned paler. The entire Gu sect was in a sea of flames and there were not many remaining Gu worms. Su Zimo had to exterminate all of them before he could free himself to help Night Spirit. The range of the Samadhi Dao fire released this time was too wide and it lasted for too long. His essence spirit had already been thoroughly exhausted. He could no longer use any dermic powers or release any dermic arts. His green lotus true body relied on dermic arts the most. The Samadhi Dao fire and the heaven-slaying sword art were both burst-type dermic arts. This meant that if Su Zimo joined the battle, he could only rely on his body to fight the metal-devouring Gu in melee combat. However, given the current situation, even Night Spirit could not gain any advantage in melee combat. There was a difference of 2 major cultivation realms between them. The metal-devouring Gu was one of the top 10 ancient Gu worms. After devouring the 5 metals, its body was indestructible and its strength and speed were even above Night Spirit. Even if he were to join forces with Night Spirit, they might not be a match for the metal-devouring Gu. Just as he was pondering, a golden light flashed before his eyes and he felt a sense of danger. Su Zimo did not have time to think as he tilted his body slightly. If he was in his peak condition, he might be able to dodge it. But now, his essence spirit was weak and he had expended a lot of mental energy. Even with his spirit perception, his body could not keep up with his reaction. He could only try his best to avoid any fatal damage. Piak! The golden light landed on Su Zimo. Blood splattered. Su Zimo grunted and his face broke out in cold sweat. The golden light was none other than one of the metal-devouring Gu's feelers. During the exchange earlier on, 2 feelers whipped towards Night Spirit. Night Spirit dodged one of them but was struck by another. As for the first feeler, it changed directions and suddenly expanded by dozens of feet, turning into a golden beam of light that struck Su Zimo heavily. There was a deep wound on Su Zimo's shoulder where the feeler swiped and blood gushed profusely. His skin was made from the lotus leaves of a grade 6 creation green lotus. Even Khanate Dao Lord dermic weapons might not be able to cut through his skin. However, that seemingly weak feeler nearly tore off Su Zimo's entire arm. His body swayed for a moment and he grit his teeth, persevering to continue channeling the Samadhi Dao fire to kill the few Gu worms remaining. If any of these Gu worms were released, countless living beings would die. Even though Night Spirit was injured, his expression did not change and his gaze was still cold. However, when he saw that Su Zimo was injured, a ball of rage finally surged in his eyes. With a deep roar, he gave off a shuddering aura. That aura seemed like it came from the ancient primordial era and was terrifying. There was a difference of 2 major cultivation realms between them. However, the metal-devouring Gu felt its heart skip a beat against that aura. This pressure made it have the urge to bow down. This was a bloodline suppression. This was a dominance that came from the depths of one's bloodline in ancient memories. What is that? The metal-devouring Gu glared at Night Spirit and thought to itself as the metallic glint in its eyes deepened. Although their fight earlier on was short and it had the absolute advantage, it was truly shocked. The sharp purple tail that suddenly appeared behind Night Spirit even gave it a strong sense of death. The metal-devouring Gu was extremely puzzled. He did not feel such pressure even from the witch race. Now that Night Spirit was enraged, the metal-devouring Gu became even more cautious. Swash! Night Spirit's figure swayed and turned into a streak of light, disappearing from the spot instantly. This speed was far beyond the limits of the void reversion realm. Even Dharma-characteristic Dao Lords might not be able to track Night Spirit. However, the eyes of the metal-devouring Gu shone brightly with a golden light and its eyesight was enhanced. It accurately determined Night Spirit's landing spot and waved its front claws. Cold lights flashed. Its front claw slashed down like a gigantic guillotine towards Night Spirit. Although he was in midair, Night Spirit could still dodge and twist continuously to avoid the incoming claw. Immediately after, another cold light flashed. Its other front claw slashed down in advance, completely sealing off Night Spirit's escape route. Suddenly, Night Spirit's body curled into a tiny ball in midair, barely avoiding the front claw. Ooh! Ooh! Two streaks of golden light tore through the air as the wind howled in a breathtaking manner. The metal-devouring goo's attacks were relentless. After the sharp front claws slashed down, it was the terrifying feelers. The feelers were unusually agile and whipped towards Night Spirit as though they were alive. At that moment, if Night Spirit retreated, he could still avoid the two feelers. However, if he retreated, it would mean that Su Zimo would be exposed to the metal-devouring goo once more. In a flash, pitch-black scales appeared on Night Spirit's body. Ignoring the whipping of the feelers, he swooped down and grabbed the back of the metal-devouring goo. Piak! Almost at the same time, the two feelers whipped Night Spirit viciously with a crisp sound. Night Spirit shuddered. This time round, even with the defense of the scales, two bloody wounds appeared on his body. His clothes were in tatters. Seizing the opportunity, Night Spirit had already arrived before the metal-devouring goo and attacked. Shoo! Purple shadow flashed. Night Spirit's tail stabbed towards the metal-devouring goo's head. Break! The metal-devouring goo reacted extremely quickly and roared. Its front claws were like a pair of gigantic scissors that suddenly closed and cut fiercely, clamping Night Spirit's tail between them. Clang! The two front claws were the toughest and sharpest weapons on the metal-devouring goo. Even divine weapons could not match them. However, such terrifying claws coupled with the strength of the conjoint body realm could not cut Night Spirit's tail. Sparks flew everywhere. Night Spirit's gaze turned cold as he reached out and grabbed the back of the metal-devouring goo fiercely. Sharp claws extended from Night Spirit's fingertips. When they made contact with the metal-devouring goo's back, there was an ear-piercing sound of metal screeching. Sizzle! Night Spirit's claws scratched 10 wounds on the back of the metal-devouring goo. Up till this point of the battle, the metal-devouring goo was finally injured. However, Su Zimo and Night Spirit did not relax at all. Su Zimo could clearly see that the blood flowing out of the metal-devouring goo's wound was shimmering with a dark golden metallic luster. The flesh of this ancient goo worm was completely filled with metal. Night Spirit's scratch was met with obstructions. He merely tore through the metal-devouring goo's flesh and did not manage to injure it severely. What was even more frightening was that under Su Zimo's gaze, the 10 wounds on the back of the metal-devouring goo were healing at a visible speed. Pest! What terrifying regeneration capabilities! Its rate of regeneration was almost comparable to his dragon true body. Although he did not know much about goo worms, Su Zimo believed that even as one of the top 10 ancient goo worms, the original body of the metal-devouring goo would not be able to reach this level. Otherwise, there would have been a spot for the goo worms in the primordial 9 races. How did this metal-devouring goo cultivate its body to such a terrifying degree? Hee. The metal-devouring goo sneered. On the surface, the fight earlier on was an internecine outcome. However, in reality, the metal-devouring goo was not affected at all. Given its powerful regeneration capabilities, the wound on its back would heal before long. However, Night Spirit's situation was different. Night Spirit's body was terrifying as well. In that short period of time, the few wounds caused by the metal-devouring goo on his body gradually healed as well. However, the power of the conjoint body realm had already surged into his body, and it was difficult to resolve such internal injuries within a short period of time. After being repeatedly struck by the feelers of the metal-devouring goo, a trace of blood had already seeped out of the corner of Night Spirit's mouth. Right then, Su Zimo's body swayed and he retracted his Samadhi Dao fire dermic formulation, panting slightly. All the goo worms were dead. Right now, this metal-devouring goo was the only one left. Su Zimo shifted and assumed a triangular formation with Night Spirit, prepared to fight to the death against this beast. Be careful. Its front claws and feelers are extremely sharp, Night Spirit reminded. 2 ants. The metal-devouring goo's cold eyes darted around as it looked at the ruins around it. It released a torrential killing intent and attacked Su Zimo first. Shoo! Shoo! 2 feelers tore through the air. Su Zimo's expression changed. It was only when he fought against that beast that he truly realized how terrifying it was. It was too fast. This was the power and burst of a conjoint body realm cultivator. He could no longer capture the tracks of the two feelers with his naked eyes and spirit consciousness. Although his spirit perception warned him, Su Zimo was in a weakened state and could not use his dermic powers. As such, he could not release lightning escape or ethereal wings. The bloodline of the Green Lotus true body was not strong. He could not dodge it with his physical body alone. Pa! Pa! There were two crisp sounds. Two balls of blood mist burst forth from Su Zimo's body. He had just charged forward when he was sent flying at an even faster speed. His chest was lacerated with fresh blood. Roar! Night Spirit's roar sounded. He had already arrived before the metal-devouring goo and extended his claws once more. This time round, a purple flame appeared on his claw. Both sides engaged in melee combat. The front claw of the metal-devouring goo slashed down, leaving a deep wound on Night Spirit's body. In fact, a single scale was sliced off and buried into the debris. As for Night Spirit, his claws scratched a wound on the metal-devouring goo as well. The wound was extremely deep. The metal-devouring goo cried out in pain. There were some purple flames on the wound inflicted by Night Spirit. Even with the strong regeneration capabilities of the metal-devouring goo, it could not heal within a short period of time. Bang! With a swipe of its 6 legs, the metal-devouring goo swayed and struck Night Spirit once more, sending him flying. Poof! Night Spirit spat out a mouthful of blood. Groar! The metal-devouring goo reared its head and shrieked in rage. Su Zimo had already gotten up from the ground. Although the wounds on his body were shocking, the feelers of the metal-devouring goo could not injure his bones. The toughest part of the Green Lotus true body was its bones. If it was anyone else, they would have long lost their combat strength after suffering such a serious injury. However, the foundation of his Green Lotus true body was a grade 6 creation Green Lotus. Furthermore, many divine weapons were infused into his bones. At the same time that the metal-devouring goo sent Night Spirit flying, Su Zimo seized the opportunity to close in. He twisted his palm and used it like a saber, slashing down at the neck of the metal-devouring goo. Bang! The metal-devouring goo did not move at all when the slash landed. On the other hand, Su Zimo's palm was hurt from the recoil. The metal-devouring goo did not suffer any damage at all. Su Zimo's heart sank. This meant that even if the metal-devouring goo did not move, it would be difficult for him to injure it in his current condition. Poof! Right then, a cold glint flashed. Su Zimo's eyes widened and he felt a tearing pain in his chest, as though he was pierced by something. He lowered his head instinctively. A metal blade as thick as an arm had already pierced through his chest. It was a hind leg of the metal-devouring goo. Although the metal-devouring goo's hind legs did not have the same attack power as its front claws, they were extremely sharp and could pierce through the Green Lotus true body. The man and goo were too close. Su Zimo's attention was entirely focused on the metal-devouring goo's front claws and feelers, and he did not notice this at all. The moment his spirit perception alerted him, the hind leg had already pierced through his chest. Su Zimo's body trembled slightly as he spat out mouthfuls of blood. Night Spirit's eyes widened at the sight of that. He bent down and sprawled on the ground with both hands. His entire body was swooping down and his black hair scattered as his gaze surged with endless killing intent. Oh? From the looks of it, you're about to revert to your true form. The metal-devouring goose sneered. I want to see just what you are. Night Spirit seemed to have made a decision and a resolute look flashed through his eyes. Crackle. A sound of bones cracking could be heard from within Night Spirit's body. A terrifying aura burst forth and the world fell silent. It was as though a terrifying living being from the primordial era was awakening within Night Spirit's body. The metal-devouring goo's heart skipped a beat. It suddenly felt a semblance of regret. Under its gaze, Night Spirit's body expanded and underwent a massive transformation. In the blink of an eye, Night Spirit had already transformed into a demon beast that was 100 feet tall. It was pitch black with scales all over its body and its tail was purple. Its tailbone was sharp, as though it could pierce through any defense. The head of this demon beast was gigantic and resembled a wolf's head. However, it was much more sinister than a wolf's head. Rows of sharp teeth that were intertwined with one another appeared in its opened mouth, shimmering with a cold glint. His sharp teeth alone could rip any living being apart. Night Spirit's 4 legs were pitch black, but they burned with 4 balls of sinister purple flames. His eyes were purple as well, and he looked at the metal-devouring goo as though he was looking at an ant. It was an extremely strange feeling. Night Spirit was clearly at the Void Reversion realm and was 2 major cultivation realms weaker than the metal-devouring goo. However, the metal-devouring goo seemed to be inferior in the face of Night Spirit. Su Zimo looked at Night Spirit blankly. After so many years, Night Spirit had finally reverted to his true form. After so many years, Night Spirit had changed quite a bit. If he had not seen it personally, he would have found it hard to believe that the ferocious beast that looked down on the world as though it could suppress everything was the palm-sized black dog from before. Roar! Staring at the metal-devouring goo, Night Spirit raised his head and let out another earth-shaking roar. Su Zimo's figure was still hanging on the metal-devouring goo's back leg. He could clearly sense this conjoint body metal-devouring goo trembling against the roar. The metal-devouring goo was terrified. Why you are the legendary taboo. A primordial taboo? The metal-devouring goo's voice was trembling and its metallic luster could not conceal the doubt, panic, and shock in its eyes. How can this be? The metal-devouring goo took half a step back and glared at Night Spirit, who was not far away, muttering softly, "How can you still be alive? A living being like you should have been extinct in the primordial era long ago." Night Spirit's gaze was cold, and his 100-feet-tall figure did not seem clumsy at all. He was extremely agile and closed in instantly. Su Zimo could clearly sense that Night Spirit's strength and speed had increased after he transformed into his true form. The first reaction of the metal-devouring goo was not to fight head-on, but to retreat. The metal-devouring goo was at the conjoint body realm after all. Given its cultivation realm, even Night Spirit, who was in his true form, might not be able to catch up to it if it wanted to escape with its full might. Night Spirit might be in danger if the metal-devouring goo were to escape. The reason why Night Spirit was so cautious and refused to reveal his true form, even when he was surrounded by so many Rakshasas in Myriad Phenomenon City, was because he was wary. But now, although the Night Spirit did not mention what race Night Spirit was from, the word taboo alone was enough to explain many things. Even with their wariness towards the primordial 9 races, humans had never referred to them as taboos. However, Night Spirit was a taboo of the primordial era. The main reason why Night Spirit had reverted to his true form was because he was in danger. Another reason was that there were no other living beings here apart from the 3 of them. As long as Night Spirit could kill the metal-devouring goo, his secret would not be exposed. However, Night Spirit would be completely disadvantaged if the metal-devouring goo managed to escape. In a flash, those thoughts flashed through Su Zimo's mind. He made a prompt decision and channeled the 54 green lotus seeds in his consciousness. Multicolored light filled the air. Many green lotus seeds gathered rapidly and formed a sharp green sword in the blink of an eye. The Essence Spirit Killing Sword, Green Lotus Sword. Su Zimo's essence spirit was weak and his body was pierced. There were only a few methods left that could threaten the metal-devouring goo. "Slay!" Su Zimo shouted. His consciousness expanded and a beam of light tore through the air. As it looked at Night Spirit lunge over, the metal-devouring goo wanted to retreat when a green beam of light slashed down from the corner of its eye. At the same time, it sensed an intense spirit consciousness fluctuation. The metal-devouring goo was alarmed. The moment the green light appeared, its essence spirit felt a sharp pain. The metal-devouring goo had no time to think as it hurriedly released its essence spirit secret skill to defend against it. A golden light surged out of its consciousness. The golden light seemed to be made of the toughest metal in the world. It was unusually heavy and unshakable as it collided against the green lotus sword. Clang! The two collided. The void trembled. The green lotus sword shattered into many green lotus seeds. The golden light dimmed a little as well. However, the spirit consciousness fluctuation on the golden light was still extremely powerful and terrifying. The golden light did not stop and charged towards Su Zimo's glabella. At that moment, Su Zimo's body was still hanging on the back of the metal-devouring goo, and he could not escape. There was no way for him to avoid the killing intent of the Essence Spirit secret skill. A conjoint body's Essence Spirit secret skill was not something Su Zimo could defend against. The fact that the Green Lotus Sword could defend against the Golden Light for a moment and reduce its Essence Spirit power was already not bad. Right then, a purple light flashed. Night Spirit swayed its tail, and its sharp tailbone collided heavily against the golden light in midair. Boom! The golden light dissipated. Night Spirit shuddered as well. Su Zimo's gaze froze and his heart skipped a beat. At its foundation, an Essence Spirit secret skill was still a spirit consciousness attack. Be it dermic weapons, bodies, or claws, none of them could defend against it. The only way to defend was using spirit consciousness or specific Essence Spirit dermic weapons. Su Zimo had always known that Night Spirit's tail was extremely strong and even sharper than his fangs and claws. However, he had not expected that the tail could defend against Essence Spirit secret skills. The two of them barely managed to defend against the metal-devouring goo's Essence Spirit secret skill with their combined strength. With that delay, it was already too late for the metal-devouring goo to escape even if it wanted to. Shoo! Two feelers tore through the air and whipped towards Night Spirit viciously. Night Spirit did not dodge or avoid. He lunged forward directly and allowed the two feelers to whip out two bloodied wounds on his body. As though he could not feel the pain, Night Spirit extended his sharp front claws and pressed the two front claws of the metal-devouring goo to the ground. Right on the heels of that, Night Spirit lowered his head and opened his mouth, revealing a menacing expression as he bared his sharp fangs towards the neck of the metal-devouring goo. Groar! Sensing the danger, the metal-devouring goo shrieked and moved its 6 legs, twisting its massive body in an attempt to break free from Night Spirit's suppression. Right then, a vicious glint flashed through Su Zimo's eyes as he gripped the hind leg that was thrust into his chest. He spun his body and exerted strength. He used the bones of his Green Lotus true body to trap the metal-devouring goo's hind leg. A tearing pain spread from his chest and seeped into his bones. Even though the bones of his Green Lotus true body were made from the lotus stems and many divine weapons, they could not withstand the power of the metal-devouring goo. Cracks appeared on his chest. The front claws of the metal-devouring goo were held down by Night Spirit. Among the 6 legs, one of the hind legs was restricted by Su Zimo. The metal-devouring goo's body lost its balance and its movements became clumsy. Night Spirit had already bitten down viciously. That single bite landed on the neck of the metal-devouring goo. Night Spirit's mouth was filled with sharp teeth, and in the blink of an eye, there were hundreds of finger-sized holes on the neck of the metal-devouring goo. Su Zimo could clearly see that the metal-devouring goo's head had already turned to the side. Night Spirit's bite was way too strong. Even though the metal-devouring goo was a conjoint body realm goo worm with an indestructible body, that single bite nearly snapped its neck. A series of painful shrieks came from the depths of the metal-devouring goo's throat. Bang! With its life on the line, a tremendous power burst forth from the metal-devouring goo and sent Night Spirit flying. His hind leg trembled and it flung Su Zimo away. Su Zimo's Green Lotus true body was almost torn into 2 by that attack and he fell heavily to the ground, losing a lot of blood chi. Night Spirit fell not far away, drenched in blood as well. However, he merely somersaulted on the ground and got up immediately. Not far away, the metal-devouring goo panted heavily. The wound on its neck was way too serious. Sticky blood dripped continuously with a dark golden luster. Even with its strong regeneration capabilities, it was difficult for it to recover. Roar! With a roar, Night Spirit charged forward once more. Poof! 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 He waved his sharp claws and his figure flashed. Using his movement speed, he left deep wounds on the metal-devouring goo. The metal-devouring goo's feelers and front claws flailed desperately. However, it was too severely injured and its aura was completely suppressed by Night Spirit. Even if it retaliated, it could not affect Night Spirit too much. The metal-devouring goo's injuries worsened. On the other hand, Night Spirit was getting fiercer as he fought with a calm expression. In that moment, Night Spirit seized an opportunity and leaped onto the metal-devouring goo. His sharp hind claws gripped the metal-devouring goo's bleeding neck tightly as he gripped its head with his front claws and exerted strength. A tremendous force burst forth and the metal-devouring goo was almost pressed into the mud. Unable to move at all. Even the feelers on its head were pressed under Night Spirit's claws. Roar! Under the night sky, a gigantic black demon beast stood on a dark gold goo worm and swayed its purple tail. Its 4 legs burned with purple flames as it reared its head and howled into the skies, exuding a savage aura that looked down on all living beings and dominated the world. Like an ant, the metal-devouring goo could not move at all under Night Spirit's feet. As expected of a primordial taboo, those were the final words of the metal-devouring goo. Poof! Night Spirit wagged his tail. A purple shadow flashed and pierced the metal-devouring goo's head. Its essence spirit was killed on the spot by Night Spirit as well. When Su Zimo saw that, he heaved a long sigh of relief and relaxed his tense spirit. The wound on his chest was grisly and his organs were pierced. The metal-devouring goo whipped out a few bone-deep wounds on his body as well that were still bleeding. An intense pain assaulted him once more. Su Zimo grunted and laid on the ground, unable to move at all. His consciousness was blurry and waves of fatigue surged into his heart, almost causing him to faint. Although the Green Lotus true body was tough, its bloodline was not strong and it did not have any self-healing capabilities. If this was his dragon true body, he might be able to recover completely from such serious injuries after recuperating for half a month or so. However, for the Green Lotus true body, it was unknown how long it would take for him to recover completely. Right then, a black shadow flashed before his eyes. Night Spirit arrived beside Su Zimo. The two of them exchanged glances and smiled bitterly. Night Spirit was also covered in injuries and looked wretched. He had probably never encountered such a dangerous battle up till this point of his cultivation and had even exposed his secret. Of course, Night Spirit's physique was strong and his regeneration capability was shocking. Even though he was injured all over, he still had the strength to walk. He reached out, wanting to help Su Zimo up. "No, I can't walk anymore. I have to lie here for some time." Su Zimo chuckled bitterly. "Your physique has weakened significantly. How did this happen?" Night Spirit frowned slightly and did not continue. He witnessed how Su Zimo underwent dragonification back in Myriad Phenomenon City and released his blood chi to kill the god race leader on the spot. It was evident that Su Zimo's current body was much weaker. "It's a long story and isn't easy to explain," Su Zimo said. "To put it simply, I split my essence spirit into 2 and created 2 true bodies. My other true body is now with the dragon race. Even if someone were to say that their essence spirit had split into 2 and formed 2 true bodies, it would be difficult for others to understand." To his surprise, Night Spirit nodded. "Cloning? I know a little about that." This time round, Su Zimo was surprised and could not help but say, "My situation is not like those external clones in the cultivation world. Both of my true bodies have essence spirits and are different from clones. There were some cloning techniques in the cultivation world. However, the combat strength of each clone was greatly reduced and they did not have essence spirits residing within, so they naturally did not have much consciousness. In other words, those clones were not independent life forms. There was no way for them to cultivate independently." "I know." Night Spirit nodded. "Actually, the cloning techniques circulated in the cultivation world are the most inferior ones." "Oh." Su Zimo was curious. Night Spirit continued, "Top-tier cloning techniques are like yours. The clones are no different from the true body with individual essence spirits that can conduct independent cultivation. For example, the 3 pures of the immortal sex, the 3 bodies of the Buddhist monasteries, and the 3 corpses of the fiend sex are all similar formulations." Su Zimo was dumbfounded. He had never heard of the 3 pures or 3 corpses. However, he had some understanding of the 3 bodies of the Buddhist monasteries. The so-called 3 bodies referred to the past, present, and future. Su Zimo had unintentionally read a simple explanation from a Buddhist sutra at the bottom of the Dragon Burial Valley. He had never understood the true meaning of the three bodies. To think that the three bodies of the Buddhist monasteries was a top-tier dermic formulation. These dermic formulations. Su Zimo hesitated for a moment. Night Spirit shook his head and pointed to the firmaments. These are all dermic formulations of the upper world. There's none in Tianhuang mainland. I've only seen some of them in my inherited memories. I see. A look of pity appeared in Su Zimo's eyes. I'll carry you and take a look down there. When Night Spirit saw that Su Zimo could not move, he carried Su Zimo carefully on his back and walked towards the crack not far away. What's down there? Su Zimo asked curiously. Both of them were severely injured and could not move much. However, it was rare for Night Spirit to be so persistent despite his injuries. Upon hearing Su Zimo's question, a strange look flashed through Night Spirit's eyes as he murmured, "There might be something good down there." Night Spirit's sense of smell was extremely sharp. Back when he was still a palm-sized black dog and hid in Su Zimo's embrace, he could already smell the fragrance of the dragon egg in the Dragon Bone Valley. A gigantic crack appeared in the middle of the ruins of Gu sect. It was dark and bottomless. It was the crack that was formed when the metal-devouring Gu broke out from the ground. Standing at the edge of the crack, Night Spirit observed for a moment and sniffed a few more times before climbing down slowly. The surroundings were dark. Su Zimo's essence spirit was weak and the eyesight of his green lotus true body was not strong. He could barely see his surroundings and could only hang on to Night Spirit, feeling drowsy. Night Spirit knew that Su Zimo's injuries were extremely severe and he was light on his feet. He was neither fast nor slow and tried his best to reduce the vibration. After an unknown period of time, Night Spirit shuddered. Su Zimo was jolted awake as well. The two of them had already landed on the ground. Night Spirit continued in another direction. Su Zimo muttered softly. The air in front of them was a little moist and contained immense vitality. He took a breath and the pain in his body seemed to lessen. After another while, Night Spirit stopped in his tracks. The space before them cleared up. It was a wide and spacious cave. In the depths of the cave, there was a faint golden pool that emitted a tremendous life force that refreshed one's mind. This? Lying on Night Spirit's back, Su Zimo could not help but ask with widened eyes, "A primordial divine spring?" Prior to this, his dragon true body had told the Green Lotus true body about everything in the Dragon Bone Valley. The Green Lotus true body knew a little about the description of the primordial divine spring. The pool before him was extremely similar to the primordial divine spring described by his dragon true body. Of course, it did not seem as mystical and powerful as his dragon true body claimed. Night Spirit nodded. It's the primordial divine spring. However, this spring water is stagnant and its effects are average. It's far inferior to a primordial divine spring that flows. Su Zimo was enlightened. The primordial divine spring of the Dragon Bone Valley was dark gold and incomparably pure. The eye of the divine spring surged constantly and the life essence was massive and rich. However, this divine spring did not flow. The water was dead and stagnant. As time passed by, its effect would naturally worsen. Of course, even if the water was stagnant, this was still a primordial divine spring. It was definitely a rare treasure. This primordial divine spring was definitely related to why the metal-devouring Gu possessed such strong regeneration capabilities. "Let's go," Night Spirit said. "With this primordial divine spring, our injuries will heal quickly." Night Spirit carried Su Zimo on his back and leaped into the divine spring. The spring water was not deep and barely reached their chests as the two of them sat inside. The moment Su Zimo entered the divine spring, he could clearly sense that it contained an extremely rich life force. The spring water wrapped around his body and endless life essence washed over his wounds. Faint golden light specks that could be seen with the naked eye fused into Su Zimo's flesh like little fairies, healing his wounds gradually. The pain in his body decreased significantly. Su Zimo narrowed his eyes and moaned in comfort. Even a divine spring without a spring source had such an effect. It was no wonder why the dragon true body was able to be saved by the primordial divine spring despite having its life force severed from the tremendous power of a half-martial ancestor. Without the divine spring, the injuries to the green lotus true body would probably take years or even decades to recover. With the primordial divine spring, the healing speed of his wounds increased greatly. He might recover within half a month. This was truly a pleasant surprise. In the blink of an eye, an entire day had passed. With a splash, Night Spirit stood up from the pool and left the divine spring. His injuries weren't too serious. Coupled with his physique's regeneration capabilities, his injuries were mostly healed with the help of the divine spring. Although he could recover faster if he continued healing in the divine spring, Night Spirit left ahead of time. This divine spring didn't have a spring source. It was a pool of stagnant water. That meant that the life force in the divine spring would not increase. It would only decrease as it was drained. Night Spirit's actions were only to let Su Zimo absorb more of the life force in the divine spring. Su Zimo glanced at Night Spirit and nodded. He could tell Night Spirit's intentions. As time passed, Su Zimo's injuries healed bit by bit. On the 10th day, the biggest wound on his chest had already healed. His chest was as smooth as jade without any scars. Over the past few days, Night Spirit did not go too far and stayed by Su Zimo's side. Su Zimo stretched his muscles and felt that his body was fine and had recovered. Just as he was about to get up, he frowned. He sensed carefully, and a strange look flashed through his eyes. His injuries had already healed. However, for some reason, the life force in the divine spring continued to surge into his body, fusing into his flesh and bones. How could this be? Su Zimo frowned in thought. Could there still be hidden injuries in his green lotus true body? In the divine spring, crystalline points of light surged into Su Zimo's body through his pores. Many points of light surged into his consciousness and landed on the bare green lotus platform. Su Zimo's eyes lit up. Could it be? He suddenly thought of a possibility as his heart began beating rapidly. On the surface, his body was no longer injured. However, his green lotus true body was constructed using the shattered stems and leaves of the creation green lotus as foundation. In other words, the primordial divine spring was repairing the green lotus true body. Su Zimo only had a vague guess as to what kind of changes this would bring to the green lotus true body. He was not certain. He took a deep breath and continued staying in the spring. He calmed his mind and constantly absorbed the rich life force in the divine spring. Time flowed on. Another 10 days passed. While there seemed to be no changes to his green lotus true body, his body and bones emitted rich vitality. His flesh and blood became even more crystalline as his vitality surged. The bloodline of his green lotus true body was also gradually strengthening. Although it could not compare to his dragon true body, it was much stronger than before. Furthermore, the regeneration capabilities of the green lotus true body had increased significantly after he soaked in the primordial divine spring. Of course, the greatest changes weren't to his green lotus true body. It was the creation lotus platform in Su Zimo's sea of consciousness. The creation lotus platform was bare without a single petal on it after the explosive strike of the half-martial ancestor. However, at that moment, the edge of the lotus platform produced spots of emerald green. One ring after another spread out as they silently grew. In the blink of an eye, a full month had passed since Su Zimo entered the divine spring. The originally pale golden spring water became so clear that one could see the bottom. The rich life force from before had completely vanished. This pool of divine spring water had already become the most ordinary spring water. To be precise, the life force in that divine spring had been completely absorbed by the green lotus true body with nothing left behind. The changes that these life essences brought to the green lotus true body were obvious. Su Zimo suddenly opened his eyes and his gaze intensified. It was as though two rays of light were shooting out before they quickly retracted. He slowly got up. His glabella opened as a green lotus platform slowly appeared. On the lotus platform, there was a flower bud stained with dew. It was emerald green and crystalline, blooming slowly with immense life force emitted. One lotus petal after another bloomed as light spread out and immortal aura rose. An essence soul was sitting there, his black hair dancing. On this lotus platform were 6 circles and 54 lotus petals. Although the creation green lotus that once pierced heaven and earth and shone with life had been destroyed, this grade 6 creation lotus platform had regained its vitality and recovered. After he lost the creation green lotus, Su Zimo did not have a destiny dermic weapon. Now that the creation lotus platform had been reborn, there was no need to refine it. There was an extremely intimate connection between the two of them to begin with. This was his destiny dermic weapon. Delighted, Su Zimo retracted the grade 6 creation lotus platform. What truly delighted him wasn't the rebirth of the creation lotus platform. It was because he saw a possibility through this opportunity. The possibility of the creation green lotus being reborn. Under normal circumstances, there was no way a grade 6 creation green lotus that was destroyed by a half-martial ancestor and had its stem and leaves forged into a body could recover. But now, the creation lotus platform had been reborn. At the same time, this body was formed using the lotus stem and leaves. In other words, if there was enough life force to constantly nourish this body, the lotus stem and leaves could be reborn as well. This green lotus true body was in fact another form of rebirth for the creation green lotus. Of course, this was only Su Zimo's guess. To verify this guess, one needed to have a spring source and a flowing primordial divine spring that constantly nourished the green lotus true body to succeed. As for the creation green lotus, once it was reborn using the green lotus true body, it would mean that Su Zimo would become a humanoid creation green lotus that could constantly raise its grade 7 and 8, or even grade 9. At that time, who could threaten this green lotus true body? At the thought of this, Su Zimo's heart burned. Of course, reaching this step was just too difficult. Firstly, this was only his guess. Secondly, the primordial divine spring was too difficult to find. It was almost extinct. Even if there was, it would definitely be guarded by a huge faction, like the primordial divine spring in the Dragon Bone Valley. Su Zimo even considered the possibility of attempting a swap deception with his dragon true body. He would have the green lotus true body infiltrate the Dragon Bone Valley and enter the primordial divine spring. But that was almost impossible. Notwithstanding the fact that there was no way his dragon true body could leave the Dragon Bone Valley. The sea of bones in the outer perimeter of the Dragon Bone Valley alone made it impossible for the green lotus true body to pass. There were many experts in the dragon race. The moment his green lotus true body entered, he would be recognized instantly since there was an immensely great difference in bloodline. When that happened, it would be self-defeating. In his consciousness, the black-haired essence spirit sat on the creation lotus platform. With its life force regained, the lotus platform spewed green beams of light and nourished the essence spirit constantly. Su Zimo's heart stirred. He suddenly realized that his essence spirit had already cultivated to the late-stage void reversion realm within a month. Previously, his attention was focused on the creation lotus platform and green lotus true body, and he did not pay attention to his cultivation. It was only now that he realized that he had unknowingly broken through a realm. Of course, this was something that happened naturally. When he left Dragon Burial Valley, his cultivation realm was already at the peak of the void reversion realm. He was only missing an opportunity to break through to the next realm. This divine spring was the opportunity. At the late-stage void reversion realm, the power of his essence spirit increased exponentially. The dermic powers that he could mobilize increased as well. Coupled with the rebirth of the creation lotus platform and the strengthening of the green lotus true body, Su Zimo's combat strength increased exponentially. This trip to Gusect was a blessing in disguise. In reality, if not for the fact that the divine spring was hidden underground and shrouded by the miasma above, it would have been discovered long ago and he would not have had a chance. Just as Su Zimo was about to leave, his heart skipped a beat. There still seems to be some life beneath the ground? After his cultivation breakthrough, Su Zimo was much more sensitive to his surroundings. The underground passage extended in all directions and he could vaguely sense some life force coming from the depths of the passageways. The two of them exchanged glances and followed the aura into the depths of the passageways. After walking for a while, they arrived at the end of a passageway and a huge cave appeared before them. There were more than 10,000 cocoon-shaped cages in the cave. Among them, most of the cages only had skeletons left. In some of the cages, there were remains of rotting flesh. There were only dozens of cages with figures within. Although those cultivators were still alive, their auras were weak and their faces were yellow. This is... Suzimo furrowed his brows slightly. He could sense that the cultivation of those cultivators were not low. They were all at the Dharma characteristic realm. Although those Dharma characteristic Tao lords were weak, they did not seem to be controlled by goo worms. Those Dharma characteristic Tao lords had numb expressions and dull gazes. When they saw Suzimo and Night Spirit enter, their eyes did not waver. After a long time, one of the Dharma characteristic Tao lords opened his mouth slightly and struggled to stand up. Who are you guys? The Dharma characteristic Tao lord's voice was hoarse and trembled slightly. Who are you? Actually, Suzimo already had a vague guess. However, he still asked. I'm a great goo master of goo sect, Tao Lord Heavenly Silkworm. Although the Dharma characteristic Tao Lord looked skinny and unkempt, he still sounded prideful when he said the word goo master. Xiaoning had once told Suzimo that in the ancient era, goo techniques were a cultivation technique and were not evil. The initial creation of the goo technique was to save people. If you guys aren't from goo sect, why are you here? Tao Lord Heavenly Silkworm asked again. Suzimo still did not reply and asked instead, do you know about the metal-devouring goo outside? At the mention of the metal-devouring goo, Tao Lord Heavenly Silkworm's expression suddenly turned conflicted. A hint of anger, killing intent, hatred, helplessness, and many other emotions flashed through his eyes. The other cultivators who were still alive moved their stiff bodies and looked over instinctively. He was originally the sect master of Goo Sect. Tao Lord Heavenly Silkworm's voice was deep as he recounted everything that happened in Goo Sect. The origin of this change in Goo Sect came from the sect master. Although the sect master of Goo Sect was a conjoint body mighty figure, he had been stuck at the conjoint body realm for more than 10,000 years without any breakthroughs. Seeing that he was already in his later years and had no hope of reaching the Mahayana realm in this lifetime, the sect master of Goo Sect was indignant and harbored evil thoughts. He began to use the secret skills of Goo Sect to nurture some ancient extinct goo worms. Among them was the metal-devouring goo. As time passed, the metal-devouring goo became stronger. The sect master of Goo Sect wanted to refine the metal-devouring goo as his destiny goo and fuse it into his body to increase his combat strength and lifespan. However, the metal-devouring goo was one of the top 10 ancient goo worms and had already gained sentience. It was not easy to control. During the refinement process, the metal-devouring goo counterattacked. In the end, the sect master of Goo Sect succeeded and indeed refined the metal-devouring goo, fusing with it. His combat strength and lifespan increased exponentially. However, at the same time, the essence spirit and consciousness of the sect master of Goo Sect fused with the metal-devouring goo and his personality changed drastically. To be precise, the metal-devouring goo that died in Night Spirit's hands was both the sect master of Goo Sect and the metal-devouring goo. In the consciousness of the metal-devouring goo, it naturally wanted to nurture as many goo worms as possible. However, the sect master of Goo Sect knew that this matter was extremely dangerous and could bring calamity and chaos to the sect. The two consciousnesses continued to fight, but in the end, the metal-devouring goo's consciousness gained the upper hand. From then on, Goo Sect changed. Some conjoint body realm goo masters who sensed the abnormality of Goo Sect's sect master were also killed mercilessly. Most of the goo masters in the sect became vessels for nurturing goo worms. Perhaps it was because of the sect master of Goo Sect's consciousness. Some of the remaining goo masters were imprisoned in this cave and were not killed. They were lucky to survive this calamity. Even so, they lost their freedoms. Among them, many goo masters died after expending their lifespans. The only things left of them were bones or corpses. Only Dharma characteristic Tao lords with lifespans of 10,000 years could last till now. When he heard that, Suzimo felt emotional. Who would have thought that a single mistake from the sect master of Goo Sect would cause this sect that had been passed down for countless years to suffer such a calamity? One of the 5 heretical doctrines, Goo Sect, was truly dead. Suzimo sighed softly and shot out a few sword chi from his fingertips. shattering the cages and releasing the remaining dozens of Gu Masters. Although these Gu Masters were Dharma-characteristic Tao Lords, most of them were already in their later years. Some of them were already at the end of their lifespans and did not have many years left. These Gu Masters had been imprisoned here for thousands of years. Now that they suddenly regained their freedom, there was no joy. They were stunned and could not recover from the shock. That metal-devouring Gu is dead. Su Zimo still said it. When they heard this news, the Gu Master's eyes started to ripple. Su Zimo took a deep breath of air and recounted the calamity of the Witch Gu in the North region in a simple manner. I've already burned down the entire Gu sect. You guys can leave now. Take care from now on. With that said, he turned to leave with Night Spirit. These dozens of Gu Masters were the only ones left in Gu sect. The Gu technique itself was not wrong. These Gu Masters were also innocent. Su Zimo did not kill them all. This could be considered as retaining the legacy of Gu techniques. Thank you, benefactor. Tao Lord Heavenly Silkworm could sense the pity in Su Zimo's tone. Due to the massive change in Gu sect coupled with his newfound freedom, in a moment of emotion, he knelt on the ground and cried. The remaining Gu Masters knelt one after another. May I know your Tao title, benefactor? Tao Lord Heavenly Silkworm asked hurriedly when he saw that Su Zimo was about to leave. Desolate Marshal. A long time later, a voice sounded from afar. When everyone looked up again, Su Zimo and the other person had already disappeared. Su Zimo looked at the corpse of the metal-devouring Gu and mulled for a moment before waving his sleeves to put it away. Although the metal-devouring Gu was dead and its blood chi was drained, its body was still extremely strong. For example, the front claws of the metal-devouring Gu were rare divine weapons even without refinement. A month passed. The miasma in that area had already dissipated. Most of it was incinerated by the Samadhi Dao fire. The 10,000 Gu swamp was now a thing of the past and Gu worms would no longer trouble the North region. Su Zimo and Night Spirit returned. Although Su Zimo was curious and confused about the taboo mentioned by the metal-devouring Gu, he did not take the initiative to ask. He respected Night Spirit. If Night Spirit did not say anything, he would not take the initiative to ask. Before long, Night Spirit chose to bring it up. Actually, my memories are incomplete as well. He hesitated for a moment. However, I know that in the primordial era, the extinction of my race was closely related to the primordial 9 races. When I see the Rakshasa, god and witch race beings, hatred and killing intent will arise in the depths of my memories. It's the hatred of them exterminating my race. Night Spirit's gaze was cold and his tone was sinister. At the mention of the Rakshasa, god and witch race, the killing intent he exuded made even Su Zimo's heart skip a beat. However, immediately after, Night Spirit's eyes revealed a hint of sadness as he murmured softly. I can sense that my clansmen are all dead. My father and mother are also dead. I no longer have any clansmen in this world. Others might not be able to understand Night Spirit's loneliness. Su Zimo did not dare to imagine how tragic it would be if he was the only human left in Tianhuang mainland. He might not be able to withstand it and break down completely. Night Spirit had always been cold to others, and it was rare to see such complicated emotions from him. Su Zimo patted him on the shoulder and consoled him softly. Perhaps you no longer have any blood-related clansmen by your side. However, you still have us. Monkey, the Spirit Tiger, and all of us. We're your brothers. That's right. Night Spirit nodded. I still have you guys. That's the reason why I don't dare to expose my race and reveal my true form to others. My enemies are the Rakshasa, god and witch race. There might even be others as well. He did not continue. However, Su Zimo could tell that Night Spirit was worried about implicating them. We're sworn brothers. Su Zimo's gaze was resolute as he smiled. Even if your enemies are the Rakshasa, god and witch race, we will stand by your side even against the primordial 9 races. Even if the entire world is your enemy, we will fight alongside you. Clenching his fists tightly, Night Spirit pursed his lips and nodded heavily. Although he had become sworn brothers with Su Zimo and the others all these years, He was worried about personal gains and losses and was mentally stressed. He loved spending time with Su Zimo and the others. However, he was worried that he would bring disaster to his brothers. After untying the knot in his heart, Night Spirit was much more spirited. Now that the goo worm trouble was resolved, the two of them headed towards Great Zhou, chatting and laughing. There was no need to hurry. A month ago, the North region was met with the goo worm calamity and was lifeless. Corpses that were harmed by the goo worms could be seen everywhere. But now, along the way, the two of them could clearly sense that the North region was gradually recovering its vitality. Everything was starting to get better. When they passed by a city, the two of them even bumped into cultivators of the Great Zhou who were here to cast a rain spell to release a divine rain that could resolve the goo worm calamity. It's all thanks to Xianxia this time round. When he saw that, Su Zimo could not help but smile. Yes, Night Spirit nodded. Xianxia has saved countless people over the years. Oh, Su Zimo glanced sideways and asked curiously, by the way, how did you guys survive the past 100 years? It had been more than 100 years since they parted ways in Myriad Phenomenon City. All these years, Xianxia had not returned to the Middle Continent. That was the reason why Su Zimo did not see Xianxia and Night Spirit when he reunited with Little Fatty, Lung Ro, and the others at the Thousand Crane Tea Party 10 years ago. Night Spirit replied, she's been saving people. Saving people? Su Zimo was momentarily stunned. Night Spirit said, she paid her respects to Su Hong. After leaving Pingyang Town, she roamed the North region. Every time she passed by a place, she would settle down temporarily and try her best to treat the patients there. Given her status as a disciple of Elixir Yang sect and the legacy of Elixir Pool sect, it's naturally not difficult for her to treat mortals. Her rescue deeds went on for more than 100 years. Over the years, we traveled to countless places and lost count of how many mortals she saved. Night Spirit recounted everything with a calm tone. However, Su Zimo's heart ached when he heard that. Su Hong's death had an even greater impact on Xianxia than he had imagined. Xianxia did not manage to save Su Hong in time. In fact, she did not even manage to be by his side before he died. This was a regret that she could not let go. For the past 100 years, Xianxia had been saving people. This was also a form of salvation for her. In reality, the mortals that Xianxia saved were merely a reflection of Su Hong. She was using this method to make up for her regrets. Su Hong's death did not only affect Xianxia but Su Zimo as well. To be precise, the reason why Su Zimo wanted to establish his Dao and allow everyone to cultivate and become an immortal was because he could not do anything when he saw Su Hong grow old. He had never thought about saving the masses. All he wanted was for the people around him to live well. If possible, he wanted to give everyone a chance for them to change their fates. Finally, Night Spirit smiled with a look of admiration. In the cultivation world, you might be famous for your desolate martial title. However, Xianxia is much more famous than you among the mortals of the North region. It was also thankful that Xianxia intervened for the calamity of the witch goo this time round. Otherwise, who knows how much of a catastrophe it would have caused. Su Zimo lamented as well. If there was truly any merit in this world, this was supreme merit. The Buddhist sutra said that saving a life was better than building a 7-storied pagoda. Xianxia's merit was immeasurable. Right then, a gigantic ancient city appeared before them. The city was bustling with people and carriages. In a corner of the city, a group of people were gathered. In the middle was an old man in a long robe with a scholarly crown on his head. He had a rosy complexion and was leaning against a chair. The old man pressed his left hand against a wooden block and waved his folding fan with his right. He spoke with a fluent voice and the surrounding mortals were entranced. When Su Zimo caught sight of the old man, he could not help but exclaim softly. On the other hand, Dao being lone soul had an evil nature. Upon his return, he released many ferocious goo worms that wreaked havoc upon the masses. As a result, disaster befell and many living beings died. The old man's tone was sinister. If the goo worms were allowed to wreak havoc, The entire land will be turned into a tomb with all the races buried together, let alone this city. Ah! A series of exclamations came from the crowd. It was clear that the old man was proficient in his craft and was able to manipulate the emotions of the masses. Upon his narration, many people felt as though they experienced the events personally. What should we do? Someone in the crowd could not help but ask. The old man was neither hurried nor slow as his left hand slammed down. With a bang, he changed the topic. At this critical moment, a woman stood out. This woman is practically the reincarnation of a medical immortal. She has miraculous hands that can bring spring back to life. Without resting, she spent countless efforts to refine elixirs and integrate them into the rain, sending down a divine rain to save the world. Through the old man's description, the witch goo calamity was filled with ups and downs that tugged at one's heartstrings. Of course, the old man did not say much about the Battle of Ethereal Peak and the capital of Great Show. He merely mentioned it briefly. After a long time, he stroked his long beard and nodded with a smile, fanning himself with a relaxed expression. However, discussions broke out in the crowd. So that's the case. No wonder there was a sudden rainfall a few days ago. So, it was because of this immortal doctor. That's right. My neighbor, Little Six, was about to die. I personally witnessed him recovering upon drinking a few mouthfuls of the rainwater. He's practically filled with life right now. Everyone discussed excitedly. Pfft, what immortal doctor. You make it sound so mysterious. Someone in the crowd harumphed in disdain. What did you say? Everyone glared at him angrily. That person was shocked. He had not expected such a huge reaction from a casual remark. Looking at everyone's expressions, they wanted nothing more than to tear him apart. It's just that the storyteller's mouth is full of nonsense. How can he be serious? The person gulped and was already feeling guilty as his voice turned softer. How is it not true? Someone immediately shouted. Everything else aside, there's no way the immortal doctor isn't real. That's right. Another person said. The immortal doctor came here before and saved many people. We saw it with our own eyes. Only the immortal doctor can possess such methods with such a benevolent heart. Everyone spoke one after another without any doubt. That person's face was pale and he could only leave dejectedly. Just as everyone was about to continue listening, they realized that the old storyteller had already disappeared. Nobody saw how the old man left and where he went. In the sky, the old man sat leisurely on the clouds. Su Zimo hurried forward and bowed. I'm Desolate Marshal. Greetings, Senior. This old man was none other than the one he had seen in the capital of Great Zhou more than 100 years ago, the one who single-handedly defended against a dragon. Senior, why are you here? Su Zimo could not help but ask out of curiosity. This old man was from Enigma Palace. The behavior of those from Enigma Palace was strange. Given the old man's cultivation and combat strength, he was already at the peak of Tianhuang mainland. But yet, he was fooling around in the mortal world, appearing within a city of the North region. In fact, he even told stories with a straight face. How was my narration? The old man asked with a smile. Splendid. Su Zimo laughed as well. The old man nodded. Actually, there's nothing bad about spreading the affairs of the cultivation world. This is especially the case for someone like Su Xiaoning. With her merits, she deserves to be remembered by the masses. Such a thing would be recorded in the history books of the cultivation world. However, mortals would rarely have the chance to come into contact with them. The old man roamed the North region and spread the news like a storyteller. If these stories were to be passed down, there might still be people who would remember them after many years. The old man's expression turned serious. I was initially in seclusion, but I had a sudden impulse. When I came out of seclusion, I realized that the North region was filled with resentment and was lifeless. I knew that something major had happened in the North region, so I hurried over. By the time I arrived, you guys had already settled it. That's good. The old man smiled and asked, actually, you played a huge role in the witch goo calamity as well. However, do you know why I didn't mention you earlier on? Su Zimo shook his head. The old man looked at Su Zimo with deep anticipation in his eyes. That's because you have even greater merit. You're desolate marshal who wishes to establish the Tao for the masses. That's the true fortune of the masses and the human race. Don't worry, senior. I'll definitely do my best and not let you down. Su Zimo cupped his fists with a resolute gaze. Good, good, good. The old man nodded and said, I'll wait for that day. Pausing for a moment, the old man's gaze shifted and landed on Night Spirit. His pupils suddenly constricted. Is this the black dog that was by your side back then? The old man suddenly asked. Yes, Su Zimo replied. Enigma Palace was known to be able to divine the mysteries of the world and leave nothing out. Naturally, such a thing could not be hidden from the old man before him. It did not matter as long as the old man could not recognize Night Spirit's race. Just as Su Zimo was deep in thought, the old man suddenly said a word that shocked the world. Su Zimo was stricken and jumped in shock. Night Spirit's gaze turned cold, and he almost attacked the old man uncontrollably. Taboo! The old man suddenly said that word. Su Zimo's expression changed starkly. Even though Night Spirit did not reveal his true form, his identity was still exposed by the old man. Back when Night Spirit was still the black dog, even the old man could not tell his background. But now he was exposed. As expected of a primordial taboo. Your killing intent is way too strong. The old man's tone was calm and emotionless as he chuckled. You actually wanted to attack me after I exposed your identity? Heh! Night Spirit was expressionless and merely looked at the old man coldly. In Night Spirit's heart, apart from Su Zimo and a few others, there was nothing that could not be killed. Senior Night Spirit? Su Zimo had just spoken when he was interrupted by the old man. The old man said, You don't have to worry. As long as he doesn't reveal his true form, not many people will be able to see through his background. However, he changed the topic and looked deeply at Night Spirit. Without continuing, he flicked his sleeves and left, saying indifferently, Good luck. In the blink of an eye, the old man vanished. It was only now that Su Zimo and Night Spirit heaved a sigh of relief. Unknowingly, both of them broke out in cold sweat. It was only then that Su Zimo realized what was going on. The moment he knew of Night Spirit's background, the old man's killing intent was definitely triggered as well. The Void Reversion Night Spirit was someone that even the old man of Enigma Palace was wary of. In fact, he even wanted to kill Night Spirit. If Night Spirit dared to attack, he would have been a corpse by now. However, later on, the old man seemed to have thought of something and held back without attacking. Su Zimo and Night Spirit returned to Great Zhou from Gu Sect and passed by some ancient cities that initially belonged to Great Yu. However, the royal flags in these ancient cities had changed to that of Great Zhou's. Some of the vassal states of Great Yu submitted as well. Su Zimo made a detour and entered the territories of Great Shang and Great Xia. He realized that this situation was not only within the territory of the Great Yu dynasty. Many vassal states of Great Xia and Great Shang had submitted as well. Su Zimo pondered for a moment and guessed the reason. The Witch Gu calamity this time round caused the people of the North region to be plunged into misery and suffering. This was especially so for the four dynasties. Many vassal states were destroyed because of this. As for the four dynasties, they were in a precarious situation because of this chaos. With Su Zimo and his sister in the Great Zhou dynasty, the battle in the capital suppressed most of the cultivation forces of the three dynasties. The emperors of the three dynasties were now in the capital of Great Zhou and had sworn allegiance to the Empress of Great Zhou, Xianxia. Once the news spread, chaos would definitely ensue in the three dynasties. Coupled with the Witch Gu calamity, the three dynasties disintegrated rapidly. At that moment, Xiaoning made her move and countless cultivators of Great Zhou headed to various parts of the Great Zhou dynasty's territory to change the weather, summoning divine rain to resolve the Witch Gu calamity. The reputation of the immortal doctor spread throughout the North region. Naturally, the vassal states of the three dynasties bowed in submission. Given the macro state of things, it did not matter even if the three dynasties had Dharma-characteristic Tao lords backing them. This is for the best too. Looking at the ground beneath his feet, Su Zimo murmured softly. If the Great Zhou dynasty could make use of this opportunity to annex and merge the other three dynasties into a new dynasty, there would be less wars in the North region. This was a good thing for everyone in the world. After the calamity of the Witch Gu, the people of the North region needed a chance to recuperate and could no longer endure the endless flames of war. Back in the capital of Great Zhou, Su Zimo met with Xianxia. That day, he arrived in time to resolve the crisis of Great Zhou before rushing to Ethereal Peak. The two of them did not have the time to talk. As Su Zimo had expected, although Xianxia was a woman, she was not inferior to men in her ambitions. She did not miss out on this opportunity to devise strategies and determine victory from 1,000 miles away. She attacked from afar and worked together to annex the territories of the three dynasties. The Great Zhou dynasty was finally flourishing under her rule. Xiaoning continued to refine elixirs in the capital. The destruction of the 10,000 Gu swamp was equivalent to severing the root of the Gu worms. The Witch Gu calamity had stabilized over the past month, and there was no need for her to refine elixirs day and night without rest. Xiaoning's condition was gradually improving as well. Su Zimo returned to Ethereal Peak to catch up with old friends like the old Immortal Crane and Xianxia. He did not have many old friends of the past left. Even Su Zimo's first master, the disheveled old man of Weapon Peak, died on Weapon Peak after his lifespan was depleted a few years ago. However, even at the end, the disheveled old man had a smile on his face. Every disciple that joined Ethereal Peak knew that the number one of the phenomenon ranking, the peerless monster incarnate of history, Su Zimo, was his disciple. Even though Ethereal Peak was slightly weakened after that battle, it was clear that it had grown stronger. This was akin to a rebirth through flames after surviving two calamities. Right now, Xianxia has the greatest potential in Ethereal Peak. She possessed the bloodline of the god race and had a long lifespan. Although more than 100 years had passed, Xianxia still looked the same. She stood quietly behind Su Zimo like a young girl. After Xianxia entered the Void Reversion realm, her status in Ethereal Peak was second only to the old Immortal Crane. She was extremely beautiful, coupled with her terrifying combat strength. She could even fight against the old Immortal Crane, and was conferred the title of the Goddess of Ethereal Peak by many disciples. Many Ethereal Peak disciples were heartbroken when Su Zimo returned. That was because the sacred and inviolable goddess in their hearts was actually by Su Zimo's side every day like a maidservant doing the chores that a Tao child should do. In the eyes of many disciples, this was practically blasphemy against a goddess. However, Xianxia did not mind. In her heart, Su Zimo had an extremely important position that no one could replace. This time round, Su Zimo was in no hurry to leave. Instead, he entered seclusion in Ethereal Peak and continued cultivating. Firstly, he was worried that some sect or faction would seek trouble with the Great Zhou dynasty or Ethereal Peak. After all, he and Night Spirit had not only killed the young master and blind old man of the witch race this time round. They even killed a Dharma-characteristic Tao Lord of Dragon Tiger sect and more than 100 void reversions. Secondly, his Green Lotus true body had yet to refine the energy he obtained from the tempering of the primordial divine spring in Gu sect completely. If he could refine all the energy, he might be able to cultivate to the peak of the late-stage void reversion realm. A year later, Ethereal Peak, Su Zimo broke out of seclusion. At the entrance of his cave abode, a beautiful and flawless girl stood there. Her eyes were blue and her nose was straight with skin as smooth as a porcelain doll. "Young master," she called softly. It was none other than Xianxia. "Young master, your cultivation has improved again." Xianxia swept her gaze across Su Zimo and could sense that his aura had increased tremendously after a year. "Yes." Su Zimo smiled and nodded. As he had expected, he had already absorbed the power of the divine spring that was fused into the Green Lotus true body within a year, and his cultivation had already reached the peak of the late-stage void reversion realm. He was only a step away from breaking through to the perfected void reversion realm. "Has anything happened in Great Zhou in the past year?" Standing in front of the cave abode, Su Zimo looked down at the mountains and forests beneath him and asked softly. "Nothing much," Xianxia said. The three dynasties of Great Xia, Great Yu and Great Shang have already been destroyed. The Great Zhou dynasty has already annexed all the territories of the three dynasties, and its power is still rising. All right? Su Zimo nodded. After pondering for a moment, he asked again, have Dharma-characteristic Tao lords of the three dynasties appeared? Did the descendants of their royal families attempt revenge? For the past year, he guarded Ethereal Peak. The reason why Night Spirit was guarding the capital of Great Zhou was because he was worried that something like that would happen. No, Xianxia shook her head. This is the trend of the world. Even if they're indignant, it's useless. There are almost no obstacles in the process of annexing the three dynasties. It can be considered as returning to the people's wishes. Any news from Dragon Tiger Sect? Su Zimo asked again. No, Xianxia shook her head. Pausing for a moment, she seemed to have recalled something and said suddenly, right, I heard that there's going to be a grand gathering in the cultivation world of the North region in a few days. It's called the North Region Tao Meet. The reason why it's called a Tao Meet is because the only ones who can attend are void reversion Tao beings and Dharma-characteristic Tao lords of the North region. It's said that the 10 upper sects of the North region and the various major cultivation clans will be present as well. North Region Tao Meet? Su Zimo's expression was calm when he heard that. He did not have much of a reaction and merely murmured softly. Xianxia continued, it's a gathering where void reversion Tao beings and Dharma-characteristic Tao lords of the North region spar, interact, and even trade. I heard that it's also to prepare for the fight for the Dharma-characteristic ranking in the near future. For cultivators, such a grand event was definitely a rare opportunity. As long as they participated in the event, even if they did not spar, they could watch from the sidelines and familiarize themselves with the dermic arts of other cultivators. If they could spar, verify, and interact with one another, their understanding of heaven and earth and dermic arts would be deeper. Some cultivators might be stuck at bottlenecks for hundreds or even thousands of years without any breakthroughs. However, in this event, they might be enlightened with a single sentence from others and find an opportunity to break through. Furthermore, void reversion Tao beings and Dharma-characteristic Tao lords of the North region would also be gathered at such a grand event. In reality, this event was a rare marketplace. Some cultivators might need treasures or materials that other cultivators might have. Both parties could trade items for treasures. Will there be cultivators of Glass Palace? After pondering for a moment, Su Zimo suddenly asked. I think so. Xianxia said, even though Glass Palace is one of the immortal sects, they shouldn't want to miss such a rare event. Su Zimo narrowed his eyes with a cold glint. There was something that lingered in his heart. Tao being Xianyu of Glass Palace, the culprit behind the destruction of the 13 cities of Yen country. Back at the Great Qian ruins, Tao being Xianyu was the one that shattered Su Zimo's golden core and forced him to leap into Dragon Burial Valley. Tao being Xianyu was also the one that snatched away the treasure that Little Fox guarded with her life, the fire-blocking basket. The feud between the two of them was extremely deep. The feud between Su Zimo and Glass Palace was also caused by Tao being Xianyu. There would definitely be a fight to the death between the two of them. Xianyu, now that more than 100 years have passed, I wonder if I should refer to you as a Tao being or Tao lord. Su Zimo murmured softly with a hint of killing intent in his eyes. After more than 100 years, Xianyu might still be a void reversion. Of course, there was also a chance that he might have already entered the Dharma-characteristic realm and became a Dharma-characteristic Tao lord. No matter if he was a void reversion or Dharma-characteristic, there was a high chance that Xianyu would partake in the North Region Tao Meet. That was because the North Region Tao Meet was a grand event specially prepared for void reversions and Dharma-characteristic Tao lords. Right then, two figures appeared in the distance and sped over on clouds. They arrived in the blink of an eye. One of them wore a black robe and had a sharp expression. His eyes were deep and his expression was cold. It was Night Spirit. The other person was tall and burly with a head of golden hair that was curled. His beard was also golden in color and was connected to his hair. That person had his chest bared and there was a lot of fur on it. He looked extremely rough. Su Zimo was stunned for a moment when he caught sight of the golden-haired man. He was overjoyed and could not help but laugh. 7. Long time no see. The golden-haired man was none other than the golden lion that was sworn siblings with Su Zimo, Night Spirit, and the others. The golden lion was ranked last among the 7 sworn siblings. Number 7. He was also equally excited when he saw Su Zimo. First, the two of them dispersed their clouds and descended as the golden lion shouted. Su Zimo went forward and punched the golden lion on the chest. He scolded jokingly, "You sure are happy on your own with your lover. You haven't seen your brothers for more than 100 years now." Back in Myriad Phenomenon City, Su Zimo and the others planned to head to Thousand Demon Valley. However, the golden lion was worried about its lover and decided to return to the Berserk Lion Ridge of the North region. The separation between the 7 siblings lasted for more than 100 years. "I remember it too." Night Spirit was delighted in this meeting between brothers as well and added a rare, teasing quip. "What was her name? Cuckoo? She was very nice to you." "Heh!" The golden lion lowered its head slightly and rubbed its furry palms, smiling embarrassedly. Su Zimo furrowed his brows slightly. Others might not be able to tell, but he could vaguely sense that something was bothering the golden lion. At the very least, the golden lion did not have the same old expression at the mention of cuckoo. On the contrary, there was a hint of pain, anger, and helplessness in the golden lion's eyes. Of course, that gaze flashed by. Coupled with the fact that the golden lion had lowered its head, Su Zimo did not manage to see clearly. He was filled with joy after reuniting with his brother after a long time and did not think too much about it. "Why are you guys together?" Su Zimo asked with a smile. "I was bored in the capital, so I came here to take a look," Night Spirit said. "To think that I would sense someone spying nearby the moment I arrived outside Ethereal Peak." When he heard that, Su Zimo laughed. There were not many people in this world who could hide from Night Spirit's senses. Even the hidden Death Sect disciples who were best at concealment could not do it. Pointing at the golden lion, Night Spirit continued, "I walked over secretly and saw him. If not for his yellow fur, I would have killed him." This was no joke. It was way too easy for Night Spirit to kill someone silently. "Fufu." The golden lion chuckled foolishly. "Night Spirit appeared suddenly like a ghost and gave me a fright." "You still have the cheek to say that?" Night Spirit said. "You stood in the forest in a daze, lost in thought. What were you thinking about?" "I'm fine." Rubbing his hands, the golden lion lowered his head subconsciously and said in a much lower voice, "Nothing much." This time round, Su Zimo was not the only one. Even Night Spirit and Xianxia noticed something amiss with the golden lion. The 3 of them exchanged glances without saying anything. When Su Zimo saw that the golden lion was travel-worn and looked tired, he patted the latter on the shoulder. "Let's go. Don't just stand here. Come into the cave abode and sit down. Let's drink and talk." "Yes." The golden lion nodded. The 4 of them headed towards the cave abode. After taking a few steps, Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat and he glanced sideways. Previously, none of them noticed anything when the golden lion rode on his auspicious cloud. However, as they walked, he noticed that the golden lion's footsteps were not nimble. They were deep and shallow. Although the golden lion was intentionally restraining himself, his leg was clearly crippled. Night Spirit noticed it as well and exclaimed softly. Almost at the same time, Su Zimo and Night Spirit stopped in their tracks and turned around. Both of them had stern expressions as they looked at the golden lion with bright eyes. "What's going on?" Su Zimo asked coldly. The golden lion grit its teeth as though it wanted to say something. However, after hesitating for a long time, it sighed and lowered its head. "It's nothing much." The golden lion lowered his head and wanted to continue forward, but Su Zimo grabbed him. "What's going on?" He glared at the golden lion and his tone turned heavier. The golden lion did not dare to meet Su Zimo's gaze and merely said in a low, muffled voice, "I merely lost a fight against someone because I'm weaker." Although the golden lion's words were simple, Su Zimo knew that there must be more to it than meets the eye. Otherwise, the golden lion would not have such an expression. In the depths of his eyes, he was conflicted and clearly had something on his mind. Who did it? Night Spirit's gaze was cold and his tone was murderous. Ever since Night Spirit was born in Ethereal Peak, he had no clansmen. He had always viewed Su Zimo and the others as his kin. Although the Golden Lion only knew him later on, they had fought side by side before and were sworn brothers. Now that the Golden Lion was severely injured, Night Spirit's killing intent was triggered. At their cultivation realm, coupled with the fact that the Golden Lion was a pure-blooded ferocious beast with a powerful bloodline, his regeneration capabilities were shocking. Even if someone broke his leg, he would recover after resting for a period of time. But now, the Golden Lion was limping and was already crippled. One could imagine how badly his leg was injured back then. The Golden Lion hung his head slightly in silence. However, Su Zimo and the others could tell the struggle in the Golden Lion's eyes. "7, what are you afraid of? What can't you say?" Frowning, Night Spirit asked again. "It's not that I can't say it. It's useless even if I do." The Golden Lion laughed bitterly. "I know that you guys want to help me, but let's forget about this matter. Are you afraid of implicating us?" Su Zimo raised his brow. "Tell me first, who is the other party and what is his background?" The Golden Lion hesitated for a moment. When he thought of that person, endless rage surged in his eyes. Finally, he could not hold it in any longer and grit his teeth. "He's from the Yuan clan." "Yuan clan?" Su Zimo's expression was indifferent. "Yuan of the 4 gentry cultivation clans?" In the North region, there were 4 gentry clans that were comparable to the 10 upper sects of the North region. They were strong and had deep foundations. During the fight at the Great Chen Ruins, Su Zimo had interacted with these sects and factions. "That's right." The Golden Lion nodded and said hatefully, "Cuckoo and I stayed in Wild Lion Ridge for 100 years peacefully. 10 years ago, I heard about the news of First in the Middle Continent's Thousand Crane Tea Party. Because I missed you guys, I discussed with Cuckoo and we prepared to head to the Middle Continent to look for you guys. However, not long after we left the Wild Lion Ridge, we encountered that person, Yuan Wushuang. At the mention of this person, besides anger and hatred, there was also fear and helplessness in the Golden Lion's eyes. Cuckoo is a variant of the Golden Lion clan and is special with an entirely pure gold body. When Yuan Wushuang caught sight of Cuckoo, he had thoughts of taking her as his mount. The Golden Lion paused for a moment and sighed softly. "He's too strong. Although we were both at the Void Reversion realm, we lasted less than 10 moves against him despite our combined strength." At that point, Su Zimo and Night Spirit looked calm. Void reversions were no longer a threat to them. Xianxia said naturally, "There's no need to worry about void reversions. With young master around, we can snatch Kuka back at any time." The Golden Lion laughed bitterly again, shaking his head and saying, "You all didn't fight him, so you don't know how powerful he is. If First hadn't been crippled by a half-martial ancestor, he might be able to win over him. Now that First has lost his physique and utmost treasures like the Divine Phoenix Bone and Creation Green Lotus, he's definitely no match for him." During the battle at the capital of Great Zhou, the cultivators of the 3 dynasties either died or were injured. Those who survived had already submitted to Xianxia. In the Battle of Ethereal Peak, all the cultivators of Dragon Tiger sect were wiped out. These 2 battles were not seen by outsiders. The cultivators of the North region had only received some vague news and knew that Dao being Desolate Marshal had returned. However, not many people knew the details of the 2 battles. The outside world still thought that Dao being Desolate Marshal had fallen from grace and was now no different from the masses. Even the Golden Lion felt the same way. After all, many cultivators had witnessed a half-martial ancestor crippling his body and shattering his creation Green Lotus. The Golden Lion said, "This Yuan Wushuang is known as the #1 genius in the history of the Yuan clan. His talent is heaven-defying, and he is blessed with luck. He has obtained countless immortal encounters, and is known as the #1 Dao being in the North region. Oh, in that case, he does have some ability." Su Zimo nodded and said indifferently, "One of the immortal sects, Glass Palace, was located in the North region. The fact that Yuan Wushuang could be called the #1 Dao being in the North region meant that his combat strength surpassed many of Glass Palace's successors. This was indeed not easy. However, those titles were nothing to Su Zimo, who were the void reversions that died in his hands 10 years ago. They were the titular disciples of the super sex. What happened to Diin, whom people claimed was comparable to the human emperor? No matter how strong Yuan Wushuang was, could he compare to Diin? Su Zimo did not explain and asked again. What happened after that? He broke your legs after abducting Cuckoo. No, the golden lion shook his head. Back then, I was severely injured and nearly lost my life. Thankfully, a treasure I obtained in the ancient battlefield saved my life. When I woke up, Yuan Wushuang had already left. Half a year later, I recovered from my injuries and snuck into the Yuan clan. However, Yuan Wushuang saw me and suppressed me. If Kuka hadn't pleaded for me, I would have died 9 years ago. At the mention of this, the golden lion's eyes still carried indescribable pain. Not many people would be able to bear watching their beloved plead for them in front of their enemies. The golden lion gritted his teeth and said, Yuan Wushuang said that while I can avoid death, I can't avoid punishment. In order to teach me a lesson, he broke all the bones in my right leg and crushed them into fingernail-sized pieces. He even cut my hamstring into pieces. At this point, the golden lion's voice was trembling. His eyes were bloodshot and his expression was filled with hatred, as though he had returned to that night 9 years ago. He would never be able to forget how Yuan Wushuang had stepped on him and looked down at him from above. He would never be able to forget the disdain and ridicule in Yuan Wushuang's eyes. He would never be able to forget Yuan Wushuang's devilish voice. Little lion, I want you to remember forever not to provoke me. This time, I will only cripple one of your legs as a reminder. Next time, I will break all the bones in your body piece by piece. He would never be able to forget how Cuckoo knelt beside Yuan Wushuang's feet and wept loudly, begging for forgiveness. This scene was like a sharp blade that was stabbed into his chest. The pain was unbearable. The 9 years of heart-wrenching pain tortured this heroic man until he was afraid of everything. He no longer had the spirit he had in the past. Xianxia's eyes were red as she turned her head away, unable to bear to look at the golden lion. With a cold expression, Su Zimo patted the golden lion's arm gently and said in an icy voice, Stop talking. We're leaving tomorrow. Follow me to the North Region Dao meet. Early the next morning, Su Zimo and the others bade farewell to the old immortal crane and left Ethereal Peak. There were not many people in their group for this trip. There was only Su Zimo, Night Spirit, the Golden Lion, and Xianxia. Actually, Su Zimo did not intend to bring Xianxia along. However, he could not withstand her coaxing and pestering. On second thought, Xianxia had half of the god race's bloodline after all. Now that she had stepped into the void reversion realm, she should be able to protect herself against Dharma characteristic Dao Lords. Furthermore, there was still him and Night Spirit. They boarded a spirit vessel controlled by Night Spirit and soon disappeared from Ethereal Peak. Not long after he left, the Golden Lion felt a little uneasy. First, Night Spirit, I know that you guys want to help me and can't take this lying down. However, there are many experts gathered at the North Region Dao meet. You guys can't risk your lives for me. The Golden Lion said with a troubled expression. Yuan Wushuang is backed by the Yuan clan, which is on good terms with other sects and factions. The 4 of us have no chance of winning. Furthermore, I heard that there will be many Dharma characteristic Dao Lords gathered at the North Region Dao meet. Let's not go. 7. Why have you become so timid? Night Spirit teased. The Golden Lion's face turned red, quickly arguing. It's not that I'm timid. It's nothing even if I lose my life. However, I'm worried about implicating you guys. Don't think too much. Su Zimo waved his hand. I'm not going to the North Region Dao meet just for you. I have other things to do. Ah? The Golden Lion was stunned. Su Zimo explained. The cultivators of Dragon Tiger sect interfered in the Witch Goo calamity a year ago. They haven't been accountable for that matter just yet. Also, I have a deep grudge against Dao being Xianyu of Glass Palace. I'm gonna see if I can bump into him. Even if you weren't involved, I'd still head to the North Region Dao meet." The Golden Lion seemed to be still worried and said, "First, you must be careful when we arrive at the North Region Dao meet. Don't be reckless. Don't worry. I know what I'm doing." Su Zimo smiled calmly. After pondering for a moment, the Golden Lion reverted to his true form on the spirit vessel. He shrank continuously until he was almost half a person tall. The originally majestic and ferocious Golden Lion now looked like a harmless pet. The reason why the Golden Lion did this was because he was worried he might bring Su Zimo unnecessary trouble. That was because after cultivating to fiend demons, they could take on human form, and it was difficult for cultivators to see through their flaws. Therefore, in the cultivation world, if fiend demons were discovered in human form, they would be surrounded and killed by cultivators immediately. It was not hard to imagine how terrifying it was to have a fiend demon in human form sandwiched between many cultivators. All the cultivators would subconsciously assume that this fiend demon had ulterior motives. If a fiend demon were to transform into his true form and shrink to the size of a pet, other cultivators would know that the fiend demon was a cultivator's mount or spirit pet. If it was 10 years ago, the Golden Lion would not have cared about such minor details. Su Zimo would not have minded either. However, the Golden Lion had experienced too much in the past 10 years and had become extremely cautious. He was afraid that Su Zimo and Night Spirit would suffer a calamity because of him and leave his side just like Cuckoo. Night Spirit opened his mouth slightly, as though he wanted to say something but held it back. Both he and Su Zimo knew that the Golden Lion had already developed a knot in its heart. Even if others tried to persuade it, it would be useless. The only way to resolve this mental knot was through Yuan Wushuang. Night Spirit controlled the spirit vessel and sped for an entire day and night before leaving the territory of Great Zhou. After the Great Zhou dynasty annexed the Great Xia, Great Shang and Great Yu dynasties, its territory was many times larger than before. Of course, the Great Zhou dynasty was far from being able to be called an empire. Its strength was far inferior compared to the Great Qian Empire 10,000 years ago. That was because there were no super sects in the territory of Great Zhou. Not to mention super sects, there weren't even any factions like the 10 upper sects, aristocratic families, or gentry clans. In the past, there were 2 super sects in the Great Qian Empire. To be called an empire, one had to possess absolute dominance in a major region. The Great Zhou dynasty was far from that. The moment the spirit vessel left the territory of Great Zhou, a spirit vessel appeared not far away from them. It was leaving Great Zhou as well and sped alongside the spirit vessel of Su Zimo and the others. The spirit vessel was majestic and domineering. It was clearly extraordinary. Compared to the spirit vessel opposite, the spirit vessel that Su Zimo and the others sat on was much more simple and crude. Su Zimo's gaze shifted to the gigantic spirit vessel opposite him. There were 6 people at the bow, 3 youngsters, 2 male and 1 female. Behind the 3 youngsters were 2 middle-aged men. The gigantic spirit vessel was controlled by another old man in plain clothes. The old man looked ordinary. However, Su Zimo was sharp and experienced. He had interacted with cultivators like that too many times. Even without using his spirit consciousness, he could sense that the old man was a Dharma characteristic Tao Lord. It was not only the old man. Even the 2 middle-aged men behind the 3 youngsters were Dharma characteristic Tao Lords. It was quite rare to meet 3 Dharma characteristic Tao Lords in this vicinity. Su Zimo thought of something and narrowed his eyes. His gaze landed on the 3 youngsters. There were 2 men and 1 woman. The 2 men were at the nascent soul realm while the woman was at the void reversion realm. Wearing brocade robes, the 2 men were handsome and looked extremely noble. The woman in the middle was beautiful and dignified. She wore a moon-white Tao robe and was tall with a voluptuous figure. Her black hair was like ink that hung down her head and swayed gently. A few strands of black hair brushed past that elegant and refined face, contrasting her pensive expression. The 3 of them had unique auras, and Su Zimo already had a guess about their backgrounds. At that moment, the 6 people on the gigantic spirit vessel noticed Su Zimo as well. The old man was focused on the spirit vessel the entire time and did not turn back. The two Dharma-characteristic middle-aged men merely glanced at Su Zimo and the others. When they realized that they were only void reversions, they did not pay much attention and retracted their gazes. On the other hand, the beautiful woman's gaze lingered. Her eyes swept past Su Zimo's group of 4 before landing on him. Turning around, she cupped her fists with a smile and asked loudly, "Fellow Taoist, where are you going?" "North Region Tao Meet," Su Zimo replied. "Ah?" The beautiful woman chuckled and invited with a sincere expression. "That's great. We're going to the North Region Tao Meet as well. Why don't we travel together? How about taking a seat on our vessel?" Night Spirit pouted in disapproval. The 4 of them were close and naturally did not want to bother about strangers. Night Spirit had just opened his mouth and was about to reject when Su Zimo laughed and agreed readily. "Sure." A look of doubt flashed through the eyes of Night Spirit and the other 2. This did not seem like Su Zimo's style. However, the 3 of them realized that there must be a reason for this and decided to wait and see. Su Zimo's group of 4 descended on the gigantic spirit vessel. The spirit vessel was extremely sturdy and there were many formation patterns etched on its surface. It was obvious that it was created by a master. It was even more classy on the spirit vessel where many of the structures were made of pure gold. On the bow was a sandalwood table with many spirit fruits and immortal peaches on it. There was even a steaming pot of fragrant tea. "Fellow Taoist, please take a seat." The beautiful woman did not look at anyone else and merely extended an invitation to Su Zimo. She knew what was going on. Although this was just their first meeting, she could roughly guess the hierarchy between the 4 of them. Among the 4 of them, the green-robed cultivator was clearly the leader. Although the golden-haired girl behind the green-robed cultivator was good-looking, she followed the green-robed cultivator the entire time and was half in status beneath him. She should be a maidservant. That golden lion should be the green-robed cultivator's spirit pet or mount. The golden lion was a pure-blooded, ferocious beast. Not everyone could subdue a golden lion of the void reversion realm. As for the black-robed man, there was a high chance that he was also a servant since he was the one controlling the spirit vessel previously. In the cultivation world, it was normal to have some servants at the void reversion realm. After all, it was impossible for void reversions to cultivate spirit herbs, raise spirit beasts, or deal with trivial matters personally. In reality, although her guess was a little different, she was not wrong in her judgment. Indeed, Su Zimo was the leader of the 4. Su Zimo did not decline and sat down. He looked around and praised, "Fellow Taoist, this spirit vessel is truly not bad." He sat there and enjoyed the warm breeze, eating immortal fruits and drinking hot tea. He enjoyed the scenery of the majestic mountains and rivers. When the 2 men saw Su Zimo's expression, a look of disdain flashed through their eyes. "I wonder where this country bumpkin came from. How did he manage to cultivate to the void reversion realm if he had never even seen a spirit vessel as such before?" Both of them sneered internally. Despite their contempt, the 2 of them did not care much and sat down without saying anything. To be fair, both of them were at the nascent soul realm and it was somewhat abrupt for them to sit together with a void reversion. The beautiful woman frowned slightly but did not say anything. Naturally, Su Zimo could not be bothered. The same way the beautiful woman sized up the 4 of them, he had long seen through the group of them as well. Although the 3 Dharma-characteristic Tao Lords had the highest cultivation, their status was beneath the 3 youngsters. Among the 3 youngsters, the 2 men were clearly more simple-minded and looked like playboys from the royal family. The woman before him was elegant and dignified with an outstanding aura. "How should I address you, fellow Taoist?" the beautiful woman asked with a smile. Su Zimo replied, "My surname is Su." The beautiful woman was stunned for a moment before feeling relieved. In the cultivation world, it was normal for strangers to not tell each other their full or real names. After all, one had to be wary of others. The beautiful woman was tactful and did not continue asking. She merely raised a cup of fragrant tea and said with a smile, "I'm Yulan, Brother Su. It's fate that I was able to meet you here in the North region. Here, I'll use tea as a replacement for wine and offer you a toast." Unknowingly, the woman called Yulan changed her way of addressing Su Zimo, from fellow Taoist to Brother Su. The distance between the two of them seemed to have closed up as well. "You're welcome, fellow Taoist," Su Zimo replied indifferently. He raised his teacup and drank it in one gulp. Yulan smiled and asked, "Brother Su, you have an extraordinary bearing. You must be from some major sect, right?" Although she seemed to be praising him, in reality, she was also trying to find out more about Su Zimo. "I'm just an itinerant cultivator." Su Zimo shook his head and smiled. That was indeed the truth. 100 years ago, he had already left Ethereal Peak when he offended Glass Palace and traveled to the Middle Continent. Yulan stared at Su Zimo with her beautiful eyes. When she saw that the latter was calm and did not seem to be faking it, she was slightly relieved. When the two men heard that Su Zimo was an itinerant cultivator, their contempt intensified and they pursed their lips instinctively. The two men no longer paid attention to Su Zimo. Instead, their gazes would drift behind Su Zimo from time to look at the slender, golden-haired girl. There was a strange glint in their eyes. Glancing at Yulan, Su Zimo suddenly asked, "Where are you from, fellow Taoist?" Yulan's expression was a little dejected as she shook her head and sighed. "My family fell and was destroyed by my enemies. Sigh. There's no point mentioning it." "Oh," Su Zimo asked curiously, "what enemies?" Yulan hesitated for a moment and looked into Su Zimo's clear eyes. After a long time, she made up her mind and said slowly, "To be honest, cough." Right then, a violent cough sounded from the bow of the vessel, interrupting Yulan. The old man who was initially controlling the spirit vessel stood up unsteadily and lamented. "I'm getting old. Sigh. My body can't take it anymore after controlling the spirit vessel for a while." He staggered towards them. Yulan stood up hurriedly with a concerned expression. "Sorry." She smiled apologetically at Su Zimo, supported the old man and left the table, heading towards the cabin. Su Zimo smiled faintly. The old man was a Dharma-characteristic Tao Lord. Although he was already in his twilight years, he was far from being this weak. The reason why that scene unfolded was because the old man did not want Yulan to continue. Yulan instantly understood the old man's intentions and supported him to leave temporarily. This sort of trick could be hidden from those who were inexperienced. For example, the two men in brocade robes at the table were gorging themselves and did not seem to have noticed anything. However, it was useless against Su Zimo. He remained silent and observed the situation. The moment they returned to the cabin and closed the door, Yulan frowned and said softly, "Uncle Zhang, if there's anything, you can just send a voice transmission with your spirit consciousness. Why did you have to do this?" The old man straightened his back and regained his rosy complexion. He was hale and hearty and did not look old at all. Uncle Zhang shook his head. "Princess, please don't take offense. If I use a spirit consciousness transmission, there will definitely be spirit consciousness fluctuation. There's a chance that Lad might be able to sense it. There's an array formation in this cabin that can isolate spirit consciousness and sound. It's only safe to speak here." Yulan nodded and did not harp on this matter. She asked, "Why did you interrupt me, Uncle Zhang? We only met by chance with that person. Are you really going to reveal your background?" Uncle Zhang asked in a deep voice with a grim expression. Yulan nodded. Although fellow Taoist Su is at the void reversion realm, he has an extraordinary bearing. If we can befriend him and gain his trust, it might be a great help to our revival. What can an itinerant cultivator at the void reversion realm help us with? The old man did not think much of it. "Princess, don't think that he's so great just because he has a golden lion mount. I noticed that the golden lion is crippled. It's nothing special. Uncle Zhang, believe me." Yulan had a resolute expression. "My judgment of people is not wrong. This person is not simple." On the bow, not long after Yulan supported the old man and left, Night Spirit, whose head was initially lowered and was silent, flickered his eyes as though he sensed something. First, that Yulan person is a princess. Night Spirit used his spirit consciousness to send a voice transmission to Su Zimo. There was indeed an array formation above the cabin that could isolate spirit consciousness and sound. In fact, Even Su Zimo could not hear the conversation between Yulan and the other person. However, Night Spirit could hear it. Yes, Su Zimo replied without any surprise. You knew about it long ago first? Night Spirit asked in surprise. Su Zimo smiled gently and sent a voice transmission. Yulan is a princess while the other two are princes. If I'm not wrong, the three of them should be from the Great Yu, Great Xia and Great Shang dynasties. Ah? Night Spirit was even more surprised. Su Zimo explained. This spirit vessel is classy and graceful. It's filled with jewels and treasures. If you take a closer look, you'll see many features of the royal family. Furthermore, the way the three of them sit and walk is different from ordinary cultivators. Only those from the royal family would possess such characteristics. After pondering for a moment, Night Spirit came to a realization. When he saw the three of them, he felt that there was something familiar about them. It turned out that the three of them were similar to Xianxia in that they came from royalty. That's not all. Su Zimo continued. This spirit vessel came from the Great Zhou dynasty's territory, and there are 3 Dharma characteristic Tao lords on it. The only factions in the Great Zhou dynasty that have 3 Dharma characteristic Tao lords are the 3 dynasties. Prior to this, he was already curious. Normally, the 3 dynasties should have Dharma characteristic Tao lords guarding them. However, after the 3 dynasties were destroyed, the 3 Dharma characteristic Tao lords disappeared without a trace. To think that they had hidden themselves alongside the bloodline of the royal families of the 3 dynasties. Right now, they seem to be heading to the North region Tao meet with a motive. The 3 dynasties were destroyed by the Great Zhou. To a certain extent, the bloodline of the 3 dynasties posed a threat to Xianxia. First, should we? When Night Spirit knew of their identities, his tone suddenly turned sinister. Let's wait a little longer and see what plans they have. Su Zimo shook his head gently. If these people cultivated peacefully from now on and did not interfere in the fight between the dynasties, there was no need for him to kill them all. Su Zimo and Night Spirit were communicating through spirit consciousness. On the other side, the 2 princes were also communicating through their spirit consciousnesses. After a long time, they exchanged glances and revealed sinister smiles. Miss, stop standing. Come and sit as well. The slightly plump, brocade-robed man narrowed his eyes and greeted with a chuckle, sizing Nian Qi up brazenly. Nian Qi merely glanced at that person indifferently without saying anything or moving. He was one of the princes of Great Shang and had seen countless women. However, those women were nothing compared to the girl before him. Not only was the prince not enraged by Nian Qi's cold and handsome appearance, he was even more tempted. Earlier on, he had already discussed with the Prince of Great Xia beside him on how to take down this girl. In the worst-case scenario, they would have the 2 imperial advisors kill the green-robed cultivator. The 2 imperial advisors were Dharma characteristic Tao lords after all and stood right behind them. When the Prince of Great Xia saw that Nian Qi did not react, he chuckled and stood up. Extending his palm, he grabbed Nian Qi's wrist and said, "Don't be shy. Come and sit." Initially, Su Zimo was communicating through spirit consciousness with Night Spirit. The moment he caught sight of the Prince of Great Xia extending his arm, Su Zimo's gaze turned cold instantly. Right away, the temperature of the entire vessel dipped. The atmosphere seemed to have frozen. Initially, the 2 Dharma characteristic Tao lords standing at the side merely frowned slightly at the sight. Suddenly, both of them shuddered and gasped. Pest! The killing intent that the green-robed cultivator exuded made both of them shudder. If that was the case for Dharma characteristic Tao lords, it was even worse for the princes of Great Shang and Great Xia who were merely at the nascent soul realm and were weaker. Instantly, their bodies turned extremely stiff and their expressions froze as well. Their eyes were filled with shock and their hairs stood on end. It was as though they were about to face a calamity the next moment. Who was Su Zimo? How many people had he killed? What sort of people had he killed? Even ordinary void reversions would not be able to withstand his killing intent, let alone nascent souls. It was even possible for cowards to be scared to death on the spot. You better retract your claws? Su Zimo's gaze shifted to the Prince of Great Xia and he said indifferently, Unless you don't want them anymore. His tone was extremely calm. However, it sent chills down one's spine, almost without hesitation, as though it was an instinct to avoid danger. The Prince of Great Xia retracted his arm and retreated a few steps, hiding behind a Dharma-characteristic Tao Lord. Cling! Clang! The Prince of Great Shang stood up hurriedly. In his panic, he bumped into his seat and made a sound. His face was pale and his legs went limp. He nearly fell to the ground and scrambled to hide behind another Dharma-characteristic Tao Lord. I Imperial Advisor. He wants to kill me. The voice of the Prince of Great Shang trembled slightly with a shocked expression. The two Dharma-characteristic Tao Lords no longer cared about shame when they saw how useless their princes were. Both of them had grim expressions and fixed their gazes on Su Zimo. Fellow Taoist, what's the meaning of this? One of the Dharma-characteristic Tao Lords took a deep breath and composed himself once more, his gaze turning sharp. He was at the Dharma-characteristic realm after all. The green-robed cultivator before him was only at the void reversion realm. They might have been imagining things earlier on. What's wrong with that? Right then, not far away, the door of the cabin opened and Yulan and the old man at the helm walked out, asking loudly. Initially, Yulan was chatting with Uncle Zheng. However, she realized that something had happened at the bow of the vessel and hurried over. Yulan, you came at the right time. The Prince of Great Xia mustered his courage and said, "This impertinent Su tried to rebel and actually wanted to kill us." Oh, Yulan's expression did not change as she asked, "Why did he try to kill you?" Because the Prince of Great Xia was stumped momentarily. It was way too embarrassing to mention that he harbored ill intentions towards the maidservant. The Prince of Great Shang braced himself and declared loudly, "No matter what, he has committed a grave sin by wanting to kill us. He deserves death. Get lost." Suddenly, Yulan hollered with a dark expression and said coldly, "Return to the cabin and stay there obediently. Don't come out and embarrass yourself." The Prince of Great Shang shrank his neck and did not dare to make a sound. However, the Prince of Great Xia had an indignant expression as he turned around. "Imperial Advisor, the Dharma-characteristic Tao Lord sighed. "You guys should head back and reflect on yourselves." Upon hearing that, the two princes felt their hearts turn cold. They could only grit their teeth and swallow their anger before turning to leave. The two princes were indignant. However, they did not know that if Yulan had not asked them to leave, they would have been two corpses by now. If the two imperial advisors wanted to protect them, they would die along with them. "Brother Su, I'm sorry." Yulan revealed an apologetic expression and bowed towards Su Zimo, saying sincerely, "No matter how they offended you earlier on, I'll apologize to you here." It was out of Su Zimo's expectations that Yulan would do something like that given her status as a princess. They had only met by chance to think that Yulan would stand on his side and even offend the two princes. Initially, he had intended to make use of this incident to start a massacre. Now that Yulan was like that, it was not convenient for him to make a move. Su Zimo nodded without saying anything more. The imperial advisors of Great Shang and Great Xia exchanged glances and lamented internally. Their two princes were royalty as well. However, compared to Princess Yulan, they were like dung. Faced with the same situation of their dynasty's destruction, the Princess of Great Yu before them was trying her best to befriend various major sects, factions and paragons so that she can revive her dynasty. However, their princes were merely thinking about women. The two imperial advisors had already decided that if the trip to the North Region Dao meet resulted in a successful revival of their dynasties, they would follow Princess Yulan. In their opinion, Princess Yulan, who was similarly a woman, was no weaker than the current Empress of Great Zhou. The reason why the Empress of Great Zhou could gain her current achievements was all because of that Dao being desolate martial. Uncle Zheng continued to steer the spirit vessel forward. Yulan sat back down and pondered for a moment before saying, "To be honest, I'm a princess of the Great Yu dynasty. Those two are princes of the Great Xia and Great Shang dynasties." After saying that, Yulan paused for a moment and looked into Su Zimo's eyes. The two imperial advisors standing behind her felt their hearts skip a beat as they glared at Su Zimo, wanting to see how the latter would react. Unfortunately, they were disappointed. Su Zimo's expression was calm and his eyes were deep without any emotions. It was as though the title of prince and princess was no different from any other mortal in the eyes of the green-robed cultivator. How could this be? Could it be that this green-robed cultivator had not even heard of the 4 dynasties of the North region? The two imperial advisors muttered internally. Right then, Su Zimo said indifferently, "From what I know, the 3 dynasties of Great Xiang, Great Xia and Great Yu have already been destroyed." When Yulan saw that Su Zimo did not show any hostility, she was relieved. Yes. She let out a bitter laugh and sighed gently. It coincidentally happened when our dynasty was down on our luck, as fate would dictate. After a brief pause, Yulan's gaze turned resolute once more. However, I'm indignant. I'm not willing to lose to the Empress of Great Zhou. I want to revive my dynasty. Revive your dynasty? Su Zimo raised his brow. Yulan nodded heavily. The reason why the Great Zhou dynasty is in such a state today is not because of how strong they are. It's just because of a combination of many factors. That was true. The reason why the Great Zhou dynasty was able to unify so smoothly was mainly because of the calamity of the Witch Goo. It caused the 3 dynasties to collapse and fall apart without fighting. Yulan continued, I believe that I'm not inferior to the Empress of Great Zhou. Her only backing is just that Dao being desolate martial. When he heard that, a strange look flashed through Su Zimo's eyes. Although Dao being desolate martial was famous in the current cultivation world, not many people had seen his appearance. Yulan did not know that the person sitting in front of her was Dao being desolate martial. Yulan did not notice the strange look in Su Zimo's eyes and continued, to be honest, the reason why I'm heading to the North Region Dao meet is to look for a paragon that can suppress Dao being desolate martial. You want to suppress desolate martial? Heh! Su Zimo laughed and shook his head slightly. Yulan thought that Su Zimo did not believe her and said hurriedly, Brother Su, Dao being desolate martial's body was crippled by a half-martial ancestor, and he lost his divine phoenix bone and the creation green lotus. His combat strength is no longer as strong as before. Furthermore, there are many exceptional paragons and monster incarnates in this generation. There are people who can go against desolate martial. Oh? Name them, Su Zimo asked. Yulan said, I heard that the Yuan clan of the 4 major cultivation clans has given birth to a monster incarnate. His Dao title is Wushuang, and he is the number 1 Dao being of the North region. The reason why I'm heading to the North region Dao meet is because I hope to get this person to help. If Dao being Wushuang can make a move to suppress desolate martial and fight against ethereal peak with the Yuan clan's power, great, you will definitely be able to revive our dynasty. Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat, and he realized that Dao being Wushuang should be Yuan Wushuang. At the mention of Dao being Wushuang, a look of hatred flashed through the eyes of the Golden Lion. However, he was sprawled on the side and no one noticed him. Su Zimo asked again, Do you have a deep relationship with Dao being Wushuang? Not really. Yulan shook her head and sighed gently. Although we're both at the Void Reversion realm, I don't have the chance to come into contact with Dao being Wushuang given his status. I'm just a stranger. If that's the case, why would he help you? Su Zimo asked. When she heard that question, Yulan suddenly fell silent. The atmosphere became awkward. Forget it. Forget it. Su Zimo waved it off casually. To be fair, Su Zimo was not curious what methods Yulan would use to employ Yuan Wushuang's help. He was merely asking casually earlier on. Yulan took a deep breath and suddenly raised her head. I heard that Dao being Wushuang likes beauties. Pausing for a moment, her face turned slightly red. Gritting her teeth, she said, I think that I'm not bad looking. Furthermore, I'm at the Void Reversion realm and was once the Princess of Great Yu. I believe that he'll definitely be interested. Su Zimo was momentarily stunned. He had not expected Yulan to have such plans. Is it worth it? Su Zimo asked instead. As long as I can help Great Yu revive, there's nothing wrong with sacrificing my body. Yulan's tone was firm. But right after, her eyes dimmed and she smiled bitterly. I'm sure you must be despising me, right? That's right. I deserve to be looked down upon for belittling myself like this. This was something extremely private and shameful. For some reason, Yulan told it to Su Zimo. You don't have to say that. Su Zimo shook his head. Yulan sniffed and forced a smile. I've been holding it in for a long time. It's much more comfortable to talk about it. For some reason, I just feel that you're trustworthy. Pausing for a moment, she blinked at Su Zimo. A woman's sixth sense is very accurate. Standing behind Su Zimo, Nian Qi could not help but roll her eyes cutely and thought to herself that this woman was an idiot. She wished she could say it out loud. What bullshit sixth sense. This handsome, refined man before you is the Tao being desolate martial that you want to suppress. Night Spirit's gaze turned strange as well. When Su Zimo saw how honest the other party was, he could not pretend any longer inside. Actually, my name is Su Zimo. Ah! Yulan exclaimed softly with a delighted expression. Brother Su, you've finally let down your guard and told me your real name? Su Zimo was stunned. Yulan's reaction was completely out of his expectations. Instinctively, he looked at the three Dharma characteristic Tao Lords. The three Dharma characteristic Tao Lords did not react either when they heard Su Zimo's name. Desolate martial wishes to establish a Tao and impart martial arts to all living beings. Everyone knew of the title Desolate Martial. Apart from some old friends, not many people in the cultivation world knew that Desolate Martial's name was Su Zimo. It was like how everyone knew of the title of Azura but did not know that his name was Yen Beichen. There were many void reversions that died in the hands of Su Zimo, and he did not know the names of some of the titular disciples either. To these paragons and monster incarnates, the Tao title was their symbol. Usually, when befriending other fellow Taoists, they would only say their Tao titles. A name like Su Zimo was more like a mark of the mortal world. Su Zimo was slightly stunned, but he reacted quickly and felt relieved. That was normal. Although he was bent on killing Tao Being Xianyu, he did not know Tao Being Xianyu's name at all. It was enough that he knew that his Tao name was Xianyu and that he was from Glass Palace. It did not matter what his name was. Initially, Su Zimo's intention was to remind Yulan. In fact, he was already prepared for a huge battle. However, he did not expect that Yulan did not know his name. Instead, she misunderstood his intentions of revealing his name as him letting down his guard. Brother Su, I want to revive my dynasty. Are you willing to help me? Yulan took a deep breath and looked at Su Zimo without blinking, asking softly with anticipation. Su Zimo shook his head. Yulan's eyes dimmed. I know that this request is a little abrupt, but... Before Yulan could finish, Su Zimo interrupted her with a wave of his hand. With a calm expression, he replied bluntly, Don't think about reviving your dynasty anymore. It's impossible. Yulan frowned slightly and felt a little angry. It was her dream to revive her dynasty. She did not want to admit defeat. She did not think that she would lose either. As long as she could obtain Tao Being Wushuang's help and suppress Tao Being Desolate Martial, she would definitely be able to rebuild the Great Yuan fight against the Great Zhou for a split of the North region's territory. Earlier on, she thought that this person was pleasing to the eye. However, she suddenly realized that this green-robed cultivator was a little annoying. Brother Su, even if you don't intend to help, there's no need to attack me as such, right? Yulan tried her best to control her emotions and said in a deep voice, If I can obtain the support of some aristocratic families or gentry clans during this trip to the North region Tao meet, not only will I be able to revive my dynasty, I might even be able to overturn the Great Zhou dynasty. Impossible. Su Zimo shook his head and smiled, saying word by word, As long as Desolate Martial is alive, you will never be able to revive your dynasty and topple the Great Zhou dynasty. Fate is decided by our own hands. Yulan's tone turned unyielding as well. I intend to ask Tao Being Wushuang to help this time round. If he's willing to help, Desolate Martial won't be able to do anything. Ha 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 ha. Su Zimo reared his head and laughed. What are you laughing at? Yulan asked coldly. Su Zimo pursed his lips. Is Dao being Wushuang that powerful? In this generation, there are many paragons and monster incarnates. It's a golden era for the entire Tianhuang mainland. Desolate Marshal isn't invincible either. There will definitely be someone who can surpass him and trample him beneath their feet. Yulan was enraged and her expression turned cold. She could understand why Su Zimo would not want to help her. However, this person was way too despicable. He was actually sparing no effort to attack her. She truly could not accept that. At that moment, Yulan did not realize that Su Zimo was not trying to attack her. Instead, he was reminding her to back off to avoid defeat. Both of them did not have the same viewpoint. They would only end up arguing if the conversation continued. Although the two Dharma characteristic Dao lords behind Yulan did not say anything, their gazes towards Su Zimo were cold. Earlier on, they did not express anything when Su Zimo threatened their princes. After all, their princes were the ones who were unreasonable first. Now that the green-robed cultivator was so brazen as to argue with Princess Yulan, the two Dharma characteristic Dao lords wanted to kill him. As long as Yulan gave the order or a look, both of them would attack decisively. Yulan stood up and intended to leave. The two Dharma characteristic Dao lords even asked with their eyes if she wanted to make a move on the green-robed cultivator. She shook her head gently. Although she was a little angry, it was not to the point where she wanted to kill indiscriminately. Furthermore, she and Su Zimo merely had different thoughts and opinions. The two of them were still chatting casually earlier on, and there was no need for them to kill each other. Yulan turned back to look at Su Zimo. The green-robed cultivator was still sipping his tea indifferently, as though he did not realize that his words had nearly gotten him killed. This person has no shrewdness at all. Could I have misjudged him? Yulan sighed internally and turned to leave. Su Zimo, who was seated at the table, was expressionless, but he sighed internally. If Yulan had not stopped the two Dharma characteristic Dao lords from attacking, the two imperial advisors would have been reduced to two corpses by now. Yulan thought that she had saved Su Zimo's life by stopping the two Dharma characteristic Dao lords because of her benevolence. However, she did not know that her benevolence had saved herself. For the next few days, Yulan spent most of her time in the cabin. She would only come out occasionally to chat with Su Zimo. However, after their previous argument, there was clearly more animosity between the two of them. Although Yulan did not chase Su Zimo and the others away, she did not have the same enthusiasm as when they first met. On the other hand, the two princes were much friendlier towards Su Zimo. Each time, they would smile and accompany him, as though they had already forgotten about their previous unhappiness. About 10 days later, the outline of a city gradually appeared on the horizon. As they got closer, the city became clearer. The city walls extended for 500 kilometers with no end in sight. Traces of time were etched on the gigantic black bricks. How long was 500 kilometers? Cultivators who had just entered the void reversion realm could only extend their spirit consciousness to a radius of 50 kilometers. Only the spirit consciousness of Dharma characteristic Dao lords could extend to 500 kilometers. Just by looking at the outline of the ancient city, one could tell that it was grand and majestic, even more spectacular than the capital of the great Zhou dynasty. It was like an ancient behemoth sprawled on the ground. Qian Heaven City. It had a long history and could be traced back to the ancient era. All these years, the North Region Dao meet would be held in this ancient city. Su Zimo's group arrived before the city. Although their spirit vessel was huge, it was as tiny as a grain of sand before the ancient city. We're finally here. Yulan stood in front of the spirit vessel and murmured softly as she looked at the massive ancient city before her. She had a complicated expression and her eyes flashed with anticipation, struggle, helplessness, and shame. If you regret it, it's not too late to return now. Su Zimo could sense the change in Yulan's emotions and said indifferently. Yulan was silent. Eventually, her gaze turned resolute. As long as she could revive her dynasty, she would not regret it no matter how huge a price she had to pay. Since I've come this far, there's no way out for me. Yulan clenched her fists and said resolutely. When Su Zimo and the others arrived at Qian Heaven City, They could see many cultivators descending from outside the city towards the city gate. There were many armored soldiers guarding both sides of the city gate. These soldiers were not ordinary either. A single spirit consciousness sweep revealed that most of them were void reversions. On the city walls, there were 4 gigantic mirrors that shone with 4 beams of light that enveloped the city gates. Demon Revealing Mirror. The North Region Dao Meet was a grand event for human cultivators of the North Region, and no accidents were allowed. With the existence of the Demon Revealing Mirrors, fiend demons who took on human form and tried to mix in with cultivators would be captured. On the city wall, the cultivator guarding the Demon Revealing Mirrors wore a Taoist robe and exuded a powerful aura. His gaze was sharp as he scanned the cultivators entering the city below. This cultivator was a commander of Qian Heaven City and was also a Dharma characteristic Tao Lord. The 4 gates of Qian Heaven City were guarded by Dharma characteristic commanders and void reversion soldiers who were extremely strict when checking on cultivators. Let's enter the city too. After saying that, Yulan retracted her spirit vessel and descended to the ground, heading towards the city gate. Their group had 3 Dharma characteristic Tao Lords and instantly attracted the attention of the Dharma characteristic commander on the city wall. Who are you? At the city gate, the 2 void reversion soldiers crossed their spears with a clang as sparks flew, blocking Su Zimo's group. I'm Yulan from the Great Yu Dynasty. Yulan had a calm expression as she pointed to the 2 princes beside her. These 2 are the princes of Great Xia and Great Shang. Great Yu, Great Xia and Great Shang? The soldier guarding the city sneered. The 3 dynasties have already been destroyed. How dare they call themselves princes? Upon hearing that, the 2 princes flushed red with embarrassment. However, both of them had timid expressions and did not dare to say anything. Although these 2 people were merely guards, they came from a major aristocratic cultivation family. Even if this was before their dynasties were destroyed, the 2 princes might not dare to offend these 2 guards. The other guard sized Yulan up brazenly with a burning gaze. Fellow Taoist Yulan, I'm sure you don't have anywhere to go after your dynasty is destroyed. Why don't you come to my place? We can become Tao companions and research on the Tao of dual cultivation. As the princess of the Great Yu dynasty, Yulan was extremely beautiful to begin with. Coupled with the noble aura of royalty, she was extremely attractive to most cultivators. Oh! Yulan's expression did not change as she said indifferently, if you want to dual cultivate with me, you'll have to ask Dao Bing Wushuang for permission. When the guard heard Dao Bing Wushuang's name, his expression changed and his eyes revealed deep fear. In reality, Yulan had never met Yuan Wushuang before and had no relationship with him. Her words were ambiguous as well. However, bystanders would subconsciously think that she was close to Dao Bing Wushuang. Fellow Taoist Yulan, I'm sorry. I was rude. The guard bowed slightly and apologized hurriedly. Yulan nodded and headed into the city with the 2 princes and 3 Dharma characteristic Tao Lords. Su Zimo's group of 4 followed behind them. Su Zimo's gaze inadvertently swept past the demon revealing mirrors on the city wall, and he asked Night Spirit via voice transmission, "Can you get through them?" "Don't worry." Night Spirit's expression was indifferent. The golden lion was in his true form, implying that he was a mount or spirit pet of a cultivator. As such, he could enter the city. As for Su Zimo's green lotus true body, there was no demon bloodline within it. Nianqi was a god race being and not a demon. Night Spirit was the only one at risk of being exposed. The 4 of them walked to the area enveloped by the demon revealing mirrors and headed into the city without stopping. When the power of the demon revealing mirrors landed on Night Spirit, it was as though it had entered a black hole and could not detect any aura at all. There was no reaction from the demon revealing mirrors. Right then, the commander guarding the city wall frowned and looked at Su Zimo and the others. Earlier on, he suddenly felt his heart palpitate. However, upon careful thought, he did not discover anything unusual. The commander shook his head and continued to scan others. Compared to the repressive tension at the city gate, the center of Qian Heaven City was extremely lively. Cultivators could be seen flying through the air everywhere. There were also cultivators sitting on spirit birds that swept past everyone's heads. Many old structures were built within the ancient city. Many cultivators were gathered on both sides of the long street as well. Some of the cultivators sat on the ground with items that shone with spirit light placed before them. The North Region Dao meet would only be held a few days later. For now, Qian Heaven City was considered as a rare marketplace. Some of the cultivators remained silent and waited for others to step forward, using their spirit consciousness to discuss the price secretly. On the other hand, there were some cultivators who shouted loudly, wanting to attract more cultivators so that their treasures could be sold for a higher price. The two princes walked side by side with their spirit consciousnesses fluctuating. It was unknown what they were secretly chatting about. Yulan frowned slightly and pondered for a moment before stopping. Everyone must be tired from the long journey. Let's find a place to rest first. Pausing for a moment, she turned to look at Su Zimo. Since we've already arrived at Qian Heaven City, let's part ways here. Take care, Brother Su. She placed heavier emphasis on the words, take care. The way she looked at Su Zimo carried a hint of caution as well. However, Su Zimo was distracted and did not seem to notice. Don't. The two princes hurried over and smiled warmly. We've hit it off with you, Brother Su. Since we've already arrived at Qian Heaven City, why should we be in a hurry to part ways? Let's rest for the night and explore this marketplace tomorrow. Sure. Perhaps moved by the enthusiasm of the two princes, Su Zimo agreed with a smile. Yulan frowned and sighed internally. This Su Zimo was truly naive. To think that he had not realized that he was in an extremely dangerous situation up till now. For the past few days, the two princes had been flattering Su Zimo with a warm expression. However, Yulan knew very well that these two princes were born in the royal family and were pampered. They were vengeful people. How could they let things go after being threatened by Su Zimo? It was unusual for the two of them to have such a drastic change in attitude towards Su Zimo. Any slightly intelligent cultivator would be able to tell that something was amiss. However, Su Zimo was not the only one in his group to not notice anything. The other three were like fools as well. The black-robed man had a cold expression and was indifferent to everything. The crippled golden lion could not understand the schemes of humans. Although the maidservant was extremely beautiful, she was merely a flower vase. As the princess of the Great Yu dynasty, there were some things that she could not explain too clearly. However, she could not bear it and wanted to remind Su Zimo. Princess, forget it. Right then, Uncle Zheng's voice sounded in her mind. You've already done your best. If this lad comes along tonight, it will be just his fate. Sigh. Looking at Su Zimo, who was traveling with the two princes and was oblivious to the danger, Yulan sighed helplessly. Yulan, Su Zimo, and the others found an inn nearby to stay temporarily. There were inns like this everywhere in Qian Heaven City. Their group asked for a total of 3 rooms. One was for Yulan and Uncle Zheng. One was for the two princes of Great Shang and Great Xia as well as their imperial advisors. The last one was for Su Zimo's group of 4. Brother Su, rest early. Let's tour the city tomorrow and see if we can find any treasures. The Prince of Great Shang greeted Su Zimo warmly and bid farewell to him. Sure, Su Zimo replied casually. The two princes turned to leave and exchanged glances with one another with a smug look in their eyes. Back in the room, the two imperial advisors set up a dermic power barrier that isolated the sound of spirit consciousnesses right away. Are you sure you want to do this, princes? One of the imperial advisors asked in a deep voice. Of course. The Prince of Great Xia had a dark expression as he said coldly. You were present when this person tried to kill me. As the saying goes, the first to strike is the strongest and the last to strike will suffer. That's right. The Prince of Great Shang nodded as well. Since this person is an itinerant cultivator without any shrewdness or background, it's fine to kill him. Pausing for a moment, he seemed to have recalled something as he licked his lips. Right, don't hurt that yellow-haired girl. The two imperial advisors exchanged glances without saying anything. Both of them were well aware of some things. The true reason why the two princes wanted to kill Su Zimo was because they wanted to get their hands on the golden-haired girl. After all, when the Great Shang and Great Xia dynasties were still around, the two princes had done too many things like this. The two imperial advisors felt disdain towards this matter. However, neither of them rejected the princes. After all, they did not like Su Zimo either. Given their cultivation and combat strength, it was extremely easy for them to kill 3 or 2 void reversions in this inn. On the other side, Yulan looked at Su Zimo's departing back view and felt a hint of reluctance. No matter what, she was the one who invited him. If not for that, this person might not have formed a feud with the two princes. If he died here because of that, she would feel bad. At that thought, Yulan slowed down. After the two princes left, she whispered to Uncle Zheng, "Uncle Zheng, go back first. I'll be right back." With that said, Yulan followed Su Zimo into his room. "Is there anything?" Su Zimo raised his brow and asked. Yulan closed the door hurriedly and waved her sleeves, creating a dermic power barrier. She whispered, "Brother Su, if I were you, I would leave this inn right away." "Oh?" Su Zimo asked curiously. "Why?" Yulan frowned slightly and asked in a grim tone, "Brother Su, do you really think that you'll have a chance to see the sun tomorrow after resting here for the night?" Su Zimo's expression changed and his voice turned deep as he asked mysteriously, "Why? Is there going to be rain tomorrow?" Nianqi could not help but burst into laughter. Yulan's face darkened and she almost exploded. Rain? More like his brains were flooded with rainwater. Yulan could not help but curse. This person was truly extremely stupid. She had already warned him to this extent, but he still did not notice. Yulan was enraged. She had truly misjudged this time round and thought that this person was not simple. The golden lion sprawled on the side and could not help but grin as well. It had been a long time since he had such a smile on his face. Suddenly, he felt as though he had returned to the ancient battlefield where the 7 of them were invincible and joked around all day long. That was extremely enjoyable. At that moment, the golden lion felt much more relieved. Yulan took a few deep breaths in succession as her towering chest rose and fell. She tried her best to compose herself and grit her teeth. "Brother Su, you're already in big trouble." After pausing for a moment, she no longer bothered to hide and said straightforwardly, "Someone wants to kill you. Hurry and run." Initially, she thought that Su Zimo would be shocked. Unexpectedly, he shrugged his shoulders with a calm expression. Waving his hand, he said casually, "It's all right. My life is tough. Generally speaking, those who try to kill me end up dying miserable deaths." He was not lying. Over the past 100 years, countless experts wanted to kill him, but most of them were already dead. However, his words sounded extremely ridiculous to Yulan. How arrogant and conceited was he to be able to say something like that without knowing who his opponents were? If he knew that the people who wanted to kill him were 2 Dharma-characteristic Tao lords, he would probably be scared out of his wits. Good luck. Yulan was disappointed and did not continue persuading him. She merely left a sentence coldly before turning to leave. "See you tomorrow," Su Zimo said with a smile. Yulan stopped in her tracks and shuddered in anger. Gritting her teeth, she said, "I hope so." After Yulan left and Su Zimo closed the door, he retracted his smile and murmured softly, "Seems like this is going to be a restless night." Yulan returned to her room and was still upset. "Forget it." Uncle Zhang smiled calmly and said, "Princess, why are you angry over someone who is about to die? You are benevolent and already gave him a reminder. You will not be to blame for this matter. I'm just... For some reason, Yulan felt indignant. Her first impression of Su Zimo was that he was not simple. That was the reason why she invited him warmly and even revealed her background and plans. She wanted to befriend him. She believed in her first instinct. However, after interacting with him for the past few days, she realized that there was something mysterious about him. It was hazy and unclear. At times, he was silent and his deep eyes seemed to contain the sea of stars. From time to time, he would exude an aura inadvertently. It was mighty, domineering, and looked down on everything. This ethereal aura seemed like it could devour mountains and rivers and contain the vast firmaments. However, at times, this person did not seem to be shrewd and did not know when to advance or retreat. In fact, he did not even notice the scheming plots hatched by other cultivators. Let's not think about him anymore. Yulan shook her head. After a long time, she had no idea what to do, and her head felt heavy instead. She tried her best to compose herself and laid on the bed to clear her mind so that she could retain clarity and conserve her energy. As time passed, the night deepened. The entire Qian Heaven City was no longer as bustling as it was in the day and was much quieter. In the dark night, in an inconspicuous inn, there was a chilling, killing intent. Two figures floated out of a room silently. They were the imperial advisors of Great Xia and Great Shang. The two of them exchanged glances and nodded. In a flash, they floated towards Su Zimo's room like two ghosts. Standing at the door, the two Dharma-characteristic Tao lords listened intently. At this distance, the two of them could clearly hear the sounds of breathing in the room. There were 4 of them in total. Every single breath was even and steady. It was clear that the 4 void reversions in the room did not notice their actions at all. Both of them smirked smugly. Given their cultivation realms, it was way too easy for them to hide from the senses of void reversions. Their spirit consciousnesses moved and enveloped the room slowly, forming a gigantic spirit consciousness barrier that could isolate sound. Given their methods, it was extremely easy for them to kill void reversions. However, this was Qian Heaven City after all. It would be best if they did not alarm anyone. That way, they could do it cleanly without attracting any unforeseen circumstances. After the spirit consciousness barrier was formed, the two of them no longer hid their tracks and pushed the door open, closing it behind them. The room was small and could be seen with a single glance. There was a bed in the innermost area, and the green-robed cultivator was lying inside with his back facing the 2 imperial advisors. He was still asleep. Beside the bed, the golden-haired girl sat on the ground with her eyes closed, as though she was cultivating. In a corner on the other side, a golden lion was sprawled on the ground. It seemed to have heard the commotion, but it merely moved its ears and did not turn around. The 2 imperial advisors were stunned for a moment before sneering. They did not conceal the sound of their doors opening and closing. Despite such circumstances, the people in this room were not alert at all. They totally deserved to die. They truly did not know how the 4 of them managed to survive and cultivate to the void reversion realm given their poor awareness. But soon, the 2 imperial advisors frowned. There seemed to be something amiss in the room. It was as though they had neglected something extremely important. All of a sudden, almost at the same time, a spark flashed through their minds. There was one less person in the room. Before they entered the room, there were 4 breathing sounds. However, one of them went missing after they entered the room. That was because their gazes were drawn to Su Zimo, Nian Qi, and the Golden Lion at the first moment. As such, they failed to realize it right away. The person who disappeared was most likely still in this room. In fact, he managed to hide from their senses. Although the 2 imperial advisors were at the Dharma characteristic realm, they felt their scalps tingle in that instant as though they were targeted by an extremely terrifying existence. A blurry figure was hidden in the darkness above them. The figure was extremely close to the 2 of them and was almost within reach. However, the 2 imperial advisors had not noticed it before this. Not good. The hearts of the 2 imperial advisors nearly exploded as they wanted to release their dermic powers and leave this place right away. Unfortunately, it was too late. The moment they stepped into the room, they were already dead. In the darkness, Night Spirit was like a hunting god of death. His gaze was cold and emotionless as a purple-gold tail extended from behind him. A cold glint shone on his tailbone like a sharp spike that pierced through the back of the head of an imperial advisor instantly and extended out from his glabella. Night Spirit's tail pierced the head of an imperial advisor. That person's essence spirit died on the spot without a single sound. The moment Night Spirit extended his tail, he extended his palm and stabbed down on the head of another imperial advisor. There was almost no resistance. Against Night Spirit's claws, The tough skull of a Dharma-characteristic Tao Lord was like tofu. 5 bloodied holes appeared on the head of the Imperial Advisor. Before he could react, his essence spirit was crushed and he died. If it was a head-on fight, 2 Dharma-characteristic Tao Lords might not be as useless. However, Night Spirit planned ahead, hid in the dark and attacked first with the advantage. Before the 2 Imperial Advisors could even see how Night Spirit attacked, they were already dead on the spot. Night Spirit's expression was calm, as though he had done something insignificant. He stood at the door and listened for a while. After sensing for a moment, he carried the 2 corpses and left the room in a flash. In the darkness, his figure was almost imperceptible like a ghost. In the blink of an eye, he had already infiltrated the rooms of the 2 princes. The room was slightly bigger and there were 2 large beds. The 2 princes were sleeping soundly on the bed. Even in their sleep, they had lewd expressions and drool at the corners of their mouths. They had a plan long ago. If nothing went wrong, the annoying green-robed cultivator, the cold black-robed man and the crippled golden lion would be killed by the 2 Imperial Advisors. The golden-haired girl would be the only one left. Once she caught sight of the tragic deaths of those around her the next morning, there was a high chance she would suffer a mental breakdown from the immense blow. At that time, the 2 of them would appear opportunely to comfort and enjoy life with her. With that in mind, the 2 of them were already dreaming. Unbeknownst to them, there was a black-robed man hugging 2 corpses by their bedside, glaring at them coldly. 2 dermic arts shot out from Night Spirit's fingertip and landed on the 2 princes, allowing them to sleep even deeper. Thereafter, Night Spirit placed the Grand Xia's Imperial Advisor's corpse gently on the prince's bed. The corpse laid beside the Prince of Great Xia with its body tilted to the side, staring at the lecherous face of the prince with widened eyes. This scene was extremely strange. The Prince of Great Xia was in a deep sleep and was even smacking his lips from time to time. However, opposite him lay a corpse that was still slightly warm. Blood was still flowing from its head, staining the bed red. It was hard to imagine what would happen when the Prince of Great Xia woke up and witnessed this scene. Turning around, Night Spirit came to another bed and placed the Grand Shang's Imperial Advisor on it with the same method. The Imperial Advisor glared at the Prince of Great Shang with dead fish eyes. The 2 princes did not realize that their nightmare had just begun. After doing that, Night Spirit smirked and left the room in a flash. The entire process was silent and did not attract anyone's attention. On the other side, in Yulan's room, she tossed and turned, unable to fall asleep. A moment later, Uncle Zheng's voice sounded. "Princess, sleep. That person should be dead." When she heard that, Yulan shuddered and sighed weakly. Actually, Uncle Zheng was also paying attention to the commotion outside. The 2 Imperial Advisors of Great Shang and Great Xia left the room and arrived outside Su Zimo's room to set up a spirit consciousness barrier. These actions could not escape Uncle Zheng's senses. Not long after the 2 Imperial Advisors entered the room, the spirit consciousness barrier disappeared. Furthermore, the 2 of them never came out again. This meant that the 2 of them had already killed everyone in the room cleanly before dispersing their spirit consciousness barriers. Uncle Zheng no longer paid attention to that room. At that moment, he did not realize that right under his nose, Night Spirit had left the room silently to return 2 corpses. The next day, Yulan sat up the moment dawn broke. Her eyes were slightly red and bloodshot. Last night, when she heard the news of Su Zimo and the others dying, not only did she not manage to fall asleep, her heart was even more flustered and she was no longer sleepy. Yulan sat by the bed and stared at something in deep thought. Uncle Zheng, who was sitting quietly at the side, opened his eyes slowly and consoled her softly. "Princess, you can't be blamed for this. You don't have to feel guilty at all. There are some things that you'll be able to accept more easily once you're older." "Yes." Yulan took a deep breath and nodded. "Uncle Zheng, I know. Right now, the most important thing for me is to revive my dynasty." Her gaze turned resolute once more. "Nothing can stop me from rebuilding Great Yu. I'm relieved that you have that belief." Uncle Zheng nodded with a smile. "Princess, there's good news that I haven't told you yet. If nothing goes wrong, The two imperial advisors of Great Xiang and Great Xia will assist you as well. For real? Yulan's eyes lit up. If she could obtain the help of the two Dharma characteristic Tao Lords, the chance of her rebuilding the Great Yu dynasty would increase. Uncle Zheng nodded. Those two princes have no ambitions and can't be of much use. They revealed unintentionally to me that they wanted to follow you. As long as you agree to it, I'll help you persuade them to our side today. All right. Yulan bowed deeply to Uncle Zheng and said sincerely, "Thank you for your trouble, Uncle Zheng. You will always be the imperial advisor of Great Yu and my teacher. Let's go. You haven't slept the entire night. Go out and take a breather." Uncle Zheng stood up and said. Yulan nodded and pushed open the door. A gust of fresh spirit qi surged over and her spirit was shaken. Instinctively, Yulan's gaze shifted to a room not far away. A cultivator with delicate features should have been alive in that room. But now he was probably a cold corpse. Right then, the door creaked open. A familiar figure strode out from within. Dressed in green robes, he stood at the door with sleepy eyes and stretched lazily with both hands raised. Yulan's mouth gradually widened in shock as she looked at the figure unblinkingly, rooted to the spot. Seemingly sensing Yulan's gaze, Su Zimo turned to look at her and greeted with a smile. "Morning." "Ah." Yulan replied softly with a flustered expression. "Morning. How did you—" Yulan blinked but did not know how to ask. Although she had countless questions when she saw that Su Zimo was still alive, she heaved a long sigh of relief in the depths of her heart with an inexplicable joy. Uncle Zheng was initially in the house. When he heard the commotion outside, he frowned and walked out to take a look. He was stunned on the spot as well. "You're still alive?" He did not hide his surprise and asked directly. Su Zimo had a calm expression. "I'm indeed tired from the long journey and slept soundly. How could I have died?" Uncle Zheng was stunned when he saw that Su Zimo did not seem to be faking it. Right then, Night Spirit walked out from behind Su Zimo. Thereafter, Nian Qi appeared. Finally, the Golden Lion walked out as well. The four of them were safe and sound without any signs of injury. How was that possible? Uncle Zheng was confused. Last night, he clearly sensed the two imperial advisors of Great Xia and Great Xiang entering Su Zimo's room. Furthermore, the two of them had specially set up a spirit consciousness barrier. Could something have happened that caused the two imperial advisors to not make a move? Uncle Zheng was prepared to make a move and ask the two imperial advisors what exactly happened in that room last night. Right then, a tragic scream sounded from the room of the princes of Great Xiang and Great Xia. Immediately after, another even more tragic scream sounded, filled with endless fear and shock. Uncle Zheng's expression changed. Before he could think about why Su Zimo was still alive, his figure flashed and he dashed towards the room of the two princes. The old man's movement technique was extremely fast and one could not tell that he was in his twilight years. Yulan followed hurriedly as well. Su Zimo smiled gently and strode slowly towards the room. Bang! Uncle Zheng knocked open the door and rushed in. When he focused his gaze, he could not help but take a deep breath and retreat half a step instinctively. "Uncle Zheng, what's wrong?" Yulan came forward and asked hurriedly when she saw Uncle Zheng's odd expression. She then looked into the room. That single look shocked her as well and blood drained from her face. The room reeked of blood and there was a strong aura of death that was nauseating. Two corpses laid on the two beds facing the door. There was a pool of blood beneath them that had stained the bedsheets red and was almost dried up. It was clear that they had been dead for a long time. Although the two corpses had their backs facing the door, Uncle Zheng and Yulan could recognize their backs. The two corpses were the imperial advisors of Great Xiang and Great Xia. The two Dharma characteristic Tao Lords were dead. Who did it? How was it so silent that there wasn't any bit of commotion? The two of them had infiltrated Su Zimo's room last night. How did they end up dead here? Countless questions surfaced. Uncle Zheng and Yulan's minds were in chaos. The deaths of the two imperial advisors sent chills down Uncle Zheng's spine. This meant that he was also in immense danger and could die at any moment. Uncle Zheng was the imperial advisor of a dynasty and a Dharma characteristic expert after all. He calmed down swiftly within a few breaths and entered the room. Enduring her disgust, Yulan followed suit. Uncle Zheng looked around but did not find any clues. There were no signs of a fight either. Why you guys? Don't come over. In the bed, the Prince of Great Xia was curled up in a corner with a frightened expression. His body was trembling as he looked at Uncle Zheng and the others, his voice quivering. On the other bed, the situation of the Prince of Great Shang was not much better. As expected, the two screams earlier on were released by the two princes. When the two of them woke up and saw the two imperial advisors, they relied on lying beside them as corpses, glaring at them with eyes that resembled dead fish. Who could take it? Even though the two of them were nascent souls, they were both mentally unstable from the sudden shock. Uncle Zheng came to the bedside and frowned when he smelled the stench of urine and feces. The two princes were so scared that they were peeing and shitting their pants. They were no longer as elegant as they were in the past and were cowering in a corner, trembling like mice with nowhere to run. Uncle Zheng clenched his fist slightly and flipped the corpses of the two imperial advisors over. Both of them had horrified expressions, and their bulging eyes were filled with immense fear. Even though he was prepared, his heart skipped a beat. It was truly hard to imagine how frightened the two Dharma-characteristic Tao lords were before their deaths to reveal such expressions. How could this be? Yulan frowned and could not help but ask. I have no idea as well. Uncle Zheng shook his head and looked at the two princes who were still in shock in the corner. Perhaps only they know the answer. I don't know. I don't know anything. The voice of the Prince of Great Xia was still trembling. Uncle Zheng's gaze was sharp as he shouted, Your Highness, calm down. If you don't say anything and the two imperial advisors died for no reason, we might die tomorrow. Leave this place. The Prince of Great Shang seemed to have found a straw to clutch at as he said hurriedly, That's right. I want to leave Qian Heaven City and all of you. I don't want to revive my dynasty anymore. With that said, the Prince of Great Shang scrambled out of the door. The Prince of Great Xia reacted and followed closely behind. Just as the two princes ran to the door, Su Zimo happened to walk in. With a gentle expression, he asked with a smile, Your Highnesses, where do you want to go? The expressions of the two princes changed and they shuddered instinctively. To them, the green-robed cultivator's smile was akin to a fiend celestial from hell. We want to go back. The Prince of Great Xia had a fearful expression and his voice was pleading. Su Zimo said, Don't be like that. Didn't we agree yesterday that we're going to tour Qian Heaven City today? The two princes were so scared that they were on the verge of tears. How could they be in the mood to tour Qian Heaven City? Both of them knew that they were the ones who sent the two imperial advisors to assassinate Su Zimo. But now, the two imperial advisors were dead while Su Zimo was safe and sound. This was something that could not be clearer. The smiling, gentle, and scholarly cultivator before them was a fiend celestial. Right now, this fiend celestial was standing at the entrance, inviting the two of them to travel together. Both of them wanted to cry but had no tears to shed. They could neither advance nor retreat. Su Zimo's gaze shifted to the two corpses in the room and he sighed gently. It's a pity that the two imperial advisors died just like that. Uncle Zheng and Yulan were both staring at Su Zimo. However, they could not read anything from Su Zimo's face. The only suspicious thing was that this person was way too calm. However, it did not make sense for them to relate the deaths of the two imperial advisors to this man just because he was too calm. That was too dogmatic and unreasonable. The two imperial advisors were at the Dharma characteristic realm. However, Su Zimo's group were all at the void reversion realm. There was a difference of a major cultivation realm between them. How was it possible for him to kill two Dharma characteristic Tao lords silently? Your Highnesses! Uncle Zheng's attention shifted back to the two princes. He asked in a deep voice, Did the two imperial advisors head out last night? Yes. The two of them nodded obediently. Where? Uncle Zheng asked. The two princes looked hesitant and stole a glance at Su Zimo, not daring to say anything. Uncle Zheng narrowed his eyes and asked in a deep voice, Did they head to Su Zimo's room? I don't know. The Prince of Great Xia shook his head hurriedly. I fell asleep last night and didn't know anything. The moment I woke up, I saw the Imperial Advisor dead. Me too, the Prince of Great Shang added hurriedly. Why would they come to my room? Su Zimo looked at the two princes and asked with a fake smile. The two Imperial Advisors weren't trying to kill me, were they? And no, the two princes denied immediately. Su Zimo nodded and said indifferently, That's good. Usually, those who want to kill me will die miserable deaths. A careless statement may reveal much to an attentive listener. Although Su Zimo said it casually, the two princes were so scared that their hearts skipped a beat. Their faces turned pale and their legs went limp, almost kneeling on the ground. Yulan's heart skipped a beat as well. When she reminded Su Zimo of the impending trouble last night, the latter told her something almost identical. To think that the two Imperial Advisors would already be dead by dawn today. Could this matter really have nothing to do with him? I'll head out first. You guys take care of it. We still have to go tour the city later. Su Zimo had just turned around when he paused and glanced sideways. Your Highnesses will travel with me and not leave secretly, right? Absolutely not, the two princes said hurriedly. That's good. Su Zimo smiled in satisfaction and turned to leave. By the time Su Zimo's figure disappeared completely, the two princes could no longer hold on and collapsed onto the ground, drenched in sweat. It's him. It must be him. The Prince of Great Xia trembled slightly and murmured repeatedly. Who is it? Yulan could not help but ask. You mean to say that the deaths of the two Imperial Advisors were caused by Brother Su? The Prince of Great Shang nodded repeatedly as well. Yes, that's the devil. Yulan looked at Uncle Zhang instinctively. The words of the two princes were indeed ridiculous. However, she still wanted to hear Uncle Zhang's speculation. My first reaction was also Su Zimo, Uncle Zhang said in a low voice. However, it's definitely not them who did this. Why do you say that? Yulan asked. Uncle Zhang pointed to the fatal wounds on the heads of the two Imperial Advisors and said, 2 wounds that were fatal. This means that the two of them had almost no resistance. In other words, the combat strength of this murderer is superior to the two Imperial Advisors. Yulan nodded. That's right. Even if Su Zimo and the others have the strength to kill Dharma-characteristic Dao Lords across a major cultivation realm, they won't be able to kill with a single fatal blow. That's only one of the reasons, Uncle Zhang said. Looking at the 2 wounds, it's clear that it wasn't caused by humans or weapons. As he said that, Uncle Zhang placed his palm on the head of an advisor and said in a deep voice, This should be the claw of some fiend demon. There's still a trace of demonic chi on it. As for Su Zimo's group of 4, only the lion is a demon. However, his strength is not at that level. Furthermore, the lion's claws are completely different from these wounds. Yulan nodded. That was almost solid proof. However, what she did not expect was that there was a terrifying existence among Su Zimo's group that could even hide from the demon-revealing mirrors. It was impossible for Uncle Zhang to see through Night Spirit's disguise. Yulan looked at the 2 princes. Did you guys hear that? Brother Su can't be the one behind this. It's him. The Prince of Great Xia seemed to have fallen into a trance, and the fear in his eyes did not dissipate as he continued. It must be him. His smile and gaze are telling me that he's the one who killed the Imperial Advisors. Sigh. Yulan sighed. After the shock, both of them were no longer in their right minds. The 2 princes were reduced to such a state and would have to live in fear every day. This was much more torturous than killing them outright. Indeed, the 2 princes were scared out of their wits. However, their guesses were very close to the truth. They were not as calm and rational as Uncle Zhang and Yulan to be able to deduce many conclusions based on some clues. They were simple-minded. The 2 Imperial Advisors went to kill Su Zimo, but the latter was alive while the 2 Imperial Advisors were dead. This was definitely Su Zimo's doing. No matter who the true culprit was, Uncle Zhang and Yulan felt a sense of pressure when 2 Dharma-characteristic Dao Lords died beside them. The North Region Dao meet had yet to begin. For the next few days, Uncle Zhang and Yulan did not dare to rest or relax. They were afraid that the fiend demon hidden in the dark would assassinate them silently. If that was the case for the two of them, it was even worse for the two princes. For the next few days, the two princes were tortured by the fear in their hearts to the point of almost breaking down. They rapidly lost weight and looked dispirited. At times, the two princes would be in a daze and mutter things like, "It must be him," repeatedly. Su Zimo's group of 4 were the only ones that looked the same as usual. At times, even Yulan admired the 4 of them. On the day the 2 imperial advisors died, she told Su Zimo about Uncle Zheng's speculation. Furthermore, she told Su Zimo and the others that there was a powerful fiend demon hiding in Qian Heaven City, and told them to be careful. In the end, Su Zimo and the others did not care at all, as though they did not know what fear was. She did not know if this person was truly fearless or if he was just naive and had not experienced the terror of life and death. For the past few days, Yulan had not been idle either. She had obtained a lot of information regarding the North Region Dao meet in Qian Heaven City. In this era, the cultivation civilization was flourishing and was almost comparable to the ancient era. There were many paragons and monster incarnates. Many paragons were gathered at this North Region Dao meet alone. Many of them were even as famous as Dao being Wushuang. Dao being 100 Ghost of the Yin Ghost sect, one of the upper sects, had cultivated a secret skill that no one in the Yin Ghost sect had managed to cultivate for the past 1,000 years. His combat strength was heaven-defying, and he had suppressed countless people of the same cultivation realm. Up till now, he had fought countless battles and was defeated less than 10 times. Dao being Blazing Son of Blaze Columbus Valley, another upper sect, was also notorious. He was lauded as the #1 fire tamer of the North region, and his understanding of the fire Dao was unprecedented, comparable even to ancient sages. Dao being Zimu of Heavenly Piercing Sword sect was a genius of the sword Dao. He was extremely famous in the North region. It was said that a mighty figure of Middle Continent's sword sect appreciated his potential and wanted to take him in as a disciple but was rejected by him. Dao being Zimu was known as one of the North region's twin swords. Of the upper sects, 7 Kills sect and Mystic Firmament Divine Cult sent out their paragons as well. Of course, some of the 10 upper sects of the North region were weaker as well. For example, Dragon Tiger sect was implicated in the fight between the 4 dynasties earlier on and suffered considerable losses. Apart from the 10 upper sects, the 4 gentry clans were not to be underestimated as well. For example, Dao being Illusion Light of the Dugu family was a paragon of the sword Dao. His illusion sword Dao could make it difficult to distinguish from reality. At the same cultivation realm, there were few people who could see through his sword Dao. Dao being Illusion Light was also the other one of the North region's twin swords. Dao being Zimu and Dao being Illusion Light were 2 geniuses of the sword and were extremely notorious in the North region. They were practically invincible. In this North region Dao meet, there was probably going to be a showdown between their swords. Of course, among the paragons, Dao being Wushuang of the Yuan clan was the most famous. There were also some paragons who wanted to challenge Dao being Wushuang's status. Apart from the sparring between void reversions, there were also many fights between Dharma characteristic Dao lords. There would definitely be a fierce battle at the North region Dao meet. However, no one realized that there were 4 unassuming people in Qian Heaven City who were prepared to create a massive wave at the North region Dao meet. For the past few days, apart from the first day when Su Zimo went out for a walk, he had been staying in the inn to recuperate. Yulan wanted to make use of this opportunity to befriend paragons as much as possible and establish connections with some sects and factions to prepare for her dynasty revival plans. However, Su Zimo did not have many plans. Upon arrival at Qian Heaven City, there were only 2 things he needed to confirm. First, he wanted to know where Yuan Wushuang was. Second, he wanted to know if Dao being Xian Yu would be coming. These 2 pieces of news could be obtained within a day. For the past few days, Yuan Wushuang did not appear and Su Zimo and the others did not make any moves as well. However, they had already received definite news that Yuan Wushuang would definitely appear at the North region Dao meet. As for Dao being Xian Yu, he should not be coming this time round. It was said that Glass Palace only sent a void reversion this time round to compete against Yuan Wushuang for the spot of the #1 Dao being in the North region. As time passed, the golden lion became increasingly nervous. He had been separated from Cuckoo for 9 years. He wasn't even sure if Cuckoo was still alive. He looked forward to their reunion. However, he was worried that something might happen and that Suzimo, Night Spirit, and Xianxia would be in danger because they stood up for him. This was the North Region Dao Meet. It was one of the biggest events in the cultivation world of the North Region. Even the overlord of Wild Lion Ridge would not dare to lead his 10 million fiend demons here, let alone the 4 of them. There were not only void reversions at the Dao Meet, there were also many Dharma characteristic Dao Lords. How were they going to handle it? The Golden Lion did not doubt Night Spirit's combat strength at all. However, 2 fists were no match for 4 hands. If they were surrounded, they would most likely die. More and more cultivators were gathering in Qianheaven City, and it became livelier. Over the past few days, news would spread from time to time. The appearance of any paragon would cause quite a stir. On this day, the North Region Dao Meet officially began. Suzimo tidied his green robes and walked out of the room with Night Spirit, Xianxia, and the Golden Lion. He bumped into Yulan and the others who were approaching. "Brother Su, you're finally willing to come out." Yulan smiled. Uncle Zheng nodded at Suzimo as a form of greeting. The 2 princes hid behind Yulan and Uncle Zheng, not daring to raise their heads to look at Suzimo. Suzimo could not be bothered with the 2 of them. The North Region Dao Meet was held in the center of the city. In the middle of Qianheaven City was a gigantic stone platform. The fights between cultivators at the North Region Dao Meet were conducted on the stone platform. Around the stone platform stood nearly 20 stone pillars. The stone pillars were extremely spacious and could accommodate at least a few hundred people. There were some chairs placed beside tea tables with many spirit fruits and fragrant tea that were set up. Only the top sects and factions of the North Region were qualified to ascend the stone pillars. From above, one could look down at everyone and take in the entire view from the high ground. As for cultivators of small sects and factions or itinerant cultivators, they could only squeeze on the ground. By the time Suzimo and the others arrived, both sides of the street, the restaurants and roofs near the stone platform were already filled with people. A hint of envy appeared in Yulan's eyes as she looked at the cultivators on the stone pillars who were eating spirit fruits and drinking fragrant tea. Those are all paragons of major sects and factions. If I can befriend them, I can even unify the entire North Region, let alone rebuild Great Yu, Yulan said softly. Suzimo smiled and asked instead, "What have you gained in the past few days?" Yulan's expression darkened as she shook her head. "These paragons are insufferably arrogant and prideful. Who would be willing to help if there's no benefit?" After a brief pause, Yulan continued, "However, it's all right. If I can meet Dao Bing Wushuang, I believe that I'll definitely be able to move him. As long as he's willing to help, everything will be fine. Look, Dao Bing Windflame is here. Dao Bing Windflame, the paragon of Glass Palace in this generation. His combat strength is second only to Dao Being Glass back then." At the mention of Dao Being Glass, many cultivators had emotional expressions. Unknowingly, 10 years have passed since that calamity of the titular disciples. Someone sighed softly. 10 years ago, Suzimo fought against many titular disciples in the Dao inheritance ground and established his Dao heart. In that battle, 8 titular disciples died, and it was known as the calamity of the titular disciples. Dao Being Glass died within. Suddenly, a cultivator said, "If the desolate marshal appears, Dao Being Wushuang won't be qualified to be the #1 Dao Being of the North Region, right?" The Witch Gu calamity happened within the territories of the 4 dynasties. Not many people witnessed Suzimo's 2 attacks in the capital of Great Zhou and Ethereal Peak, and it was barely a year since. Not many people in the North Region knew of his return. A cultivator at the side sneered, "Everyone, Desolate Marshal was crippled by a half-martial ancestor 10 years ago. Even if he reconstructs his body, how much of his past combat strength can he have?" Another cultivator said in a deep voice, "Desolate Marshal has offended too many factions. It's best if he remains ignoble. If he dares to appear, countless enemies will come knocking on his door." Yulan was delighted when she heard the discussions around her. Although these paragons could not help her restore her dynasty, if they got rid of Dao being desolate marshal, it would mean that the greatest obstacle in her ambition would be removed. Brother Su, did you hear that? Yulan rolled her eyes at Su Zimo and said proudly, Desolate Marshal isn't invincible. He's already at the end of his road. As long as I release the news of his return, countless paragons will naturally attack and suppress him. Su Zimo smiled indifferently and shook his head. It's useless. They're just a bunch of useless people. Although it sounded natural coming from his mouth, it sounded way too arrogant to Yulan. Who would dare to call the paragons of the North region useless? Who was qualified? She frowned slightly and her impression of Su Zimo decreased significantly once more. Uncle Zhang could not help but sneer at the side. What high-sounding sentiments! Why don't you give it a try during the battle between void reversions later? Let everyone see what you've got. Not interested. Su Zimo shook his head. He was here for Dao being Wushuang. He was not bothered nor interested with the sparring between void reversions. Look at how scared you are. The mockery in Uncle Zheng's eyes intensified as he said, Don't worry. The purpose of this Dao meet is to exchange pointers and experience. Unless there's a deep feud, cultivators won't fight with their lives on the line. Su Zimo smiled and did not argue. In that short period of time, Dao being Wind Flame had already landed on a stone pillar with a calm expression, not even looking at the many cultivators beneath him. He had only one goal in coming here, to defeat Dao being Wushuang. Glass Palace was the only immortal sect in the North region. The title of the number 1 Dao being of the North region had to be given to Glass Palace cultivators. Although Dao being Wind Flame was alone, he occupied an entire stone pillar and no cultivators had any objections. Even the Dharma characteristic Dao lords present had to give him face. At that moment, almost all the paragons of the major sects and factions were gathered. Many cultivators of the Yuan clan had arrived as well. Yuan Wushuang was the only one who had not appeared. None of the cultivators present complained nor were they displeased. That was because this person had a noble status and it was only right for him to be late. After a while, a figure appeared in the distant horizon. In the blink of an eye, he had already arrived above Qian Heaven City. That person was burly and wore bronze armor. A blood-red cloak fluttered behind him as he rode on a pure gold lion that emitted a powerful aura. The moment he arrived, the clamor in the crowd decreased. It was as though no one dared to speak loudly for fear of offending this paragon. Dao being Wushuang. After Dao being Wushuang appeared, Dao being Wind Flame, who was initially resting with his eyes closed, suddenly opened them with a rainbow-colored glint in his eyes. At the same time, Dao being Wushuang looked towards Dao being Wind Flame. The gazes of the two paragons collided in midair like divine weapons and sparks flew. Instantly, the atmosphere turned extremely tense. The void between the two paragons was filled with a strong killing intent. Neither of them noticed that in the dense crowd on the street, there was a group of people staring at them coldly. Is that him? Su Zimo glanced sideways at the golden lion. The golden lion nodded heavily with a ferocious glint in his eyes as he grit his teeth. That's him. I'll recognize him even if he turns into ashes. That's Cuckoo. Su Zimo's gaze landed on Yuan Wushuang's mount. The lion was pure gold and did not have a single strand of multicolored fur. It truly looked extremely majestic. Yes, the golden lion gulped and said with a worried expression. First, if you guys end up fighting, please don't injure Cuckoo. Yes. Su Zimo nodded. At that moment, everyone's attention was focused on the two paragons, Dao being Wushuang and Dao being Wind Flame. No one heard their conversation either. Dao being Wushuang's cultivation seems to have improved quite a bit. Don't worry. Dao being Wind Flame's inheritance of Glass Palace is definitely not to be trifled with. The cultivators discussed fervently. Yuan Wushuang surveyed the surroundings and declared loudly, Sorry for the wait, everyone. I've just gained some enlightenment and my cultivation has improved. That's why I'm late. A commotion broke out in the crowd when they heard that. Dao Bing Wushuang was already at the perfected void reversion realm previously and his cultivation improved. Isn't that the same as reaching the half-step Dharma characteristic realm? Who can match him at the same cultivation realm? The pressure on Dao Bing Wind Flame will be immense now. Dao Bing Wushuang is exerting pressure on Dao Bing Wind Flame. Cultivator could tell what was going on and said, although Dao Bing Wushuang's statement is an explanation, it's actually meant for Dao Bing Wind Flame. The fight between the two paragons had already begun. All eyes were on this. Yulan looked at the armored man riding a lion in midair and could not help but exclaim, "This is a true paragon. This should be the bearing of a paragon." As she said that, she looked at Su Zimo. She wanted to tell Su Zimo that paragons did not have to rely on words. They could attract everyone's attention the moment they appeared. When she looked at Su Zimo, she realized that he was pushing through the crowd and walking forward. "Brother Su, where are you going?" Yulan was stunned and asked hurriedly. "To settle a score with someone," Su Zimo replied without turning back. Night Spirit, Nian Qi and the Golden Lion followed behind him with menacing expressions. Yulan asked instinctively, "With who?" "Yuan Wushuang," Su Zimo's voice sounded. Yulan was stunned as she looked at the back view that was leaving into the distance. Her impression of him that had gotten clearer once again turned blurry at the moment. In midair, Yuan Wushuang and Dao Bing Wind Flame faced off with a grim atmosphere. But now, 3 humans and a beast suddenly barged into the battlefield, attracting countless gazes. Even Yuan Wushuang and Dao Bing Wind Flame turned to look over. The 3 humans and a beast walked over slowly. Their leader was a man in green robes with refined features. Behind him was a black-robed man with a cold expression and a golden-haired girl. Right at the back, a golden lion limped in. There was nothing unique about the 3 of them and the beast. The only thing special was that their eyes were cold and murderous. Who were the 3 of them? What were they trying to do standing out at this moment? At that moment, there were already cultivators in the crowd who recognized Su Zimo and their expressions changed. The pure gold lion that Yuan Wushuang was sitting on shuddered and looked at the golden lion with gentle and worried eyes. The golden lion suddenly shouted, "Cuckoo! I'm here to save you. It's useless." The pure gold lion shook her head with a sorrowful expression and said in human tongue, "Go back, lion. Where did this demon beast come from? How dare you be so arrogant at the North Region Dao meet?" A Yuan clan cultivator had long stood out and shouted, prepared to kill the golden lion on the spot. "I'll handle this matter." Yuan Wushuang raised his hand slightly and shifted his gaze to the golden lion, smiling. "So it's you. Fufufu. How dare you? Have you forgotten what I told you before?" Yuan Wushuang's tone was calm, but there was a hint of ferocity in his smile. "I've said it before. If you dare to look for me again, I'll break all your bones bit by bit." He grinned with a chilling killing intent in his tone. His attention was entirely focused on the golden lion, as though he had not seen Su Zimo and the other 2. Or rather, even if he saw them, he did not care. "Crazy. He's really crazy." Uncle Zhang shook his head. "The 4 of them are void reversions and they want to challenge Dao Bing Wushuang?" This time round, Yulan did not say anything. Her eyes were fixed on Su Zimo's face, as though she wanted to make something out of it. "Yuan Wushuang." Right then, Su Zimo spoke slowly. The moment he said that name, a commotion broke out. Right now, Yuan Wushuang was the #1 Dao being of the North region and was notorious. Anyone of the same cultivation realm would have to address him respectfully as Dao being Wushuang. Who would dare call him by his name? It was only then that Yuan Wushuang turned to Su Zimo and the others and sighed gently. "It's been many years since anyone has been so rude to me. Little lion, your helper is truly impolite." All the cultivators present could sense the killing intent in Yuan Wushuang's tone. Many cultivators looked at Su Zimo and the others as though they were looking at a few dead people. Of course, there were also some cultivators who had grim expressions and looked at Su Zimo in disbelief, trembling slightly as though they had thought of something. "Oh," Su Zimo replied indifferently. "What a coincidence. There aren't many people who dare to be so rude to me all these years as well. That was the truth. In the Dao inheritance ground, all the cultivators who dared to attack him had already turned into cold corpses. Yuan Wushuang, I have 2 scores to settle with you for coming here. Su Zimo pointed at the pure gold lion in midair and said, First, you should not have snatched that lion and forced her to be your mount. Second, you shouldn't have broken his leg. Su Zimo pointed at the golden lion and continued, Ha 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 ha. Yuan Wushuang reared his head in laughter as though he had heard the funniest thing in the world. So, you're here to settle scores with me? When the paragons of the other upper sects heard that, they shook their heads incredulously as well. A Yuan clan cultivator stood out and said coldly, Are you even worthy of challenging Dao being Wushuang? Take my strike. The void reversion could not hold it in any longer and leaped down from the stone pillar. He summoned a long saber from his storage bag and slashed down towards Su Zimo's head with the might of heaven and earth. 5 dermic patterns burst forth from the saber. It was a perfect Dao being dermic weapon. Before the saber descended, a powerful sharpness burst forth, as though it could destroy everything before it. Yulan's expression changed slightly. The fact that any random cultivator of the Yuan clan already possessed such combat strength was evidence of how strong the 4 gentry clans were. The other paragons nodded secretly as well. Coupled with dermic powers and blood chi, the might of that slash was pushed to its limits with the momentum of the descent and could not be underestimated. Yuan Wushuang watched everything calmly without any intention of attacking. Su Zimo stood on the spot motionlessly. Even when he was enveloped by the saber aura, his expression did not change at all. His eyes were deep and emotionless like an ancient well. It's over. That person is scared silly. There's a price to pay for being arrogant. Someone sneered. All of a sudden, Su Zimo opened his mouth and spat out a single word. Scram! His voice was like thunder. The discussions in the crowd had just started when they were suppressed by that shout and returned to silence. The cultivators who were closer were caught off guard and were shocked. Many cultivators felt their ears buzzing and temporarily lost their hearing. They could no longer hear anything. The cultivators were stunned and looked at the battlefield in a daze. None of them could imagine that the roar came from a cultivator. The void reversion of the Yuan clan was still in midair when he was struck by the sound domain attack. He shuddered and his gaze turned sluggish. His mind went blank and he lost consciousness, falling from midair like a meteor. The saber aura in his hands dissipated immediately. The light on his saber dissipated as well. Bang! The void reversion fell onto the stone platform heavily and did not move at all. He had already fainted and was unconscious. Su Zimo had used the power of Thunderclap Kill for that roar. Although his green lotus true body received the nourishment of the primordial divine spring, his bloodline was still not considered strong. If this was his dragon true body, that single roar would have shattered the void reversion's essence spirit and he would have died on the spot instead of merely fainting. Even so, that move was shocking enough. The initially restless crowd quietened down instantly. Who would dare to underestimate someone who could knock out a void reversion with a single roar? Who are you? Yuan Wushuang narrowed his eyes and asked slowly. Desolate martial wishes to establish a Dao and impart martial arts to all living beings. Right then, a cultivator stood up slowly and glared at Su Zimo, saying slowly, Dao being desolate martial, you're finally out of seclusion. Pest! Dao being desolate martial. Those words seemed to have a magical power that caused the entire Qian Heaven City to fall silent. Yulan's mouth was agape as her mind buzzed with a blank expression. How could that be? Su Zimo, he was desolate martial? Uncle Zhang was also dumbfounded and could not snap out of his daze for a moment. It's him. The Prince of Great Xia looked like he had gone mad as he yelled with a horrified expression. I knew it! He must have killed the imperial advisors. When Yulan learned that the green-robed cultivator accompanying her along the way was Dao being desolate martial, there seemed to be an explanation for many things. Dao being desolate martial, that peerless paragon who once dominated the North region and suppressed countless paragons to obtain the #1 spot of the phenomenon ranking, and personally buried 8 titular disciples. That strongest monster incarnate in history that many super sects were wary of and even attracted a half-martial ancestor expert to attack. He was the #1 figure in Tianhuang mainland who caused the heavens and earth to quake when he established his Tao heart and wanted to change the fate of all living beings. Everyone present knew that Su Zimo had once been severely injured by a half-martial ancestor expert and barely survived. His combat strength was greatly reduced, and he might even have fallen from grace and was no longer glorious. However, at that moment, when he appeared, many cultivators recalled the miraculous legends of Desolate Marshal. No one could ignore his past. Desolate Marshal. That Tao title alone possessed a suffocating and unstoppable might. Yulan looked around. Some were stunned, some were fearful, some were terrified, and some were excited. Although the cultivators of the Tao meat had different expressions, everyone remained silent. Even the wind seemed to have stopped. Everyone's attention was drawn to the appearance of Tao being Wind Flame and Yuan Wushuang earlier on. She was stunned as well. But now, Su Zimo's appearance pushed the shock in her heart to its limits. She once said that a true paragon should be the center of attention. But now, she realized that she was wrong. A true paragon could intimidate everything. Tao being Desolate Marshal. The weight of those words caused all the cultivators to feel an omnipresent pressure. Suddenly, countless questions flashed through Yulan's mind. For the past few days they had traveled together. Why did Desolate Marshal not attack her? Was he afraid of Uncle Zheng? Or was it because his combat strength had decreased and he was not confident? Or was there some other reason? What did the deaths of the 2 imperial advisors have to do with Desolate Marshal? Could it be as the 2 princes said? Were the 2 imperial advisors killed by Desolate Marshal? On the stone platform, Yuan Wushuang gradually came to his senses. After all, he was the #1 Tao being of the North region and was also a paragon that was hard to come by in 1,000 years. He was invincible, had a strong character, and never experienced defeat before. How could someone like that be intimidated by a Tao title? Desolate Marshal, to think that it would be you. Yuan Wushuang had a calm expression as he sighed gently. What a pity. The moment your body was destroyed and the creation Green Lotus shattered, your era had already passed. Many cultivators felt relieved when they heard that. That's right, Tao being Desolate Marshal was no longer the monster incarnate of the past. What was there to be afraid of? Desolate Marshal's greatest reliance was his bloodline power. Now that he had reconstructed his body and lost his divine phoenix bone, what trump cards did he have left? Desolate Marshal, you came at the right time. More than 100 years ago, you fought for the vermilion fruit in the Great Qian ruins and killed a paragon of our sect. It's time for you to settle this score. On the stone pillar, Tao being 100 Ghost of the Yin Ghost sect stood up slowly and glared at Su Zimo with a dark expression. Tao being Blazing Sun from one of the 10 upper sects, Blaze Columbus Valley, suddenly burst into flames and said in a deep voice, "You killed many disciples of my sect in the battle of the Great Qian ruins. It's time for you to pay with your life." Tao being Zimu of the Heaven-Piercing Sword sect, one of the North region twin swords, suddenly said with a sharp gaze, "In the Great Qian ruins, you killed a paragon of our sect. I've been wanting to test my 3-foot green sword on you for a long time." That was merely a casual remark. If it was 10 years ago, which of the paragons present would dare to challenge Su Zimo? But now, one after another, the paragons stood out and glared at Su Zimo with unfriendly expressions and murderous auras while spouting all sorts of reasons. In reality, the paragon of Heavenly Piercing Sword sect did not die in Su Zimo's hands. Instead, he was killed by Dugu Jian. However, at that moment, the blame was entirely on Su Zimo. Yuan Wushuang rode on the pure gold lion and smiled indifferently with a mocking look in his eyes. He did not even have to do anything, and Tao being Desolate Marshal was already overwhelmed. Tao being Wind Flame stood up slowly as well and said sternly, "Desolate Marshal, you really shouldn't have come. You want to attack as well?" Su Zimo asked with a smile. Tao being Glass died in your hands. If I kill you, I'll become this generation's titular disciple of Glass Palace. Tao being Wind Flame's voice carried a hint of killing intent. The crowd was in a frenzy. The situation was changing rapidly. Su Zimo had become the target of everyone. In the crowd, Uncle Zhang heaved a sigh of relief. "Princess, you can rest assured now," Uncle Zhang whispered. "This desolate marshal is arrogant and conceited. He doesn't know how to judge the situation. Even without you stepping in, these paragons will kill him." "Yes," Yulan replied distractedly. She should have been delighted that the greatest obstacle towards the restoration of her dynasty was about to be removed. However, for some reason, she did not feel as happy as she had imagined when she saw this. There were many Dharma-characteristic Tao lords in the Tao meet. However, none of them stood out. They merely communicated with their spirit consciousnesses and watched coldly from the sidelines. They were well aware of how many conjoint body mighty figures attacked Dragon Burial Valley 10 years ago. Tao being desolate marshal had a Mahayana patriarch backing him. Furthermore, the patriarch had once said that he would not interfere in a fight of the same cultivation realm. However, if any expert of any sect tried to murder desolate marshal across a major cultivation realm again, that patriarch would take revenge. We just have to watch from the sidelines. Tao Lord Mu Yu was a Dharma characteristic expert of the Duanmu aristocratic family. Tao Lord Bai Ling, a Dharma characteristic expert of the Ouyang aristocratic family, smiled indifferently. "That's right. With so many void reversion paragons gathered here, desolate marshal will definitely die today." To all of them, notwithstanding the fact that there were peerless paragons like Yuan Wushuang and Tao Bing Wind Flame, even if everyone were to take turns fighting Su Zimo, the latter would be exhausted to death. On the stone platform, in the face of the killing intent of many void reversion paragons, Su Zimo's expression was calm as he said slowly, "I'm here today to look for Yuan Wushuang. It's best for those uninvolved to not interfere." His statement was truly a reminder out of goodwill. He had only two motives for coming to the North Region Tao meet, Yuan Wushuang and Tao being Xian Yu of Glass Palace. However, some people were indifferent towards Su Zimo's reminder. "Desolate marshal, this is the North Region Tao meet. You can't be arrogant here." A void reversion stood out and strode towards Su Zimo. His eyes seemed to conjure the sun, moon and stars with a shocking aura. "It's Tao being Stellar Cloud of Stellar Luna sect. I heard that Tao being Stellar Cloud is only 100 years old. He's already at the void reversion realm at such a young age and has a bright future ahead of him," some cultivators whispered. On the stone platform, Su Zimo stood motionlessly without even looking at Tao being Stellar Cloud. Tao being Stellar Cloud felt that he was being looked down upon and was enraged. Without even testing the waters, he released Stellar Lunasect's secret skill right away. He wanted to release his killing move and not give Su Zimo any chance to react. A one-hit kill. A secret skill had already formed in front of Tao being Stellar Cloud. An ancient gigantic star spun slowly and crushed over with a powerful aura. Right then, Nian Qi turned around slowly. A gigantic star that emitted a savage aura arrived with a bang. Nian Qi strode forward and did not use any dermic arts. She merely clenched her fists and her blood qi burst forth with a golden glow. She clenched her fist and punched. In the face of this star, Nian Qi's fist was as insignificant as a speck of dust. However, when that speck of dust collided with the gigantic star, an earth-shaking and deafening bang sounded. Boom! A massive shockwave spread in all directions. Nian Qi did not take a single step back as her golden hair fluttered. Crack! 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 Suddenly, terrifying cracking sounds could be heard on the battlefield. Under countless gazes, cracks appeared on the surface of the gigantic star and spread rapidly. It filled the entire star. Bang! Immediately after, the star exploded and countless rocks formed from dermic powers flew everywhere, causing dust to billow. Blood drained from Tao being Stellar Cloud's face after he received such a serious injury. His entire body shuddered and he flew backwards, spitting out a mouthful of blood. "Who do you think you are? How dare you attack my young master?" Nian Qi looked at Tao being Stellar Cloud, who was sprawled on the ground with a dispirited expression, and scoffed coldly. At that moment, everyone's attention was focused on the golden-haired girl. Prior to this, Su Zimo's appearance and his title as Desolate Marshal shocked everyone. Almost no one paid attention to the two people and one beast beside him. It was only at this moment that everyone realized that this girl was not to be trifled with either. What surprised everyone the most was that such a beautiful and powerful young lady seemed to be a maidservant of Desolate Marshal. Yulan was dumbfounded. This petite girl who seemed harmless and traveled together with them had actually released such a terrifying power. The paragon of stellar lunisect could not even withstand a single blow from Nian Qi. The bloodline of the god race flowed through Nian Qi's body. Apart from some of the top paragons and monster incarnates, Nian Qi could sweep through almost anyone of the same cultivation realm. Not bad, not bad. Yuan Wushuang had a composed expression as he said with a smile, "Little lion, the two helpers you've found are rather strong. Yuan, I'll acknowledge that it was because I wasn't skilled enough that my leg was crippled by you." The golden lion grit his teeth. "As long as you return Kuku to me, we'll leave right now." "Sure." Yuan Wushuang nodded with a mocking gaze. "Kneel down and beg me." "Ha ha ha ha." A fiend demon actually came to our North Region Dao meet to negotiate terms with the number 1 Dao being of the North Region. What a joke! An ear-piercing laughter sounded from the crowd. Night Spirit's gaze turned cold. Nian Qi glared furiously as well. The golden lion's expression turned ferocious and his eyes revealed a look of struggle. After a moment of silence, he finally lowered his head and limped out. "Lion, don't." The pure gold lion could not bear to see this. However, the moment she opened her mouth, Yuan Wushuang sealed her words with a single thought. She had already signed a blood oath with Yuan Wushuang. He could kill the pure gold lion with a single thought. The smile in Yuan Wushuang's eyes intensified when he saw the golden lion's actions. "You might have misunderstood. I wasn't merely referring to you. All 4 of you have to kneel and beg me." The laughter in the crowd gradually died down. Everyone felt their hearts skip a beat. It was as though a storm was about to descend. It was nothing to make a demon beast kneel. However, Yuan Wushuang's intention was for Dao being Desolate Marshal to kneel before him as well. 10 years ago, even Dharma-characteristic Dao lords would not dare to make such a request in front of Dao being Desolate Marshal, let alone void reversions. Very good. Ever since I became famous, no one has dared to speak to me like that. Su Zimo looked at Yuan Wushuang coldly and nodded. "You're the first." "And I." Su Zimo suddenly opened his mouth and let out a Sanskrit sound. At the same time, a gigantic golden palm appeared beside Yuan Wushuang and grabbed him viciously. "Charge!" Yuan Wushuang willed the pure gold lion to carry him and charge towards Su Zimo. There was no way the pure gold lion could betray him since she signed a blood oath with him. However, at that moment, the pure gold lion stood motionlessly on the spot despite the risk of breaking the blood oath. That would result in death from a reverse blood flow. "Beast, how dare you!" Yuan Wushuang was enraged. "Ma!" Right then, a second Sanskrit sound descended. "Demon subduing seal." "OM!" The third Sanskrit sound. "Fiend suppression seal." 3 dermic seals and 3 Sanskrit sounds echoed through the world as they enveloped Yuan Wushuang's body and released a suffocating attack. Initially, Yuan Wushuang wanted to use his consciousness to kill the pure gold lion. However, against such an attack, he would die if he was even momentarily distracted. Combined with the Daming Sutra, the offensive power of the 3 Daming dermic seals had reached their limits. Yuan Wushuang did not dare to be careless. Leaping up, he conjured hand seals with both hands and hollered, "Een Wind God Slash." A series of sharp saber beams that were condensed from dermic powers burst forth from his body. They were blinding and sliced open the 3 golden palms that were approaching him. "Break!" Yuan Wushuang roared and withdrew a gigantic axe from his storage bag before slashing down viciously. Boom! The golden Buddha palms shattered into specks of golden light. Just as Yuan Wushuang was about to make a move, Su Zimo's attack descended once more like a torrential storm, not giving him any chance to catch his breath. Qi, an incomparably resplendent sword qi burst forth, creating a vast expanse of white. Stars filled the skies above the firmaments in a chaotic manner. When the heaven's killing intent is released, the stars are shifted out of alignment. Heaven-slaying sword chi. This was the most terrifying killing move among Su Zimo's many dermic arts. With his current cultivation, he could slash out 3 sword chi consecutively. However, Su Zimo did not release everything at once. The killing power of the 3 sword chi was way too terrifying. He was worried that he would kill Yuan Wushuang right away. Yuan Wushuang had signed a blood oath with the pure gold lion. If Su Zimo killed him directly, the pure gold lion's essence spirit would be severely injured as well. Furthermore, even if he killed Yuan Wushuang directly, he might not be able to free the golden lion from its mental demons. Everyone was shocked when the heaven-slaying sword chi appeared. Not to mention the void reversions present, even many Dharma characteristic Dao lords were shocked and looked wary. Even they felt threatened by the sharpness of the sword chi. What a terrifying sword chi! To think that desolate Martial's dermic arts would be so terrifying. Humph! Suddenly, a cultivator sneered. All of you think that desolate Martial's combat strength has decreased significantly after losing his body. However, there's something you guys might not know. What? Someone could not help but ask. The cultivator said with a deep voice. Back in the Dao inheritance ground battle, desolate Martial's physique and bloodline were both suppressed because he had demonic blood flowing through him, as well as the divine phoenix bone on him. 10 years ago, this cultivator had entered the Dao inheritance ground and witnessed those major battles personally. What does that mean? The cultivators at the side still did not understand. The cultivator said slowly. This means that when desolate Martial killed the 8 titular disciples, he did not use his physique or bloodline at all. You guys thought that his physique and bloodline were strong and that he was invincible in melee combat. However, you guys don't know that desolate Martial's dermic arts are so strong that they can look down on those of the same cultivation realm and destroy everything. Yuan Wushuang swung the gigantic axe in his hands. The moment he charged forward, his vision was shrouded by a blinding light. An extremely sharp aura surged over. Before the sharpness descended, he felt as though his body was about to be torn into 2. Ah! Yuan Wushuang raised his head and howled as the blood chi in his body exploded. His bloodline rumbled and surged. His blood chi was vibrant. It was only a step lower than the tsunami blood level and was considered top tier as well. Yuan Wushuang gripped his gigantic axe tightly and released his blood chi. Dermic powers surged within his body as his black hair danced. Narrowing his eyes, he slashed towards the incoming sword chi. The heaven-slaying sword chi had already forced out all his strength. Right then, Su Zimo slapped his storage bag and removed a dark gray mountain from it, throwing it towards Yuan Wushuang. It was the ancient unique treasure, the Mystic Magnet Mountain. When he took out the Mystic Magnet Mountain, it was only the size of a hand and could be supported by a single palm. However, as Su Zimo injected dermic powers, the Mystic Magnet Mountain expanded against the wind and grew rapidly. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a mountain. The larger the Mystic Magnet Mountain, the stronger the power of magnetism it emitted. Given Su Zimo's current cultivation, he could raise the Mystic Magnet Mountain to 100 feet with his full strength. Although it was far from a true mountain peak, the sudden descent of the 100 feet tall mountain was shocking enough. Initially, the gigantic axe Yuan Wushuang wielded could have struck the heaven-slaying sword chi. However, due to the appearance of the Mystic Magnet Mountain, it released a powerful magnetic force and pulled his gigantic axe away from its original trajectory. Yuan Wushuang's blood chi was strong, and even with the suction of the Mystic Magnet Mountain, he could still maintain his balance. However, the gigantic axe in his hands shifted slightly and barely missed the incoming heaven-slaying sword chi. Although it seemed like a hair's breadth difference, it was enough to determine the outcome of this battle. Yuan Wushuang's expression changed. In a flash, he made the best decision. He abandoned the gigantic axe in his hands. That gigantic axe was his destiny dermic weapon and could unleash immense destructive power in his hands. However, under the shroud of the Mystic Magnet Mountain, his destiny dermic weapon became a burden. He could not spare any effort to defend against the heaven-slaying sword qi either. With a single thought, Yuan Wushuang transformed the gigantic axe into a stream of light and stuffed it back into his storage bag. At the same time, he conjured hand seals with his left hand and took out a few talismans from his storage bag with his right, ripping them apart. Hum, hum, hum. A series of defensive barriers formed in front of him in an attempt to defend against the sharpness of the heaven-slaying sword qi. Poof, poof, poof. However, in the face of the heaven-slaying sword qi, those talismans were like pieces of paper that were pierced one after another. 6 trigram dermic mirror. With that delay, Yuan Wushuang's dermic art was already formed. A pure gold round mirror appeared in his palm. Mysterious patterns were etched on it, and it spun continuously, emitting a blazing light. The series of exchanges displayed Yuan Wushuang's immense combat strength, keen talent, and brilliant techniques. He was indeed worthy of being called the #1 Dao being of the North region. However, Yuan Wushuang's rise was way too short. At most, it was only 10 years. What happened 10 years ago? 8 titular disciples, the strongest void reversions of Tianhuang mainland, were killed by Su Zimo in the Dao inheritance ground. The reason why Yuan Wushuang could rise was because Dao Being Glass died in Su Zimo's hands. In other words, if Dao Being Glass was still around, Yuan Wushuang might not be able to stand out. However, after 10 years, Su Zimo, who once killed 8 titular disciples in the Dao inheritance ground, became even stronger, and the killing power of the heaven-slaying sword qi was even more immense. Clang! The heaven-slaying sword qi broke through 3 defensive barriers and struck the center of the 6 trigram dermic mirror. Crack! 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 Accompanied by a cracking sound, cracks appeared on the 6 trigram dermic mirror. The entire mirror was covered in the blink of an eye. Yuan Wushuang's expression changed. The killing power of that sword qi was too strong, and it broke through 3 of his defensive talismans and a defensive dermic art. However, the remnant sharpness did not stop. There was no need for more. 2 consecutive sword qi could kill him here. Yuan Wushuang felt an immense pressure that suffocated him. It was as though all his methods could not withstand a single blow from Desolate Marshal. Desolate Marshal had a reconstructed body, and the power of his body's bloodline was definitely a weakness. Yuan Wushuang wanted to close the distance and engage in melee combat with Su Zimo right away. But he could not. Poof! The sword qi pierced through the 6 trigram dermic mirror. Yuan Wushuang wanted to stop and dodge, but it was already too late. Poof! A flash of blood appeared. Yuan Wushuang's palm was pierced by the heaven-slaying sword qi. The killing power within the sword qi spread along the wound rapidly and destroyed all life force in the palm. On the surface, Yuan Wushuang's palm was merely pierced with a bloody hole. However, in the blink of an eye, the meridians and blood vessels in the palm were severed and the life force within was destroyed by the heaven-slaying sword qi. That palm was already crippled. The sword qi did not stop and stabbed towards Yuan Wushuang's chest. Clang! The sword qi landed on his armor and shot out a fiery light before dissipating. The cultivators were dumbfounded. Throughout the entire process, everyone was so nervous that they forgot to breathe. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief when they saw the sword qi dissipate. Even bystanders could feel such pressure against the heaven-slaying sword qi, let alone Yuan Wushuang, who was enveloped by it. A few drops of sweat had already appeared on his forehead. His armor was also a connate Dao Being dermic weapon. However, the remnant sword qi still left a clear white mark on his armor. If not for the protection of the armor, he would have been defeated and severely injured by the sword qi. Yuan Wushuang had just escaped a calamity and was slightly relieved. However, he had not expected that Su Zimo would not give him a chance to catch his breath. At the same time that the sword qi dissipated from the 6 trigram dermic mirror, Su Zimo charged forward and extended his arm, pointing at Yuan Wushuang as he hollered, "Kill! Thunderclap kill!" A sound domain secret skill was released. If it was a normal battle, Yuan Wushuang's blood qi and body might not have been affected by Thunderclap kill. However, at that moment, he was at his most relaxed state when he was suddenly struck by Thunderclap kill. His entire body shuddered and his mind went blank. The moment Thunderclap Kill descended, a gigantic thunderbolt descended from above his head. It was curved and coiled with lightning as it struck Yuan Wushuang's head. Snap! A thunderclap sounded. The purple thunder manual and green thunder manual combined to form the Great Void Spirit Refinement section. This was one of the Dermic arts, the Fury of Thunder. Yuan Wushuang's armor could defend against the sharpness of Dermic weapons, but it could not defend against the impact of the Fury of Thunder. Thunderclap Kill and Fury of Thunder descended at the same time and Yuan Wushuang was struck silly. Green smoke billowed from his body and his hair was coiled as he stood motionlessly with a dull gaze. In the blink of an eye, Su Zimo arrived beside Yuan Wushuang. With a wave of his hand, he summoned the latter's essence spirit and condensed it in his palm. Victory was decided. The crowd fell into an uproar. From the moment Su Zimo attacked till the end of the battle, he merely took a dozen breaths. Nobody expected that this battle would end in such a short period of time. The number 1 Dao being of the North region posed almost no resistance to Su Zimo and his essence spirit was captured. Su Zimo's series of attacks were the best Dermic arts among the Immortal and Buddhist Daos. It was already amazing for Yuan Wushuang to be able to break free from the attacks of the 3 Daming Dermic seals and defend against the sharpness of the heaven-slaying sword Qi. If it was any other paragon, they might not even be able to defend against 3 Daming Dermic seals. When Yulan saw that, she had a conflicted expression and her heart skipped a beat. Perhaps no one could understand what she was feeling right now. The reason why she came this time round was to ask Yuan Wushuang to take action to suppress Desolate Marshal. However, she had not expected that Yuan Wushuang's essence spirit would be captured by Desolate Marshal in a dozen breaths. That was truly ridiculous. What was even more ridiculous was that the Dao being Desolate Marshal she wanted to suppress was Su Zimo who was traveling with her. Uncle Zhang sighed faintly and said softly, "Princess, it seems like you were right back then. This person is indeed not simple." Yulan smiled bitterly without saying anything. Her first impression of Su Zimo was that he was special and not simple. That was the reason why she invited him over to befriend him. However, she had not expected this person to be so special. The entire battle ended too quickly. Even many Dharma characteristic Dao Lords could not react in time, let alone the void reversions present. Desolate Marshal, stop! A Dharma characteristic of the Yuan clan stood up and frowned, saying in a deep voice, "Desolate Marshal, this is the North Region Dao meet. Everyone is here to spar and exchange pointers. You can't fight to the death." "That's right." Dao Lord Muyu of the Duanmu aristocratic family nodded and declared, "Desolate Marshal, the outcome has been decided. Release him." "We can't fight to the death?" Su Zimo sneered coldly and said indifferently, "I came to the North Region Dao meet to settle scores with him. I'm supposed to release him just because you want me to?" Right now, Yuan Wushuang's essence spirit was in Su Zimo's palm. Su Zimo could kill Yuan Wushuang with a single thought. Even if the Dharma characteristic Dao Lords present wanted to save him, they would have to be cautious. "Desolate Marshal, let's make a deal." Yuan Wushuang judged the situation. Seeing that he could not escape, he said in a deep voice, "If you kill me, the essence spirit of that pure gold lion will be severely injured as well. How about I break my blood oath with her and you release me?" The golden lion's heart skipped a beat, and he wanted to speak but hesitated. As long as Kuko could get out of this unscathed, he was willing to trade his own life, let alone spare Yuan Wushuang. Although his leg was broken by Yuan Wushuang, as long as Kuku was fine, the suffering was nothing. However, now that Su Zimo was in control of the situation, he could not say much and merely looked at the pure gold lion with a worried expression. "All right." Seemingly sensing the golden lion's intentions, Su Zimo pondered for a moment before nodding. "Release the blood oath and I'll spare your life." "That won't do. You have to make a Dao oath." "What if you renege on your words?" Yuan Wushuang was still worried. "If I say that I'll spare your life, I won't kill you." Su Zimo's expression turned cold as he exerted strength in his palm and squeezed Yuan Wushuang's essence spirit, saying frostily, "Don't push your luck." "All right." Sensing the killing intent in Su Zimo's heart, Yuan Wushuang did not dare to make any more demands. He chanted a mental sutra and a drop of soul blood floated out of his consciousness. It looked like a lion and emitted a faint demonic chi as it flew towards the pure gold lion. The pure gold lion hurried forward excitedly. The moment the drop of soul blood returned to her body, she shuddered and the invisible shackles that were initially covering her body were suddenly released. She was overjoyed and roared into the skies, charging towards the golden lion. 9 years later, they finally reunited. Their foreheads were pressed tightly together. The two lions did not move nor say a word. They merely looked at each other affectionately with tears shimmering in their eyes. Many cultivators were touched when they saw that. Although they were only two demon beasts, many cultivators could feel the joy and gratitude of their reunion at that moment. All living beings had spirits and emotions. It was the same for demons. Xianxia smiled. Even night spirit's eyes flashed with an imperceptible gentleness. Desolate marshal, let go of me, Yuan Wushuang hollered. Su Zimo released his grip. Yuan Wushuang's essence spirit turned into a stream of light and entered his glabella instantly, returning to his consciousness to regain control of his body. Endless indignance and resentment surged in his heart. Prior to this, he was the number 1 Dao being of the North region and his reputation had already reached its peak. No one in the same realm could match him. However, in just a dozen breaths, all his glory and past were shattered by the green-robed cultivator before him. We can't let this matter go just like that. Yuan Wushuang lowered his head slightly and glanced at Su Zimo, who was standing not far away from him. Suddenly, a bold thought popped into his mind. Previously, he wanted to fight Su Zimo in melee combat but did not succeed. But now, they were merely an arm's length apart. Wasn't this a God-given opportunity? If he suddenly attacked and killed Dao being Desolate Marshal here, it wouldn't matter even if he was defeated earlier on. Although this method was dishonorable, everything was worth it as long as it could kill Dao being Desolate Marshal. His reputation would not decrease. Instead, it would increase. The moment that thought flashed through his mind, he could no longer contain it and it grew rapidly. Yuan Wushuang felt his heart thumping wildly. Steady! He took a deep breath and tried his best to stabilize his emotions. He refused to look at Su Zimo, afraid that he might alert the latter and fail. Kill! All of a sudden, without any warning, Yuan Wushuang suddenly raised his head. His eyes shone with a cold glint as he roared and lunged towards Su Zimo. However, the moment he raised his head, his heart skipped a beat. Unknowingly, Su Zimo had already turned around and was looking at him with a fake smile. That pair of deep eyes seemed to have seen through all his thoughts. Not good. Yuan Wushuang was alarmed. He was prepared. Right then, Su Zimo's eyes flashed with a demonic glint. His pupils were pitch black as though they were emitting a strange demonic power. Yuan Wushuang was stunned. He exchanged glances with the pair of demonic eyes and felt a little dazed. His movement techniques, speed, and actions turned sluggish. However, Yuan Wushuang woke up before long. Ocular technique. His heart skipped a beat and revealed a flaw. Su Zimo's ocular technique had taken advantage of it and affected his mind. Yuan Wushuang's heart sank gradually. Although he woke up swiftly and was merely dazed for a brief moment, that was enough for an opponent of Desolate Marshal's level. A palm had already appeared above his head. It was Desolate Marshal's palm. This change happened even faster. With a single mistake, the battle was over. Yuan Wushuang stood motionlessly in front of Dao being Desolate Marshal with a pale face. Although he tried her best to remain calm, one could still see the panic in his eyes. Dao being Desolate Marshal's palm was right above Yuan Wushuang's head. As long as he exerted strength in his palm, Yuan Wushuang would die without a chance for his essence spirit to leave his body. How could this be? Why is Dao being Wushuang in Dao being Desolate Marshal's hands again? Many cultivators were confused and did not manage to witness what happened in that brief moment. Cultivator was speechless. Earlier on, Yuan Wushuang suddenly attacked Dao being Desolate Marshal. But the cultivator paused and frowned slightly, confusion flashing through his eyes. What happened? Speak, someone urged impatiently. The cultivator had no choice but to continue. However, I don't know what happened. At that critical juncture, Yuan Wushuang was dazed for a moment, and even his movement technique paused briefly. It's that momentary pause that allowed Dao being desolate marshal to seize the initiative and subdue him first. The cultivators were stunned. Time has barely passed, but the number 1 Dao being of the North region was subdued by desolate marshal once again? It seems like it's even shorter this time round. Could it be that Yuan Wushuang is so useless that he can't even withstand a single breath against desolate marshal? Disbelief filled the eyes of the cultivators. Uncle Zheng, what happened just now? Yulan could not help but ask. She had been paying attention to the two people on the battlefield the entire time, but she could not understand what happened in that instant they exchanged blows. It was as though Yuan Wushuang had lost his soul all of a sudden and was captured. Uncle Zhang said in a deep voice, "It's an ocular technique." Yuan Wushuang was the first to show signs of fear. His mind was shaken and an opening appeared, so he was affected by Desolate Marshal's ocular technique, resulting in the current outcome. This Desolate Marshal is even more terrifying than we imagined. Uncle Zhang lamented. He was right. What Su Zimo released was the heavenly fiend eyes from the Tao Heart Fiend Seed Sutra that could affect a cultivator's mind. To be fair, it was already rare for Yuan Wushuang to be able to break free of the power of the heavenly fiend eyes and regain consciousness. Su Zimo's fiend technique was extremely powerful. That was because his memories contained the cultivation insights and comprehension of a half-martial ancestor of the fiend sex. Desolate Marshal, what are you trying to do? The Dharma characteristic Tao Lord of the Yuan clan had just sat down when he stood up again and shouted with a dark expression. Su Zimo was expressionless as he shook his head. You shouldn't be asking me that question. You should be asking him what he wants. Desolate Marshal, you can't kill me. Yuan Wushuang did not dare to act recklessly. Gritting his teeth, he said, "You promised me earlier. You're Tao being Desolate Marshal and you can't go back on your words. But I've already spared you once earlier on. You're the one who didn't cherish the opportunity," Su Zimo said coldly. Yuan Wushuang's heart was filled with fear. Su Zimo was right. Their transaction earlier on was complete. He released the blood oath and Su Zimo spared his life. However, he was the one who asked for the current situation. Desolate Marshal, you can't kill me. Yuan Wushuang took a deep breath and said slowly, "If you dare to kill me, I can guarantee that you won't be able to leave Qian Heaven City." Oh! Su Zimo's gaze intensified as he inched closer to Yuan Wushuang and asked coldly, "Are you threatening me?" He exerted strength in his palm and pinched the top of Yuan Wushuang's head. The immense force caused the latter's head to cave in slightly. The skull let out a terrifying sound, as though it would explode the next moment. Yuan Wushuang was drenched in sweat from the intense pain and almost fainted. Just as he was about to break down, Su Zimo released his grip and the suffocating feeling of death vanished once more. Yuan Wushuang panted heavily with lingering fear as he looked at the refined cultivator before him as though he was looking at a demon. Killing you is letting you off too easily. Sliding his palm down, Su Zimo patted Yuan Wushuang on the cheek and said coldly, "I still have a debt to settle with you." Yuan Wushuang's heart sank. Su Zimo continued, "That lion is my sworn brother and you broke his leg. What do you think we should do? What do you want?" Yuan Wushuang asked with clenched fists. "An eye for an eye. A tooth for a tooth," Su Zimo said slowly. "You broke one of his legs, so one of yours will have to be broken. How dare you?" Yuan clan's Dharma characteristic Tao Lord was enraged and shouted, "Desolate Marshal, although you're a human, you're willing to travel with fiend demons and become sworn brothers. Now, you want to harm the paragons of the human race for a fiend demon." Tao Lord Muyu frowned slightly as well and said sternly, "Desolate Marshal, don't go overboard." Suddenly, Su Zimo recalled Demonist Ji's evaluation of the orthodox path of the immortal sex. If these people wanted to do evil or kill, they had to find some dignified reasons to hide their inner thoughts. They were the most hypocritical. Why? You guys want to attack me? Su Zimo sneered and asked instead. The two Dharma characteristic Tao lords were speechless and had ugly expressions. The current Tao, being desolate martial, was different from the past. He had a Mahayana patriarch backing him. They were wary and did not dare to act rashly, afraid that their families and sects would incur the wrath of a Mahayana patriarch. How dare you? Yuan Wushuang glared at Su Zimo and growled fiercely. Su Zimo's palm was still above Yuan Wushuang's head as pitch-black threads spread out from his palm. The black threads coiled around Yuan Wushuang and sealed his dermic powers. Su Zimo was expressionless as he raised his leg and tapped Yuan Wushuang's right leg gently. Crack, crack, crack. The sound of bones cracking could be heard, and it was chilling. The bones of Yuan Wushuang's right leg were shattered by Su Zimo's kick, turning into fingernail-sized shards that remained in his body. There was no way he could recover from such a serious injury unless he had the help of a primordial divine spring. Ah! Yuan Wushuang let out a tragic cry as his face turned pale and his body trembled uncontrollably. At that moment, it was as though he had returned to that rainy night 9 years ago where he saw a lion crawling in the mud bit by bit with its mangled hind legs. Everything seemed to be karma. He suddenly regretted it. If he knew that the lion had such a relationship with Desolate Marshal, he would not have provoked it back then. The golden lion watched this scene. The fear towards Yuan Wushuang in his heart disappeared bit by bit. His eyes lit up once more. Cuckoo! This is the elder brother I mentioned to you before. The golden lion grinned and said in high spirits. He came here this time round to help me vent my anger. Cuckoo said with a worried expression. Yuan Wushuang has a noble status and the Yuan clan has a strong foundation and strength as well. While your actions are definitely cathartic, elder brother, we're surrounded by strong enemies. Isn't it a little rash for you to do this? Rash? Nianqi shook her head. This isn't over yet. It was not only the Yuan clan. Many Dharma characteristic Tao lords present had ugly expressions. They felt embarrassed that Su Zimo could do whatever he wanted at the North Region Tao meet. Desolate Marshal. Don't be too arrogant. A Dharma characteristic Tao lord of Yin Ghost sect said coldly. This is the North Region Tao meet and there are Dharma characteristic Tao lords present. You're not allowed to be insolent here. Desolate Marshal, release him, the Dharma characteristic of the Yuan clan hollered. At that moment, Yuan Wushuang was lying in Su Zimo's footsteps, looking extremely miserable as he howled. One of his palms was crippled by the heaven-slaying sword Qi. Now one of his legs was crippled as well, unless he could find the primordial divine spring or cultivate to the conjoint body realm. Otherwise, there was no way he could recover from such a serious injury. His path as a paragon would come to an end as well. All the cultivators looked at Yuan Wushuang with complex expressions and were filled with emotions. The former number 1 Tao being of the North region was reduced to such a state because of a demon beast and his dignity was trampled on. Release him, Su Zimo sneered coldly. Suddenly, he reached out and grabbed Yuan Wushuang's hair, pulling him up from the ground. What else do you want? Yuan Wushuang had already broken down completely and his voice was trembling. Do you remember what you just said? Su Zimo looked at Yuan Wushuang and said slowly, You wanted the 4 of us to kneel to you before you were going to let us go. Did I remember correctly? Yuan Wushuang's body shuddered. Who gave you the guts to ask me to kneel? Su Zimo's tone was sinister and murderous. Back when he was still immortal, he dared to go against a golden core and was unwilling to bend his knees. Right now, he was Tao being Desolate Marshal. 10 years ago, he killed 8 titular disciples and was known as the number 1 Tao being of Tianhuang mainland. No one dared to look down on him. Even Dharma characteristic Tao lords would not dare to say something like that, let alone a void reversion like Yuan Wushuang. In other words, no one in the same cultivation realm could afford to have Desolate Marshal kneel to them. Since you like making people kneel so much, I'll fulfill your wish. After saying that, Su Zimo suddenly extended his leg and kicked Yuan Wushuang's other knee. Crack, crack, crack. A tremendous force surged into his knee. Yuan Wushuang's knee was crushed into dust. That was equivalent to both his legs being crippled. Yuan Wushuang could not hold on any longer and knelt down with a thud. "Ah!" he shrieked. The physical and mental torture almost made him faint. Yuan Wushuang was completely crippled. A thought flashed through the minds of the cultivators when they saw that. There was no sympathy or pity in everyone's hearts. The cultivation world was cruel and unpredictable. Furthermore, Yuan Wushuang asked for it. If he had retreated obediently during the first transaction, he might have been able to save a leg. However, he still wanted to kill Su Zimo but was captured by the latter. It was only right even if he had to die, let alone lose both his legs. Desolate Marshal Jr., you've gone too far. The Dharma characteristic Tao Lord of the Yuan clan could not hold it in any longer. He even summoned his destiny Dermic sword and attacked Su Zimo uncontrollably. Desolate Marshal, don't get cocky. Tao Lord Mu, you said coldly. Although it's not appropriate for us to attack you, there are thousands of void reversion paragons present. How long can you last if all of them swarm you? What's wrong? Su Zimo sneered. The North Region Dao meat has already fallen to such a state where you guys want to gang up on me shamelessly? Although you're a human, you travel with fiend demons and become sworn siblings with them. You're incomparably savage and are no different from fiend demons. It's only right for us human paragons to kill fiend demons. Tao Lord Bai Ling's words were filled with righteousness. In the blink of an eye, Su Zimo seemed to have turned into a heinous fiend demon that killed people like flies. He was not tolerated by the world. Even if all the cultivators ganged up on Su Zimo, they would be backed by a legitimate reason. A series of spirit consciousness fluctuations emanated from the dozens of stone pillars in midair. The Dharma characteristic Tao Lords of the many major clans present were sending voice transmissions to their void reversion paragons, telling them to prepare to attack. Almost all the 10 upper sects, for gentry clans, 2 ancient aristocratic families and many factions of the North region had some grudges with Su Zimo. Most geniuses from these sects died in the hands of Su Zimo during the battle in the Great Qian ruins. Right now, those Dharma characteristic Tao Lords could not watch Su Zimo do whatever he wanted at the North Region Tao meet. Getting a void reversion to make a move was not considered as crossing a major cultivation realm to deal with Su Zimo. Even if the Mahayana Patriarch knew about it, he could not say anything. Upon receiving the order, the paragons glared at Su Zimo with restless gazes. Desolate Marshal's combat strength was indeed powerful. However, they had the advantage in numbers. 2 fists were no match for 4 hands. No matter how strong Desolate Marshal was, could he defend against the encirclement of the paragons? Even though the sword chi was terrifying, it could only target 1 or 2 people. Desolate Marshal's dermic powers would eventually be depleted. Of course, there were some cultivators who secretly withdrew and chose to stand by idly. These people had witnessed Su Zimo's methods in the Dao inheritance ground. In their opinion, there were only 2 options if these people wanted to gang up and kill Desolate Marshal. Either the Dharma characteristic Dao Lords present had to attack or the 8 dead titular disciples had to revive. Otherwise, the void reversions in Qian Heaven City might not be enough to handle Desolate Marshal. In the crowd, Uncle Zhang said in a low voice, "Desolate Marshal is way too sharp. As the saying goes, steel that is too tough will snap with ease." To think that despite the calamity he experienced 10 years ago, he's still unable to understand that logic. Yulan smiled bitterly without saying anything. She could no longer see through this person. "Desolate Marshal, you're cruel and call fiend demons your brothers. You deserve this outcome." Dao being 100 Ghost said coldly and was the first to step forward. "Desolate Marshal, your combat strength is indeed strong." Dao being Zimu said in a deep voice, "In order to respect you, the North Region's twin swords have decided to join forces to fight you." Dao being Blazing Son of Blaze Columbus Valley stood out with a scorching aura. "I heard that you know some fire techniques. It's a good opportunity for me to learn from you." One after another, paragons stood out. Many void reversions had long received orders and were waiting for an opportunity to strike. In the blink of an eye, Su Zimo was surrounded by a group of cultivators. A murderous aura filled the air. A massive battle was on the verge of breaking out. Night Spirit and Yen Qi turned slightly and protected the Golden Lion and Cuckoo within. They surveyed their surroundings with hostile expressions. I think you guys are mistaken about something. Even in the midst of the encirclement, Su Zimo's expression was calm. I'm here for 2 matters. The first matter has been resolved. After settling the second matter, I'll leave and won't affect your North Region Dao meet. Dao being 100 Ghosts sneered. He's spreading lies to confuse the masses. Everyone, don't believe him. I'll say it again. The main reason why I'm here is for 2 matters. I don't want to create unnecessary trouble and incur hatred with you guys. Su Zimo replied, I did not kill anyone when I attacked earlier on. That is enough to prove my words. Everyone was stunned. They realized that Su Zimo was right. He did not kill nor did the maidservant by his side, Nian Qi. Even Yuan Wushuang did not die. Su Zimo changed the topic and said coldly, However, if you guys insist on coming to kill me, don't blame me for starting a massacre and dyeing Qian Heaven City with blood. At the North Region Dao meet, there were many aristocratic families and paragons present alongside Dharma characteristic Dao lords that overlooked the entire event. If these factions, paragons and Dharma characteristic Dao lords were intimidated by a void reversion at such a grand event, they would definitely become the laughingstock of the cultivation world if news of this spread. Those who could cultivate to the void reversion or Dharma characteristic realm were all people with strong wills, and it was difficult for them to be scared off by a few sentences. In the eyes of the cultivators, it was inevitable that Desolate Marshall's combat strength would decrease significantly after reconstructing his body. Although he had just suppressed Yuan Wushuang forcefully, he had released extremely powerful dermic arts and had expended a lot of energy. How long could he sustain such expenditure? There were thousands of void reversions on their side. On Desolate Marshall's side, even if the 2 lions were included, there were only 5 void reversions. It was clear who was stronger. Furthermore, Desolate Marshall had once killed 8 titular disciples. He definitely had countless treasures and secret skills. By killing Desolate Marshall, they would have a chance to split the treasures. In reality, the cultivators who had such thoughts did not witness the battle at the Dao Inheritance Ground personally, and their understanding of Desolate Marshall was limited to the legends. In fact, these paragons even doubted the authenticity of the legends. There were even some cultivators who wanted to take advantage of the situation to steal some gains. After Su Zimo said that, some cultivators retreated outside the battlefield with grim expressions. They had witnessed the battle between Desolate Marshall and many titular disciples before. Without witnessing it personally, it was hard to imagine how shocking that battle was. Even if Desolate Marshall's combat strength was greatly reduced after reconstructing his body and he did not have any helpers, they intended to wait and see for the time being. Hee. Suddenly, a sneer sounded in midair. Dao being 100 Ghosts figure swayed, and suddenly, many figures appeared from his body, surrounding the entire stone platform. Those figures looked no different from Dao being 100 Ghost. Even their auras, cultivation realms, expressions and voices were identical. Ghost Parade. Ghost Sect's secret skill. There were extremely few cultivators who could cultivate it successfully, and Dao being 100 Ghost relied on that secret skill to become one of the paragons of the void reversion realm. A stir broke out amongst the crowd. It was the first time for many cultivators to witness such a technique, and they were shocked. Those who could represent the North region to participate in this Dao meet naturally had powerful trump cards and were outstanding. Su Zimo furrowed his brows slightly. That secret skill could not be considered as a clone technique. A clone meant that it had inherited some of the combat strength of the main body, more or less. If Dao being 100 Ghost could create 100 clones with combat strength, his reputation would be far from this level. It was more like an illusion technique that could confuse reality. Of course, if he were to use this illusion technique properly, it would be enough for him to manipulate his opponents in the palms of his hands. Uncle Zheng, can you tell which is the true body? Yulan asked softly. Uncle Zheng shook his head. I can't tell. Even with my spirit consciousness, I can't sense the difference between these figures. Yulan's heart skipped a beat. If even Dharma characteristic Dao lords could not see through the flaw of the secret skill. Desolate Marshall. The 100 figures opened their mouths at the same time and buzzed. It was impossible to tell which was the true body. Just because you didn't kill anyone doesn't mean that you're merciful, Dao being 100 Ghosts said coldly. Instead, that's proof of your guilty conscience because you know how to judge the situation. You know very well that the paragons of the North Region Dao meet are gathered and even Dharma-characteristic Dao lords are present. You won't dare to be too brazen. You didn't kill anyone because you didn't dare. Before Dao being 100 Ghost could finish, Su Zimo swept his gaze and his body was shrouded in electric arcs. In a flash, he charged towards a figure. Dao being 100 Ghost was alarmed. Swoosh! Ghostly figures appeared one after another, revealing sinister expressions and killing intent as they lunged towards Su Zimo. If any other cultivator were to face the incoming figures, they would either defend or dodge. Their movement speed would definitely be affected. However, Su Zimo's speed did not decrease at all. Instead, it increased exponentially. In a flash, he passed through the figures and arrived before one of them. He had long seen through the fact that these ghostly figures were merely illusions and did not have any combat strength at all. Naturally, he was fearless. The reason why he was able to locate the only true body of the 100 figures was not because of his eyesight and spirit consciousness, but because of his unfathomable spirit perception. There was no difference between the 100 ghostly figures. However, there was only a single ghostly figure that had a killing intent that alerted his spirit perception. Dao being 100 Ghost's expression changed starkly. He had not expected that his most reliable secret skill would be so weak against Su Zimo. Lightning escape was extremely fast. By the time Dao being 100 Ghost realized that something was amiss and wanted to retreat, it was already too late. Su Zimo extended his palm and spread his fingers. In a flash, he grabbed Dao being 100 Ghost's throat and lifted him up. The 100 ghostly figures dissipated completely. All that was left was a figure that was strangled by Su Zimo. His feet were in the air, kicking wildly. The crowd was in an uproar. Many cultivators were still trying to determine which was Dao being 100 Ghost's true body. However, Dao being 100 Ghost had already fallen into Su Zimo's hands. "You're too noisy," Su Zimo said coldly with an expressionless face. "If you dare to kill me, don't even think about leaving alive." Dao being 100 Ghost's face was purple as he glared at Su Zimo and let out his final word. "How noisy!" Su Zimo exerted strength in his palm and crushed Dao being 100 Ghost's throat. Lightning flashed and surged into Dao being 100 Ghost's consciousness, shattering his essence spirit. Dao being 100 Ghost was dead. When Su Zimo realized that his retreat could not solve the problem, there was only one other way out. "Kill him," the Dharma characteristic Dao Lord of Yin Ghost sect ordered with a frosty expression. The cultivators present were already tense to begin with. When they heard the order, all of them burst forth and attacked. With the mystic magnet mountain guarding the stone platform, some metal-type dermic weapons were absorbed by the mystic magnet mountain the moment they arrived. Many cultivators reacted immediately and either put away their dermic weapons or took out weapons of other materials. Bang! 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 Dermic arts descended one after another. At that moment, at least 1,000 void reversions attacked with torrential dermic powers and terrifying might, almost forming a tsunami of dermic powers that wanted to drown Su Zimo's group. In the face of such power, Yulan felt her heart tremble. Given her cultivation, she would definitely die if she was sucked into it. Uncle Zheng protected her hurriedly and retreated outside. The dermic powers tsunami crushed down with a tremendous might, as though it wanted to destroy all living beings on the battlefield. Kuka's face was pale. Although she was at the void reversion realm, she had never seen such a terrifying attack. In the face of such power, she was too insignificant. Even if she resisted, she wouldn't be able to cause any waves in the tsunami. The Golden Lion was someone who had experienced the Battle of Myriad Phenomenon City after all. After that major event, he was able to maintain his composure right now. "Cuckoo, don't worry," the Golden Lion consoled softly. "Pa!" Su Zimo chanted Sanskrit and conjured hand seals repeatedly with both hands. His black hair danced and a shimmering golden barrier was formed on his body. The golden barrier enveloped the Golden Lion, Cuckoo and Nian Qi. Su Zimo's Dharma characteristic was dignified like an ancient golden Buddha that stood in the midst of a raging tsunami, unmoved despite the impact of the tides. The immovable foundation seal, Night Spirit's figure, had long vanished. More than 1,000 dharmic arts were blocked by Su Zimo alone. The surrounding cultivators were shocked. Su Zimo's essence spirit was nourished by the creation green lotus and cultivated the top 3 divine cultivation techniques of the Immortal, Buddhist, and Fiend sects. It was comparable to Dharma characteristic Tao Lords. With the help of the Mingwang prayer beads, he released the Daming mantra along with the immovable foundation seal. Su Zimo's defense was pushed to its limits. However, the group of cultivators did not stop attacking. Bang! Boom! Boom! Thunder rumbled above the firmaments and dark clouds filled the skies as though they were splashed with ink. Purple lightning flashed through the clouds. Purple thunderstorm! Su Zimo hollered and pointed forward. Under the dark clouds, streaks of lightning rained down and intertwined, forming a storm that connected the heavens and the earth. Before the group of cultivators could attack, Su Zimo had already counterattacked. The storm howled and swept into the crowd. Some of the cultivators who could not dodge in time were sucked into the storm. Lightning filled their bodies, and they let out tragic cries as their life force was destroyed by the terrifying thunderbolt. Some cultivators had weak bodies and were torn to pieces by the purple thunderstorm, their essence spirits destroyed. The cultivators dodged and the crowd was in chaos. Desolate Marshal, die! A sword beam flashed over with a sharp edge and arrived instantly. In the blink of an eye, it had already arrived at the back of Su Zimo's head. That slash had already unleashed the killing intent of the sword Dao completely. The entire void was almost torn into 2. It was Dao being Zimu, one of the North region's twin swords. Without even looking, Su Zimo closed 2 fingers of his left hand and formed a sword finger. Circulating his mental cultivation, he slashed forward gently. Chi! A blazing sword chi shot out. The heaven-slaying sword chi reappeared. In the face of the heaven-slaying sword chi, Dao being Zimu's sword Dao was like a joke that was easily destroyed. Pest! Dao being Zimu's pupils constricted and he gasped. He had never seen such a terrifying sword chi. The killing power contained within the sword chi almost caused his heart to stop beating. Clang! The sword chi collided with his sword. Crack! 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 Cracks appeared on the sword. His destiny dharmic weapon was shattered by the sword chi. Poof! Numerous shards flew towards Dao being Zimu with endless sharpness, entering his body instantly and creating blood beams. They were too close and it was too late for Dao being Zimu to dodge. Dao being Zimu's eyes widened and his gaze was starting to lose focus as his life force drained rapidly. When the sword fragments entered his body, they had already destroyed his life force completely. His essence spirit could not escape. Thump! Dao being Zimu's corpse fell stiffly forward. He had fallen in Xian Heaven City. The second heaven-slaying sword chi descended and killed another paragon. Piak! On the stone pillar, heavenly piercing sword sex Dharma characteristic Dao Lord was shocked when he saw that. He slammed the table and stood up with endless rage in his eyes. Desolate Marshal! 2 words popped out from the gaps between his teeth, filled with immense hatred. The moment Dao being Zimu attacked, another sword cultivator arrived in front of Su Zimo and shook his sword gently. Whoosh! Instantly, hundreds of swords materialized in front of him in a surreal manner and stabbed towards Su Zimo. Dao being Illusion Light, the other sword cultivator of the North region's twin swords. The sword lights were resplendent and blinding. This sword technique could not only confuse a cultivator's spirit consciousness. The sword lights were able to restrict the cultivator's vision completely as well. The clashing of the swords affected the cultivator's hearing. The descent of that sword technique almost sealed Su Zimo's 5 senses. Su Zimo's expression was unchanged and he closed his eyes. Relying on his spirit perception, he suddenly reached out and grabbed forward. Hundreds of sword shadows dispersed. Dao being Illusion Light sword was already in Su Zimo's palm. Dao being Illusion Light was delighted when he saw that. Break! He hollered and wanted to make use of the sharpness of his sword to slice off Su Zimo's palm. However, his expression changed very quickly. The sword laid quietly in Su Zimo's palm without moving at all. The sharpness of the sword did not even manage to slice through Su Zimo's skin. This Dao being illusion light was stunned. How could this be? How could Dao being desolate martial still withstand the sharpness of a Khanate Dao being dermic weapon after he reconstructed his body? Su Zimo opened his eyes and looked at Dao being illusion light with a hint of mockery. Suddenly, his palm went limp and exerted a tremble, coil and yank. Ah! Dao being illusion light exclaimed. Suddenly, he felt a massive power burst forth from the other end of his sword. His palm was torn and blood gushed out. He could no longer hold on to the hilt of his sword and it flew out of his hands. Su Zimo had yanked it over. Su Zimo snatched Dao being illusion light sword and threw it in reverse without hesitation. The two of them were extremely close. The entire process of snatching and throwing the sword was completed in one breath. Coupled with the fact that Su Zimo's burst power was way too great, the sword turned into a cold beam of light and disappeared into Dao being illusion light's glabella in a flash. Poof! The sword pierced Dao being illusion light's head, and his essence spirit was destroyed on the spot. In almost a single round, Dao being illusion light was nailed to death by his own destiny dermic weapon. How ruthless! The cultivators who did not advance and hid from afar watched with shocked expressions and were speechless. If it was them, they would definitely be wary against the encirclement of so many sects and Dharma characteristic Dao lords. To think that Dao being desolate martial would be so decisive to kill without giving any respect to even Dharma characteristic Dao lords. Fire snake entanglement. Dao being blazing sun of blaze Columbus Valley conjured hand seals repeatedly and the surrounding temperature rose continuously. A fiery red aura emanated from his hands and formed a gigantic fire snake that was dozens of feet long in midair. The fire snake was lifelike and its entire body was burning with flames. Some cultivators could not dodge in time and were instantly engulfed by the flames, dying on the spot. Heavens! How is that a fire snake? It's a fire dragon, the crowd exclaimed. The dozens of feet long fire snake raised its head and flicked its tongue, emitting flames all over its body. None of the surrounding cultivators dared to approach it. Kill him! Dao being blazing sun pointed at Su Zimo. The fire snake seemed to possess intelligence and could understand Dao being blazing sun's words. With a ferocious glint in its eyes, it charged towards Su Zimo. Su Zimo glanced at the fire snake and sneered. You think you're worthy of playing with fire in front of me with that puny snake? Su Zimo channeled the Scarlet Flame Heart Sutra and snapped his fingers. Suddenly, a pitch-black flame appeared on his fingertip. He flicked his finger. The black flames floated and crashed towards the fire snake. The flames swayed weakly, as though they could extinguish at any moment. However, this was the fiend Dao fire that Su Zimo had created through his fiend cultivation. The fire snake was not an actual life form after all. Could not sense how terrifying the fiend Dao fire was at all. Looking at the black flames, the fire snake opened its mouth and swallowed the black flames. However, the fire snake froze in midair very quickly. Swoosh! Under countless gazes, countless black flames surged out of the fire snake's body. In the blink of an eye, it was incinerated. The scarlet fire snake was reduced to a gigantic snake that burned with black flames. However, it did not dissipate. Instead, it turned its head and charged towards Dao being blazing sun. Under the burning of the fiend Dao fire, the fire snake had already fallen into the fiend Dao, and the flames on its body became even more terrifying. It was no longer under Dao being blazing sun's control. Dao being blazing sun's expression changed starkly. The secret skill that he had cultivated for 1,000 years was no match for the black flame in desolate Marshall's hands. In the blink of an eye, the gigantic snake that was burning with black flames had already closed in. It raised its head and coiled around him. Dao being blazing sun did not have time to think as he channeled his spirit consciousness once more and conjured hand seals repeatedly. A ball of scorching flames rose from his body. Flames surged into the skies. His figure almost disappeared and there was only a gigantic fireball left in midair. The gigantic snake in black flame's body shrank and coiled continuously. The fiend Dao fire on the gigantic snake collided intensely with the fireball and devoured one another. The two different types of flames fought. After a momentary stalemate, the fiend Dao fire gained the upper hand. The flames released by the fireball gradually turned black. Ah! Before long, a tragic cry sounded from the fireball. Dao being Blazing Sun's figure reappeared. He waved his arms in midair and struggled continuously. Black flames burst forth from within his body and burned towards the outside. His eyes, ears, mouth and nose were filled with black flames that were terrifying. In just a few breaths, Dao being Blazing Sun's figure disappeared in midair. This paragon of the void reversion realm was burned to a crisp by the fiend Dao fire and his body and spirit were destroyed. Bang! 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 Many dermic arts descended once more and the void trembled. Su Zimo's eyes lit up and two balls of fire blazed. At the same time, a scarlet flame and a golden flame appeared beside him. They were the immortal and Buddhist Dao fires. In midair, the fiend Dao fire that burned Dao being Blazing Sun to ashes floated and returned gradually. 3 balls of flames revolved around Su Zimo's body slowly, like 3 eternal lanterns that illuminated the world. Scarlet flame revolving lantern. Many dermic arts descended on Su Zimo's body, but were burned by the 3 Dao fires and turned into nothingness. The cultivators were secretly shocked. Although it hadn't been long since the battle broke out, Su Zimo had already killed the strong paragons with his consecutive killing moves. Most importantly, their strength could not even break through Su Zimo's defense. The crowd was restless and chaos was starting to appear. Many cultivators were already thinking of retreating. Right then, another tragic cry sounded from the crowd. Ah! The tragic cry came to an abrupt stop. The group of cultivators looked over and saw a paragon of the Duanmu aristocratic family falling from midair. His head was pierced by a sharp object and there was a hole of blood. It was clear that he was not going to survive. Who killed him? The expressions of the cultivators changed slightly. Under their gazes, Su Zimo did not make a move earlier on. Who did this paragon die to? It's that black-robed man. A cultivator snapped out of his stupor and reminded everyone that there was a black-robed man beside Su Zimo who had disappeared. Suddenly, the cultivator felt a chill run down his spine. Immediately after, many cultivators looked over with fear in their eyes. Unknowingly, a black figure appeared behind the cultivator with an indifferent expression and cold eyes. It was Night Spirit. Reaching out, Night Spirit poked the back of the cultivator's head gently. His fingers were way too sharp and were even more terrifying than divine weapons. He did not even use any strength and a bloody hole appeared on the cultivator's head. In reality, more than 10 cultivators had died in Night Spirit's hands in that short period of time. However, when the battle broke out, all the cultivators were distracted by Su Zimo and no one paid any attention. It was only at this moment that everyone realized what happened and could not help but feel a chill in their hearts. Compared to Su Zimo, the black-robed cultivator was even more terrifying. No one knew when they would be suddenly closed in and killed silently and mysteriously. Bang! A petite figure charged over and punched out. Golden light filled the air as she broke through a dermic art and killed a paragon. The body of that paragon exploded instantly and he died on the spot. That petite figure was Xianxia. A cultivator took out a dermic weapon made of other materials and slashed at Xianxia's head. Without even looking, Xianxia retaliated with a punch and smashed the dermic weapon into pieces. A cultivator released dermic arts and Xianxia released her power of blood chi to clash head-on. The physique of a god race being could defend against divine weapons. The bloodline of a god race being could suppress all dermic secret skills. Back in Myriad Phenomenon City, the few god race beings were invincible and unstoppable. It was clear how terrifying the bloodline of the god race was. Xianxia did not need dermic weapons. By relying on her body and bloodline of the god race, there were not many people who could defend against her power if she charged into the crowd. This was true divine power. In the blink of an eye, at least 100 void reversions died in the hands of Su Zimo's group. The Dharma characteristic Tao lords on the stone pillars could no longer sit still and stood up one after another. Desolate Marshal deserves to die. The Dharma characteristic Tao lord of the Yuan clan gritted his teeth in hatred. Are we going to let desolate Marshal act so brazenly? The Dharma characteristic Tao lord of Yin Ghost sect had a cold expression. Tao being 100 Ghost was his proudest disciple but was the first to die. This was a fact that the Tao Lord could not accept, and he wanted nothing more than to tear Su Zimo to pieces. However, Su Zimo had a Mahayana patriarch backing him. Many Dharma characteristic Tao Lords were wary and none of them dared to act rashly. Tao Lord Muyu pondered for a moment before a cold glint flashed through his eyes. Suddenly he said, "I've got it. We can target everyone except Desolate Marshal." The eyes of the cultivators lit up as though they understood something. Tao Lord Bai Ling nodded. "That's a good plan. We'll kill the black-robed man, the golden-haired girl, or the 2 lions. Desolate Marshal will definitely stop us. If he attacks us first, he can't blame us for retaliating. Even if we're careless and kill him by accident, it'll be because he asked for it. What are we waiting for? Let's kill the 2 lions first." The Tao Lord of Heavenly Piercing Sword secked sword into the air and transformed into a sword beam, breaking through the crowd and charging towards the pair of lions. The Golden Lion and Cuckoo were pure-blooded ferocious beasts and would not be disadvantaged against the void reversion paragons present. However, their combat strength was far inferior against Dharma characteristic Tao Lords. Buzz! A sword beam appeared and arrived instantly with a chilling killing intent. Sword Tao was the most murderous. Sensing danger, the Golden Lion did not have time to think. He shielded Cuckoo behind him and flung his dermic weapon. Clang! His saber was sliced into 2 by the incoming sword. That saber was a dermic weapon he obtained in the ancient battlefield and was also his destiny dermic weapon. With his destiny dermic weapon shattered, his essence spirit was implicated as well. Eft! The Golden Lion spat out a mouthful of blood with a dispirited expression. However, he refused to retreat and protected Cuckoo tightly behind him. The sword beam paused for a moment before slashing down once more. All of a sudden, a green light appeared. In a flash, it blocked the terrifying sword beam. Clang! The sword struck the green light with a crisp sound and sparks flew everywhere. The green light froze. The Tao Lord of Heavenly Piercing Sword sect appeared as well. He focused his gaze and could not help but exclaim in disbelief, "Creation Green Lotus!" The jade green lotus platform revolved slowly and 6 lotus petals bloomed. It was emerald green and shone with an extraordinary glow. All the cultivators looked over with shocked expressions. Was that the legendary supreme treasure of the world, the Creation Green Lotus? Didn't they say that the Creation Green Lotus was already shattered by a half-martial ancestor expert? Why would it reappear now? It can't be. A cultivator said in a deep voice, "This isn't a complete Creation Green Lotus. A true Grade 6 Creation Green Lotus is much stronger than this lotus platform." He had seen with his own eyes a green lotus that soared into the skies and broke through the clouds in the Tao inheritance ground with chaos chi surrounding it. The lotus leaves covered the skies and the stem was jade green. The green lotus swayed and the entire firmament trembled. The impact of that scene and the power that shocked one's heart would never be forgotten. The Tao Lord of Heavenly Piercing Sword sect reacted quickly as well. However, Su Zimo did not give him the chance at all. He closed his fingers and formed a sword seal, waving it forward. Chi! A blinding sword chi surged along Su Zimo's sword finger. Instantly, countless stars with chaotic trajectories appeared in the skies. When the heaven's killing intent is released, the stars are shifted out of alignment. The hairs on Heavenly Piercing Sword sect's Tao Lord suddenly stood on end. Even he felt his heart skip a beat at the sharpness of that sword chi. Just as he was about to make a move, Su Zimo willed the Creation Green Lotus to turn into a green beam of light and charge towards him. The Tao Lord of Heavenly Piercing Sword sect waved his sword to defend. However, the heaven-slaying sword chi had already descended. There was no time for him to dodge at all. He could only use his free hand to conjure a dermic art to conjure a sword chi barrier that buzzed endlessly in an attempt to block the heaven-slaying sword chi. Clang, clang, clang. Although they were both sword daos, the collision of the two completely different sword daos created a sword chi storm instantly. An extremely sharp sword chi storm swept over and engulfed the Dao Lord of Heavenly Piercing Sword sect instantly. Before long, the storm dissipated. The Dao Lord of Heavenly Piercing Sword sect stood motionlessly on the spot, his body stiff as the light in his eyes faded gradually. TSK, TSK, TSK. Suddenly, streaks of blood appeared on his cheeks and neck, spewing blood. Sword scars appeared on his body as well. Under the engulfment of the sword chi storm, the Dao Lord of Heavenly Piercing Sword sect had already lost his life force and his spirit was destroyed. This scene caused a commotion among the cultivators. Even if Su Zimo killed all the void reversion paragons present, most cultivators would be able to endure it. After all, Desolate Marshal had been famous for a long time. If he did not have any trump cards, he would have been killed a long time ago and would not have lived to this day. However, after Desolate Marshal's body was destroyed, he could still kill Dharma characteristic Dao Lords across a major cultivation realm. That was rather terrifying. Desolate Marshal, you attacked us first. Don't blame us for killing you. Dao Lord Mu, you said coldly. Many Dharma characteristic Dao Lords surrounded him. All the Dharma characteristic Dao Lords present had lived for thousands of years and had sharp eyes. They could tell that although the sword chi released by Desolate Marshal was extremely powerful, the third sword chi was clearly a spent force. There were thousands of paragons at the North Region Dao meet. Endless dermic arts descended from the skies at the same time. Even if Desolate Marshal could defend against them, it would consume his essence spirit and dermic powers immensely. Desolate Marshal could not hold on for much longer. Cut the crap! Su Zimo reached out and touched his glabella gently. Beams of green light burst forth from his glabella. In his consciousness, 54 green lotus seeds were condensed continuously, forming a jade-green sword. Slay! He pointed forward and the green lotus sword burst forth, descending on Dao Lord Mu Yu's head instantly. The green lotus sword was a killing technique that targeted the essence spirit and was the sharpest. When the Dharma characteristic Dao Lords present sensed the aura of the green lotus sword, they were alarmed and retreated instinctively, wanting to avoid the sharpness of the sword. Dao Lord Mu Yu wanted to retreat as well, but he knew that no matter how fast his movement technique was, he could not match the speed of the green lotus sword. Without hesitation, Dao Lord Mu Yu conjured his essence spirit and released an essence spirit secret skill. The massive spirit consciousness condensed continuously, forming a gigantic vine that coiled towards the incoming green lotus sword. Everyone, help me! At the same time, Dao Lord Mu Yu roared. Although the green lotus sword was powerful, all the Dharma characteristic Dao Lords present could definitely shatter it if they attacked at the same time. As long as he could defend for a moment and the other Dharma characteristic Dao Lords reacted and helped him, he would be able to escape alive. Unfortunately, his essence spirit secret skill could not defend against the killing power of the green lotus sword. A green glow burst forth with a boundless sharpness, slicing the vines that were coiling over into two. Subsequently, the green lotus sword entered Dao Lord Mu Yu's glabella. Poof! Many cultivators could almost hear the sound of Dao Lord Mu Yu's essence spirit being sliced apart. Dao Lord Mu Yu's expression darkened as he fell from midair. There were no wounds on his body, but his spirit consciousness was empty. His essence spirit had already been sliced into nothingness by the green lotus sword. Kill! Bang! 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 It was only now that many essence spirit secret skills arrived and struck the green lotus sword, shattering it into pieces. The green lotus sword scattered into 54 dark green lotus seeds and returned to the creation lotus platform. As long as he had enough time to nourish it, the power of the green lotus seeds would recover to its original state. Desolate Marshal. Let's see how many tricks you have left, the Dao Lord of Een Ghost sect said sinisterly. All of a sudden, a blurry figure appeared behind him like a ghost. Right away, it reached out and grabbed the Dao Lord of Een Ghost sect. Humph! I was prepared. The Tao Lord of Een Ghost sect swayed and vanished from where he was, leaving only his erratic voice. Poof! The moment he said that, the figure of the Tao Lord of Een Ghost sect was revealed and he froze on the spot motionlessly. His forehead was pierced by a purple object and was dripping with blood. The Tao Lord of Een Ghost sect was already dead. He managed to dodge Night Spirit's claws, but not his tail. "You're a demon!" Tao Lord Bai Ling hollered. This black-robed man had managed to hide from their senses. "I've got it!" In the crowd, Uncle Zhang seemed to have thought of something and was enlightened. "Initially, I could not understand how the two imperial advisors of Great Xia and Great Shang died silently. Furthermore, there was even some demonic qi left in their wounds." He looked at Night Spirit in midair and said, "The answer is him." Upon hearing Uncle Zhang's analysis, Yulan remained silent and looked at the battlefield with a lost expression, as though she had lost her soul. "Princess, are you all right?" Uncle Zhang could not help but ask. "I'm fine." Yulan smiled sadly. "I finally understand what he once said to me. He said that as long as desolate martial lives, I'll never be able to restore my dynasty and topple the great Zhou." Yulan's expression dimmed as she shook her head. "He's not wrong. The Empress of Great Zhou has desolate martial backing her and I won't be able to win. I'll never be able to restore my dynasty." Uncle Zhang did not say anything either. The power displayed by desolate martial truly made him feel despair. The despair of being powerless to resist. When he saw many Dharma-characteristic Tao Lords join the fight, Su Zimo's expression turned grim. He made a prompt decision and sent a voice transmission with his spirit consciousness. "Retreat!" The consecutive battles had consumed a lot of his dharmic powers. Most of the void reversions and Dharma-characteristic Tao Lords of the North region were gathered at the North region Tao meet. Although there were no Tao Lords from super sects present, the fact that so many Paragon Tao Lords were involved was not to be underestimated. While Su Zimo's combat strength was strong, and he even had some trump cards that could kill Dharma-characteristic Tao Lords, he was not strong enough to take on so many Dharma-characteristic Tao Lords head-on. If it was just him and Night Spirit, they could escape unscathed at any moment. Given Nian Qi's strength, she might be able to break out of the encirclement as well. However, the Golden Lion and Kuku might not be able to escape. Once the battle broke out, he had to ensure the safety of the Golden Lion and Kuku first. "Nian Qi, kill your way out with Seven and Kuku. Night Spirit and I will cover for you." Su Zimo immediately sent a voice transmission and gave an order. This was Qian Heaven City and was not far from some aristocratic families. The event held here was also the North Region Tao meet. The various major sects and factions would definitely receive news of the bloody battle that broke out in Qian Heaven City. If they were to be trapped in the city, they would most likely die by the time mighty figures of the upper sects and aristocratic families arrived. "All right." Nodding her head, Nian Qi took the lead and charged at the front, bursting forth with golden blood qi. Like a god, she broke through the layers of obstacles and charged out of the city slowly. The Golden Lion and Kuku followed closely behind and attacked continuously, trying their best to help Nian Qi resolve the pressure. In reality, the impact they faced was not too great. That was because most Dharma-characteristic Tao Lords were already blocked by Su Zimo and Night Spirit and could not head over. "You're still trying to escape?" Sensing the intentions of Su Zimo and the others, Tao Lord Bai Ling said coldly with a cold expression, "Desolate Marshal, don't even think about leaving Qian Heaven City alive today. Demon Refinement Formation, activate," Tao Lord Bai Ling shouted. Su Zimo's expression changed when he heard that voice. He suddenly recalled something. Back in the intermediate ancient battlefield, he was plotted against by Glass Palace and fell into an omnidirectional demon suppression formation where he nearly died. The demon suppression formation was activated with the 4 demon revealing mirrors on the city walls. Coupled with the unique formation patterns, it could suppress demons to the spot. A row of demon revealing mirrors were placed on the city walls of Qian Heaven City. Initially, Su Zimo thought that the demon revealing mirrors were only used to check if any fiend demons had infiltrated the city. At that moment, when he heard Tao Lord Bai Ling's roar, He realized that there was another use for the demon-revealing mirrors on the city walls. Desolate Marshal, do you think that you can come and go as you please in Qian Heaven City? How important is the North Region Dao meet? It's not a place where beasts like you can cause trouble. Many Dharma-characteristic Dao lords sneered. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. On the city wall, Dharma-characteristic Dao lords were already standing there. They constantly changed hand seals and shot dharmic powers into the demon-revealing mirrors beside them. Back then, the demon suppression formation only used the demon-revealing mirrors. At that moment, there were 10 demon-revealing mirrors on every wall. Furthermore, the technique of this formation was not to suppress demons but to refine them. It was even more powerful. Whoosh! The 10 demon-revealing mirrors on the eastern wall released 10 beams of light that fused into one and enveloped Su Zimo. It was the same on the southern city wall. A beam of light formed by the 10 demon-revealing mirrors sped towards Night Spirit. The demon-revealing mirrors on the west and north walls condensed 2 beams of light that enveloped Xianxia, the Golden Lion and Cuckoo. The speed of the beams was way too fast. Even with Su Zimo's reaction, he could not dodge in time. He was enveloped by the beam of light. Immediately after, flames ignited within the range of the beam of light and burned towards his body. Su Zimo narrowed his eyes. The power of the demon refinement formation was indeed not negligible. Even his green lotus true body felt a burning pain from the flames. Of course, the pain was still within his tolerance. If not for the fact that the green lotus true body had received nourishment from the primordial divine spring a year ago, he would definitely suffer immensely in this envelopment by the demon refinement array. As the name suggested, the demon refinement array was even more terrifying against demons. If even the green lotus true body felt pain from the flames, it was not hard to imagine what would happen if the beam of light were to land on the Golden Lion and Cuckoo. Given the strength of the 2 lions, they would most likely be burned to ashes within a few breaths. Without hesitation, Su Zimo sent out the creation lotus platform with his spirit consciousness. The lotus platform emitted a green glow that was as crystalline as jade as it spun slowly, blocking the other beam of light that shot towards the Golden Lion and Cuckoo. The Golden Lion and Cuckoo panted slightly with pale faces and lingering fear. A third beam of light enveloped Xianxia. Xianxia's expression changed slightly as she hollered and her blood chi surged to its limits. Bang! Boom! Boom! Behind her, an ancient and mysterious pyramid appeared. Countless living beings knelt on the ground with pious expressions and chanted continuously. The power of the demon refinement formation forced out Xianxia's bloodline phenomenon. Against the light of the mysterious pyramid, Xianxia was like a god that could not be looked at and blocked the beam of light. Of the 4 beams, Night Spirit had the easiest time dealing with it. The beam was so fast that even Su Zimo could not dodge it. However, the light beam could not catch up to Night Spirit at all. His movement technique was even faster than light. Under the pursuit of the light beam, Night Spirit even had the strength to kill the cultivators present. On the surface, the 4 beams of light from the demon refinement array seemed to have been blocked by Su Zimo and the others, neutralizing them one by one. However, the Dharma characteristic Dao lords present knew that victory was within their grasp. The golden-haired girl was already rooted to the ground by the beam of the demon refinement formation. Although the 2 lions were not threatened by the demon refinement array, without the golden-haired girl's help, they were most likely doomed under the attacks of many cultivators. As for Dao being Desolate Marshal's combat strength, it was greatly reduced as well. At the very least, his destiny dermic weapon, the creation lotus platform, was locked down by a beam of light. The unknown demon in black was the only one left. There was nothing to fear. Everyone, kill this lad right now. Dao Lord Bai Ling's aura burst forth as he shouted. That's right. Everyone, don't hold back. Immediately, Dharma characteristic Dao Lords responded. Bang! 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 One after another, gigantic figures charged out of the bodies of the Dharma characteristic Dao Lords and rose from the ground. They were dozens of feet tall and looked down at the battlefield with immense might. A heaven and earth Dharma characteristic. This was the most powerful technique of Dharma characteristic Tao lords. Prior to this, Su Zimo had used his strongest trump card to kill Dharma characteristic Tao lords because he did not want to give them the chance to use their heaven and earth Dharma characteristics. Heaven and earth Dharma characteristics could manipulate the power of the heaven and earth with a single move. Even with Su Zimo's combat strength, he would find it troublesome. But now, Dharma characteristic after Dharma characteristic rose against the tide and stood in the Qian heaven city like gigantic gods with torrential auras. Hundreds of heaven and earth Dharma characteristics rose against the tide. Some were 40 feet, some were 50 feet. Tao Lord Bai Ling's heaven and earth Dharma characteristic was even more than 60 feet tall. A 60 feet tall Dharma characteristic was already qualified to fight for the Dharma characteristic ranking. In the face of the heaven and earth Dharma characteristics that towered into the skies, Su Zimo and the others seemed extremely tiny. Bang! 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 Almost at the same time, hundreds of heaven and earth Dharma characteristics charged over. Their massive bodies swayed and their feet stomped on the ground, causing the entire city to tremble. A Dharma characteristic was actually a summary of cultivation and condensation. It was the union of all dharmic techniques. The endpoint for many dharmic arts and secret skills was to eventually form their own Dharma characteristics. Dharma characteristics could connect to heaven and earth and mobilize the power of heaven and earth to its greatest extent. The power of heaven and earth was immense and unyielding. Even if a cultivator's body was weak, the heaven and earth Dharma characteristic that they cultivated would be able to fight demons in close combat. Only after cultivating to the Dharma characteristic realm would cultivators truly be unafraid of demons. The combined power of hundreds of heaven and earth Dharma characteristics was devastating. Su Zimo was only at void reversion realm. Even if his essence spirit was strong and comparable to Dharma characteristics, he could not defend against the impact of that power without a heaven and earth Dharma characteristic. Even Night Spirit did not dare to take on those heaven and earth Dharma characteristics head-on. Not far behind him, Nian Qi and the Golden Lion were trapped on the spot and could not advance. The situation had already begun to change. As time passed, the situation for Nian Qi and the others would only get tougher. Ah! Su Zimo let out a long howl and touched his glabella gently with his finger. His sea of consciousness opened and lightning flashed within. Crackle! He flung out a long whip from his sea of consciousness. It was surrounded by azure electric arcs that were bedazzling. Spirit vanquishing whip. Although Su Zimo's dharmic powers could not withstand the impact of so many heaven and earth Dharma characteristics, his essence spirit was not weaker than the Tao Lords present. Furthermore, the Spirit Vanquishing Whip was an essence spirit secret skill created by the Thunder Emperor and was extremely powerful. Piak. Su Zimo waved the Spirit Vanquishing Whip and whipped a Dharma characteristic Tao Lord. With a series of crackling sounds, bolts of lightning surged into the Dharma characteristic Tao Lord's consciousness and shattered his essence spirit. The Dharma characteristic Tao Lord's head slumped to the side and he fell from midair. His heaven and earth Dharma characteristic dissipated as well. Pest! The expressions of many Tao Lords changed when they saw that. What a powerful essence spirit secret skill! This lad is only at the void reversion realm, and the essence spirit secret skill he released can kill a Dharma characteristic Tao Lord. Desolate Marshal is truly a lunatic. A Dharma characteristic Tao Lord cursed with an ugly expression. Among them, many Tao Lords had just activated their essence spirit secret skills to destroy the Green Lotus Sword. There was no way for them to release a second essence spirit secret skill right now. Piak! An azure bolt of lightning flashed and struck another Dharma characteristic Tao Lord. Ah! The Dharma characteristic Tao Lord let out a tragic cry as his body trembled and almost convulsed. Unable to control his body, he fell from midair as well. Although his essence spirit was strong and was not destroyed by the Spirit Vanquishing Whip right away, it was severely injured and would not be able to recover completely in the future. The severe injury of the person's essence spirit caused his heaven and earth Dharma characteristic to dissipate as well. Against the Spirit Vanquishing Whip's killing intent, the Dharma characteristic Tao Lords could only retreat and avoid it. They could only use essence spirit dharmic weapons to defend against the Spirit Vanquishing Whip, There was no other way. As such, the battlefield was in chaos. Many Dharma-characteristic Tao lords retreated, afraid that they would be struck by the spirit-vanquishing whip. Even if they thought that they could withstand the spirit-vanquishing whip, they were afraid that their essence spirits would be injured and affect their future cultivation. Piak, piak, piak. Standing in midair, Su Zimo's eyes were like lightning as he waved his hand and brandished the dazzling spirit-vanquishing whip to whip the Dharma-characteristic Tao lords. It resembled a scene from the primordial era where the gods enslaved the 10,000 races. At that moment, Su Zimo, who was wielding the spirit-vanquishing whip, had an aura that was even more ferocious and imposing than the heaven and earth Dharma characteristics present. Piak, piak, piak. Every single whipping crack would result in a figure falling from midair. Some Dharma-characteristic Tao lords could withstand a single blow from the spirit-vanquishing whip while others were whipped to death. For some Dharma-characteristic Tao lords, even if they could defend against the spirit-vanquishing whip, they could not avoid Night Spirit's attack. His figure was like a phantom as he shuttled past many Dharma-characteristic Tao lords and released terrifying killing moves. None of the Dharma-characteristic Tao lords could stop Night Spirit's massacre. Kill! Many Dharma-characteristic Tao lords were enraged and released their essence spirit secret skills, charging towards Su Zimo. Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat and a ball of golden light burst forth from his left wrist, enveloping him. The Mingwang prayer beads released 4 characters that imprinted themselves on the golden barrier, forming a spirit consciousness barrier. When the essence spirit secret skills descended, the golden barrier trembled. The Mingwang prayer beads were damaged dermic weapons after all and could not defend against the impact of so many essence spirit secret skills. Before long, cracks appeared on the golden barrier and it shattered. Su Zimo could only rely on the spirit-vanquishing whip to fight against the essence spirit secret skills. The power of the spirit-vanquishing whip decreased as well and its light was dim. Before long, the spirit-vanquishing whip dissipated. The Dharma-characteristic Tao lords who were initially dodging the sharpness of the spirit-vanquishing whip charged forward furiously once again with their heaven and earth Dharma characteristics. On the other side, Nian Qi's combat strength was severely depleted after blocking the beam of the Demon Refinement Formation, and she could no longer protect the Golden Lion and Coco. At that moment, there were already a few wounds on the 2 lions. First, leave. Don't bother about us, the Golden Lion declared loudly. Cuckoo is saved today and we're reunited. There's no regrets even if we die. There was no fear in Coco's eyes either, as though death was nothing to her. What nonsense are you spouting? Su Zimo said in a deep voice. Nobody will die today, although he said that he was feeling anxious. The current situation was already extremely disadvantageous for them. At that moment, it was too late even if he summoned his dragon true body. Furthermore, the rules of the Dragon Bone Valley were strict and the dragon true body could not leave casually. The only person who could resolve this situation was Night Spirit. However, if that was the case, Night Spirit's true body would be exposed to so many people and his life would be in danger. The 2 of them exchanged glances. Su Zimo could see the determination in Night Spirit's eyes. Even if he were to expose his true body and put himself in danger, he could not let the 2 golden lions die here. That was the intention of Night Spirit's gaze. Gaga gaga. Right then, an ear-piercing laughter sounded from afar like a male duck's throat. However, Su Zimo, Night Spirit, and the Golden Lion were stunned when they heard that laughter. Immediately, ecstasy filled their eyes. You guys are fighting here and you're not even calling us? How unfriendly. In the distance, a tall and burly figure stood on the city wall. His body was filled with long fur and his demonic chi surged. He carried a long rod that shone with golden light on his shoulder and was grinning with a wild expression. Haha, I'm here too. Immediately after, another familiar figure climbed up the city wall with a strong and energetic expression. Behind him, a woman with a graceful figure descended. Her black hair was like a waterfall as she extended her long and slender legs and kicked the former off the city wall. She scolded jokingly, "Hurry and help!" After the 3 of them appeared, Coco could clearly sense that the golden lion's emotions had changed from despair to ecstasy. Who are they? She could not help but ask. The golden lion grinned widely. It's brother monkey, brother tiger, and sister Ching Ching. I told you about them before. They're all here. Ah! Coco exclaimed softly with disbelief in her eyes. She had once heard from the golden lion that brother monkey and the others were in the Thousand Demon Valley of the Middle Continent. To think that they would cross a major region to arrive here. However, a look of worry soon crossed Coco's face. There are only 3 of them and they're all at the void reversion realm. Sigh, they'll probably be in danger if they help us. She sighed softly. Ha ha! The golden lion swept away his initial dejectedness and was filled with pride as he shouted, "Don't be afraid. As long as we siblings join forces, we can go anywhere in the world. What's a mere Qian heaven city to us?" There were only 3 Dharma characteristic Tao lords. 2 of them controlled the 10 demon-revealing mirrors and dozens of void reversions on the city wall. Everyone could not help but frown when they saw Monkey and the other 2. Where did this beast come from? He doesn't know what's good for him and came knocking to us? A Dharma characteristic Tao Lord said coldly. The reason why there were demon-revealing mirrors and demon refinement formations in Qian Heaven City was to prevent fiend demons from infiltrating the city. It had been a long time since a fiend demon dared to invade the Qian Heaven City for so many years, let alone wreak havoc at the North Region Dao meet today. The Dharma characteristic Tao Lord on the city wall did not take the 3 mid-level fiend demons who were equivalent to void reversions seriously at all. I'm from the Thousand Demon Valley of the Middle Continent. Monkey was fearless against Dharma characteristic Tao Lord and grinned. How dare you bully my brother? I'll show you what I'm capable of. Die, beast. Many void reversions shouted and attacked. Boom! Monkey's feet landed heavily on the ground, causing the city wall to shake. Cracks appeared on his feet and spread in all directions. The crowd was shocked. How much power was that? Dong! He thumped his left chest and let out a dull thud. The hearts of many cultivators skipped a beat. Monkey charged into the crowd and some void reversions could not dodge in time and were smashed into a blood mist, dying on the spot. A blank space appeared behind Monkey. Among the 7 of them, apart from Su Zimo and Night Spirit, Monkey was the strongest. Back in Myriad Phenomenon City, Monkey could fight against the Rakshasa and God race experts with his full strength. His bloodline was shocking and his body was strong. Many void reversions' dermic weapons could not pierce through his skin. Monkey did not use any methods and merely charged forward. Yet, none of the void reversions on the city walls could stop him. Demon Monkey, don't be arrogant. Watch me suppress you. 2 Dharma characteristic Tao Lords were still controlling the demon-revealing mirrors to sustain the demon refinement formation. The remaining Dharma characteristic Tao Lord yelled and soared into the air. The person raised his hand slightly and a silver light flashed. Swash! In the blink of an eye, the silver light descended on Monkey's body and coiled around it, tightening and emitting beams of light. Demon-suppressing rope. In the cultivation world, there were many secret skills and dermic weapons that targeted demons. The demon-revealing mirror was one of them. The demon-suppressing rope was also a dermic weapon like that. Monkey's gaze focused as his blood chi circulated and his flesh expanded, wanting to break free from the demon-suppressing rope. The demon-suppressing rope shone with a bright silver light and tightened instead. Foo-foo, Demon Monkey. The more you struggle, the tighter the demon-suppressing rope is bound. The Dharma characteristic Tao Lord had a smug expression as he said in a deep voice, "If you kneel down, beg for mercy and sign a blood oath with me right now, I'll allow you to be my spirit beast and cultivate with me." He was confident. The demon-suppressing rope was a supreme-grade Tao Lord dermic weapon. Given the strength of this void reversion demon monkey, there was no way it could break free. Swoosh! Swoosh! How could Monkey listen to his nonsense? He channeled his blood chi continuously and his body expanded under the restraints of the demon-suppressing rope. Creak! Creak! There was even a sound coming from the demon-suppressing rope. However, as the person mentioned, The more he struggled, the tighter the demon-suppressing rope became. It even dug deep into his flesh. Humph. Let's see how long you can last, demon monkey. The Dharma characteristic Tao Lord sneered. Monkey's eyes were bloodshot. A blood stench emanated from his body as well. Monkey was the most terrifying in his berserk state where his combat strength would reach its limits. Buzz, buzz. Due to Monkey's immense strength in struggling, the demon-suppressing rope had already left streaks of blood on his body. Fresh blood oozed from the wound. The blood seemed to contain an extremely strong power that tainted the demon-suppressing rope. The silver light on the demon-suppressing rope flickered and dimmed rapidly. The Dharma characteristic Tao Lord's expression changed. Roar! Right then, Monkey suddenly opened his mouth and raised his head, letting out an enraged roar. The blood chi in his body burst forth as he exerted strength and broke free of the demon-suppressing rope with a bang. The demon-suppressing rope was tainted by the demon blood and lost its dermic powers. It was torn apart by Monkey and scattered on the ground. You beast! When he saw the scene before him, that person was shocked and could not help but gulp. Being stared at by Monkey's bloodshot eyes, he felt his scalp tingle and his hairs stood on end. Shoo! Without any time to think, that person summoned his flying sword and transformed into a cold beam of light that pierced towards Monkey's glabella. Scram! Monkey's large hand slapped on Imminent. The golden rod jumped up from his shoulder and expanded continuously with a blinding golden light, colliding with the incoming flying sword. Piak! A crisp sound rang out when the flying sword collided with Imminent. With a slight pause, cracks appeared on the sword. The Dharma characteristic Tao Lord's pupils constricted. The golden rod was getting closer and larger in his vision. Eft! Imminent extended all the way and smashed the Dharma characteristic Tao Lord's body into smithereens. His flesh and spirit were both destroyed. The expressions of the two Dharma characteristic Tao Lords who were controlling the demon-revealing mirrors changed drastically. Boom! Monkey landed on the city wall and soared into the skies, crossing over the heads of many void reversions and arriving above the two Dharma characteristic Tao Lords. His demonic chi was torrential and his blood eyes were terrifying. Break! He roared and swung his gigantic golden rod towards the 10 demon-revealing mirrors with a flash of golden light. That aura and power were way too strong. It was simply devastating. Under the envelopment of the rod, the two Dharma characteristic Tao Lords did not dare to take it head-on and retreated. Boom! Imminent crashed down, smashing heavily against the demon-revealing mirrors with its golden body. All 10 ancient mirrors were shattered by Imminent's strike. The light beam that was initially on Nian Qi dissipated instantly. Nian Qi's spirit was invigorated as her bloodline phenomenon that was about to disperse took form once more and fought in all directions. On the other side, Qing transformed into her true form and flapped her wings. Before long, she arrived above the southern city wall and raised her head, letting out a long cry. Suddenly, she spat out an exquisite jade-green feathered fan. The fan arrived in midair and expanded rapidly. If one focused their attention, they would discover that every single feather of the fan was burning with a dense flame. Qing channeled her spirit consciousness and injected dermic powers, fanning towards the city wall. Swoosh! A ball of green flames surged along the city wall and burned towards the 10 demon-revealing mirrors. Many void reversions attacked hurriedly, trying to defend against the spreading flames with their dermic arts. The fan struck again. Swoosh! The flames surged and broke through the obstructions of many void reversions, rising against the tide as the temperature on the city wall rose continuously. Many cultivators could not dodge in time and their bodies were stained with green sparks that could not be extinguished. Instead, they burned brighter. The Dharma characteristic Tao Lord on the city wall had already attacked and released a powerful dermic power to suppress the flames on the city wall. Qing let out a long cry and spat out a mouthful of essence blood that landed on the fan. The bloodline of the ferocious beast Bai Fong flowed within Qing's body. Bai Fong was one of the ferocious beasts that specialized in flames. In the ancient books, there were records of the Bai Fong that said that its blood was like lava. A single drop of blood could incinerate a forest. It was clear how powerful its bloodline was. As for the jade-green feathered fan, it was obtained from the ancient battlefield and possessed extraordinary might. Thanks to the stimulation of the Qing bloodline, the dermic powers of the fan increased tremendously. Qing controlled the feathered fan and fanned it a third time. Swoosh! This time round, even Dharma characteristic Tao lords could not stop the flames from spreading. After 3 consecutive fans, the jade-green flames formed a massive firestorm on the city wall that spread towards the demon-revealing mirrors. Hurry, retreat! When the 3 Dharma characteristic Tao lords saw that, they no longer bothered to activate the demon refinement formation and retreated. The flames engulfed the 10 demon-revealing mirrors and crackled. Within moments, the light on the 10 demon-revealing mirrors dimmed. The beam of light that was initially on the Creation Lotus platform dissipated as well. With the help of Monkey and Qing, 20 demon-revealing mirrors were destroyed in succession. This meant that more than half of the demon refinement formation was gone. Although Su Zimo was still enveloped by light beams from 2 other walls, their power was greatly reduced and could be ignored. First, 4-7. Who Bat Ian is here? The spirit tiger was kicked down from the city wall by Qing. Before it even landed on the ground, it transformed into its true form and roared as it sped towards the battlefield. There were only 3 more fiend demons on the battlefield. However, the entire situation had changed. Because the demon refinement formation was gone, the advantage of the upper sex and aristocratic families was no longer that significant. The pressure on Yanqi decreased significantly as she joined forces with the Golden Lion and Cuckoo to charge out of the city once more. Moving slowly, they were getting closer and closer to the city gate. On the main battlefield, Su Zimo held the Creation Green Lotus and joined forces with Night Spirit. They were still fighting against many Dharma characteristic Tao lords. Monkey had already joined the battle with Imminent. He was the happiest about such a huge battle. The more wounds on his body, the brighter the blood light in his eyes and the higher his fighting spirit. In reality, Su Zimo and the others were fighting and retreating. The cultivators of the North Region Tao Meet could no longer stop them. Many cultivators were already thinking of retreating. The only thing they could rely on was that the North Region Tao Meet definitely had the advantage in terms of numbers. Spirit Tiger, what are you waiting for? Qing chided. Ah, all right. The Spirit Tiger nodded excitedly. Su Zimo's heart stirred. It had been a few years since they last met. Could Monkey and the others have other tricks up their sleeves? The Spirit Tiger took out an incomplete beast hide from his storage bag. There was some fur on it that gave off an ancient aura. Demon Sealing Diagram? Su Zimo recognized the origin of the hide immediately. The demon sealing diagram belonged to Tao Lord Immortal Sword. 10 years ago, when everyone was fighting for the heaven-slaying sword art in Thousand Demon Valley, Su Zimo took the risk and snatched the demon sealing diagram right under Tao Lord Immortal Sword's nose. Later on, he decided to head to 100 Refinement Sect. However, he was still worried and left the demon sealing diagram for Little Fox and the others. Back then, Tao Lord Immortal Sword and the others merely descended with their clones and used the demon sealing diagram to suppress the overlords of Thousand Demon Valley on the spot. The demon sealing diagram had an extremely obvious suppressive effect on demon beasts. However, it had almost no effect on cultivators. Why was the Spirit Tiger summoning the demon sealing diagram at this moment? The moment that question arose, a Spirit Tiger's glabella released a spirit consciousness that entered the demon sealing diagram and shouted, "Children, come on out." The moment he said that, figures rushed out of the demon sealing diagram one after another and descended upon the city. Exuding a massive demonic chi, thousands of demons descended. On the city walls and streets, they were everywhere. Fiend demons. They were all fiend demons. There were low and mid-level fiend demons. Among them, there were even more than 10 high-level fiend demons that were equivalent to Dharma characteristic Tao lords. Roar, groar, moo, screech. Thousands of demons roared and shook the world. Oh my God! Cuckoo could not help but exclaim with her mouth agape. This scene was way too shocking. Even the Dharma characteristic Dao lords at the North Region Dao meet were shocked and pale, let alone her. Crazy, crazy. Impossible. They've practically moved an army of an entire demon region into Qian Heaven City. Many Dharma characteristic Dao lords had ugly expressions. In reality, they were right. Right now, the demon beasts in Qian Heaven City were the demon army of the Thousand Demon Valleys howling Moon Mountain. Su Zimo left the demon ceiling diagram behind, but he did not know its true use. Apart from suppressing demon beasts, the demon ceiling diagram's greatest use was that it possessed a massive space that could accommodate thousands of demons. Now, with the help of the demon ceiling diagram, Monkey and the others had brought an army of 10,000 demons. The situation was reversed instantly. When Dao Lord Bai Ling saw that the situation was bad, he shouted hurriedly, "Desolate Marshal, stop the battle. I'll let you guys leave." Right now, almost half of the Qian Heaven City was occupied by the army of demons. Even if Dao Lord Bai Ling and the others wanted to stop him, they could not. None of the Dharma characteristic Dao lords of the upper sects and aristocratic families objected. Although they had suffered heavy losses and were unwilling, they could only let Desolate Marshal and the others leave. Otherwise, their losses would be even greater and they might even die here. To hell with you. Monkey did not care about worldly etiquette and cursed. "I can come and go as I please. Do I need you to allow me to do something? Also, you want a ceasefire just because you said so?" Monkey glared with bloodshot eyes and his body was stained with fresh blood. He said with a murderous aura, "You guys bullied my brother. I haven't had my fill killing you guys. Desolate Marshal, if we continue fighting, it'll only result in an internecine outcome that will benefit neither of us." Dao Lord Bai Ling glared at Su Zimo and said slowly. He knew that although the demon army was brought here by Monkey and the Spirit Tiger, those people listened to Su Zimo. "Sure, we can stop." Su Zimo nodded and replied, although the 10,000 demon army had just been released and had yet to fight to their heart's content. None of the demons stood out to object. Su Zimo had absolute prestige in Howling Moon Mountain. Dao Lord Bai Ling and the others heaved a sigh of relief when they heard that. If Su Zimo persisted, none of them could guarantee that they would be able to leave Qian Heaven City alive. The black-robed fiend demon with a cold expression was way too terrifying. Up till this point of the battle, no one could escape as long as he got close to them. However, Su Zimo changed the topic and swept his gaze across the faces of Dao Lord Bai Ling and the others, saying slowly, "There has to be an explanation for this battle. What do you want?" Dao Lord Bai Ling asked with a frown. "It's not what I want, it's what you should do." Su Zimo replied coldly, "I've never violated the rules of the North Region Dao meet ever since I arrived." The crowd was silent. That was the irrefutable truth. Initially, when cultivators provoked Su Zimo, the latter merely suppressed them without killing them. If Dao Lord Bai Ling and the others had not ordered the paragons of the sect to surround Su Zimo and the others, this battle would not have happened. Dao Lord Bai Ling and the others were largely responsible for why some of the cultivators were dead. "I don't have any grudges with most of you cultivators, and I don't want to kill all of you either," Su Zimo said. He swept his gaze across the crowd and could clearly see the panic, confusion, fear, and helplessness on the faces of many cultivators. Many of them were innocent to begin with. After a slight pause, Su Zimo looked at Dao Lord Bai Ling and the others and said indifferently, "However, you guys have to give me an explanation." Dao Lord Bai Ling and the others had ugly expressions. Indeed, their judgment was wrong in this battle. They had underestimated the strength of Desolate Marshal and the others. They had not expected Desolate Marshal to have such a powerful trump card that could summon an army of demons. After a long silence, Dao Lord Bai Ling stood out and cupped his fists. Lowering his head, he said softly, "Desolate Marshal, I was in the wrong for this matter." The cultivators were shocked. What sort of a figure was Dao Lord Bai Ling? As the leader of the Ouyang aristocratic family who was here to take part in the North Region Dao meet, he was also one of the hosts of this Dao meet. But now he was bowing down to avoid reversion. Even in the entire North Region, Dao Lord Bai Ling was famous, let alone within the Ouyang aristocratic family. But now, he lowered his head towards Dao being desolate martial. When the Dharma characteristic Dao lords of the other upper sects and aristocratic families saw this, they shook their heads and sighed. They stood out and bowed their heads one after another. Su Zimo remained silent with a calm expression and did not leave. The demons behind him were motionless and silent. His figure was a little frail and he seemed like he could not withstand the wind. However, when he stood in front of the army of demons, he exuded an aura that no one else could match and was intimidating. There was silence in Qian Heaven City. Dao Lord Bai Ling's expression changed repeatedly as he looked at the green-robed man. In the end, a vicious glint flashed through his eyes as though he had made a decision. Suddenly, he retrieved a flying sword from his storage bag. The sword released 5 dermic patterns that were cold and sharp. When he took out the flying sword, Dao Lord Bai Ling did not attack Su Zimo. Instead, he turned the sword and spun it in his palm. Poof! A flash of blood appeared. Dao Lord Bai Ling had actually cut off a pinky from his left hand. The crowd fell into an uproar. Dao Lord, why are you doing this? A few cultivators of the Ouyang aristocratic family surged over with shocked expressions. At most, we'll fight to the death with them. Dao Lord Bai Ling had a tragic expression as he shook his head. Forget it, it's my fault for being foolish. Even if I sever a finger, it won't be enough to redeem the lost lives of my clansmen. Once this is over, I'll definitely return to the clan to receive my punishment. Su Zimo's gaze shifted to the Dharma characteristic Dao lords of the other upper sects and aristocratic families. Some Dharma characteristic Dao lords were decisive and imitated Dao Lord Bai Ling to sever a finger. Some of them hesitated for a long time before enduring the pain and severing their fingers. Actually, losing a finger was already the lightest punishment. For Dharma characteristic Dao lords, it would not affect their combat strength at all. Furthermore, if they could cultivate to the conjoint body realm, their severed fingers could be regrown. However, some of the Dharma characteristic Dao lords truly felt guilty while others cursed internally with resentment. In the crowd, Yulan had a complicated expression when she saw that. She vaguely understood why Su Zimo did not kill them. That was because even if they were killed, there might be other princesses and princes that would stand out. However, if they were to see this, they would never have the thought of restoring their dynasties for the rest of their lives. Not only that, after they returned, they would not let anyone else attempt to restore their dynasties and fight against the green-robed man. Even a conjoint body mighty figure of the North region might not be able to make Dharma characteristic Dao lords of upper sects and aristocratic families bow down and admit their mistakes with severed fingers. They could not restore their dynasties as long as Desolate Marshal was alive. This was not a joke. Su Zimo's expression was unchanged as he waved his hand. Let's go. The spirit tiger summoned the demon ceiling diagram once more. The incomplete beast hide floated in midair and exuded a strange demonic aura. Many fiend demons that were initially scattered in the city soared into the air. The demons shrank continuously and turned into a light spot, disappearing into the beast hide. In the blink of an eye, Monkey, the spirit tiger, night spirit, the golden lion, Cuckoo, and Xianxia were the only ones left behind. Monkey looked at the many cultivators opposite him and spat before turning to leave with a disdainful expression. Su Zimo and the others left as well. After taking a few steps, Su Zimo stopped in his tracks. Frowning slightly, he murmured, "I almost forgot that there's something I haven't settled yet." Many cultivators who were relieved felt tense once again when they heard that statement. Turning around, Su Zimo swept his gaze across the crowd and found his target very quickly. Wind Flame, come on out. Dao being Wind Flame of Glass Palace. Desolate Marshal, what do you want? Dao being Wind Flame had a fearless expression as he said coldly, "I'm a disciple of Glass Palace. It's impossible if you want me to bow down in defeat." Glass Palace was one of the 9 immortal sects and the only immortal sect in the North region. It had its own pride. So what if it's Glass Palace? Su Zimo nodded and laughed. Before he could finish laughing, Su Zimo's figure suddenly darted forward. In a flash of lightning, he had already arrived before Dao being Wind Flame. Kill! Dao being wind flame's eyes shone brightly, and he was fearless as he released his blood chi. Raising both fists, he smashed towards Su Zimo's head. Swash! A green shadow flashed and Su Zimo's figure vanished. At the same time that he dodged Dao being wind flame's fists, Su Zimo's body went limp and he circled behind Dao being wind flame like a python, locking his arms around the latter's throat. Anaconda coil. Although his green lotus true body could not unleash the essence of this technique, it was still a killing move of the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness. Dao being wind flame's blood chi was blocked and his face was purplish green. He could not say anything and a strange sound came from the depths of his throat. Dao being wind flame cultivated the glass heart sutra and had a powerful blood chi. In terms of the explosive power of his bloodline, he was definitely superior to the green lotus true body. However, it was a pity that he was bound by anaconda coil and his throat was locked. His blood chi was not smooth and even if he had 500 kilograms of strength, he could not release it. Su Zimo's arms were like cold, hard chains that he could not break free from. Crack, crack, crack. Under the relentless pressure, Dao being wind flame could even hear the sound of bones cracking from his throat. Pest! If this continued, his throat would be crushed. In a moment of desperation, Dao being wind flame decided to abandon his body and release his essence spirit. Suddenly, Su Zimo's voice sounded. Don't move! The voice was very soft and was right beside his ears. However, Dao being wind flame truly did not dare to move. He had witnessed Su Zimo's essence spirit secret skill before. Be it the green sword that was filled with a glow or the whip that shone with lightning, they were both terrifying beyond compare. Even the essence spirit of Dharma characteristic Dao lords were killed instantly, so he did not dare to act rashly. I'm just teaching you a lesson. I won't kill you, Su Zimo said slowly. Also, help me send a message back to Glass Palace. Right then, Dao being wind flame felt his throat relax. Su Zimo's arm had already retreated. Dao being wind flame's body went limp as he knelt on the ground, panting heavily. His throat was already shattered and every single breath he took seemed like he was pulling on a bellows, letting out strange hissing sounds. What is it? Dao being wind flame asked through gritted teeth. April 5th. I want to challenge Dao being Xianxia here. Su Zimo raised his palm and threw down a map. There was a clear symbol on the map. Ha 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 ha. Dao being wind flame burst into laughter without even looking. The laughter caused a sharp pain in his throat, but he was oblivious to it and even burst into tears from his laughter. You want to challenge senior brother Xianxia? Dao being wind flame asked once more, as though he wanted to confirm this matter. That's right. Su Zimo nodded. Then, there's something I have to tell you. Senior brother Xianxia is no longer a void reversion but a Dharma characteristic Dao Lord. Dao being wind flame burst into laughter. Glass Palace doesn't have Dao being Xianxia. There's only Dao Lord Xianxia. Desolate Marshal. You're courting death. Dharma characteristic realm? Su Zimo murmured softly but was not surprised. He shook his head. Dharma characteristic Dao Lords are nothing to me. I've killed plenty of them here in Qian Heaven City. Fufu. What can these Dao Lords amount to? Dao being wind flame sneered. A Dharma characteristic Dao Lord that died here isn't even fit to carry senior brother Xianxu's shoes. I might as well tell you that senior brother Xianxia has already reached the perfected Dharma characteristic realm and is the second in the Dharma characteristic realm in Glass Palace. He has a chance to leave his name on the Dharma characteristic ranking. You're courting death by challenging senior brother Xianxia. Su Zimo frowned. This was indeed somewhat out of his expectations. He did not expect Xianxu's cultivation speed to be so fast. In merely 100 years, he had crossed a major cultivation realm. This battle would be even more troublesome than he had initially imagined. Even among those of the same cultivation realm, the difference in combat strength was immense. For example, in Qian Heaven City, some Dharma characteristic Dao Lords had their essence spirits turned into ashes after a single whip from the spirit vanquishing whip. However, Some Dharma characteristic Tao Lords could defend against the spirit-vanquishing whip with essence spirit secret skills. There were only 72 spots on the Heaven and Earth Dharma characteristic ranking. Every single one of them was a top Tao Lord of Tianhuang mainland. There was an entire major cultivation realm difference between them. If he were to fight against a Tao Lord on the Dharma characteristic ranking, even if he were to use all his trump cards, the outcome would be unpredictable. Desolate Marshal, you've already decided that you want to fight. Are you regretting your words now? Afraid that Su Zimo would regret it, Dao Being Windflame said hurriedly, if you want to establish your Dao and impart martial arts to the masses, you'll only become a laughingstock if you go back on your word. Since I've decided to fight, I won't go back on my words. Go back and relay my message as is, Su Zimo said indifferently and left with a flick of his sleeves. With that, Su Zimo, Monkey and the others leaped onto the spirit vessel and left Qian Heaven City, disappearing into the horizon. Someone lamented, I'm afraid only Desolate Marshal would have the guts and boldness to challenge Tao Lord Xian Yu openly. What's the use of that? Do you really think he can defeat Glass Palace's Dharma characteristic Tao Lord? Another cultivator pouted. How did Desolate Marshal and Tao Lord Xian Yu form a feud? You don't even know about that? More than 100 years ago, Desolate Marshal was still at the Golden Core realm and Xian Yu was a void reversion. In the Great Qian ruins, he crippled Desolate Marshal's Golden Core and forced him into Dragon Burial Valley, almost killing him. I heard that it's because of Tao Lord Xian Yu that Desolate Marshal's kin in the mortal realm died. All of you are wrong. When she heard the discussions around her, Yulan shook her head. The reason why Desolate Marshal challenged Tao Lord Xian Yu was to seek justice for the people of Yen country. More than 100 years ago, 13 cities of Yen country were almost razed to the ground by the cultivators of Glass Palace. Countless people died in exile and Yen country was destroyed as a result. How did you determine that? The cultivator asked. Yulan pointed to the map in front of Tao Lord Windflame and said, the location of the battle between the two of them is the old capital of Yen country. The old capital of Yen country, April 5th, during the Qingming festival. Is he going to use Tao Lord Xian Yu's life to commemorate the deceased? The cultivators gradually understood. Young master, are you a little rash? On the spirit vessel, Nian Qi said softly with a worried expression. Actually, it's not too late to challenge Tao Lord Xian Yu after you reach the Dharma characteristic realm. Su Zimo shook his head. If I were to reach the Dharma characteristic realm, Xian Yu would definitely not dare to accept the challenge. Everyone was stunned but quickly understood. Su Zimo would not have any choice if Tao Lord Xian Yu chose not to turn up. Glass Palace was one of the 9 immortal sects and Su Zimo was only a void reversion. If he barged into Glass Palace, he might die before he even gets to meet Tao Lord Xian Yu. However, this battle is way too dangerous for you, young master. Nian Qi analyzed. Tao Lord Xian Yu will definitely do his best in this battle, because he represents Glass Palace and they can't afford to lose. If Tao Lord Xian Yu was killed by Su Zimo despite the difference of a major cultivation realm, Glass Palace's reputation would definitely plummet. Kuku nodded as well. First has already revealed his trump cards for this battle. The other party will definitely be prepared. It's fine. Su Zimo had a calm expression. This battle is inevitable. This battle was not only for himself, but also for his elder brother, Su Hong, the citizens of Yen country and Little Fox. Little Fox's treasure was snatched away by Tao Lord Xian Yu and Su Zimo had always kept that in mind. Right, where's Little Fox? At the thought of Little Fox, Su Zimo asked curiously. She did not appear with Monkey and the others to join the battle. Initially, he thought that Monkey and the others were worried that the Little Fox would be injured. However, they had already left Qian Heaven City. Why was she still not around? At the mention of Little Fox, Monkey, the spirit tiger and Qing exchanged glances with odd expressions. What's wrong? Did something happen to Little Fox? The Golden Lion could not help but ask when he saw the odd expressions on the three of them. Su Zimo was in no hurry. He could tell that Monkey and the other two were rather relaxed and did not seem like Little Fox was in any danger. True enough. Monkey waved it off. Nothing happened to Little Fox, but... He paused for a moment and said hesitantly, "We were initially at Howling Moon Mountain. However, some time back, a woman appeared out of nowhere and took Little Fox away." "Ah!" the Golden Lion exclaimed. "You call that nothing happened? Don't be alarmed." Cuckoo patted the Golden Lion on the head. "Didn't you hear what Brother Monkey said? Little Fox was taken away, not snatched away." Monkey nodded with a reminiscing expression. "After that woman appeared, she wanted to take Little Fox away. Naturally, we wouldn't let her. However, she was way too strong. She did not even make a move, and the pressure she exuded was enough to immobilize us." The Golden Lion, Xianxia, and the others were stunned. To be able to render Monkey and the others immobile with the pressure of her spirit consciousness. What realm and power was that? Conjoint body realm? Or even higher? However, Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat as a figure flashed through his mind. He had a vague guess. Monkey continued, "However, that woman seems to know Little Fox and doesn't have any enmity towards her. They chatted for a night in private before Little Fox left with her. Little Fox is inexperienced and naive. Could she have been tricked?" The Golden Lion grumbled. Su Zimo asked, "What kind of woman was she?" "As beautiful as a fairy." At the side, the spirit tiger could not help but exclaim, "Heavens! I've never seen such a beautiful chick before. If it was before." Ching Ching would have gone berserk and kicked the spirit tiger away when she heard him praise other women. However, this time round even Ching Ching nodded. "Indeed, she's extremely beautiful and difficult to describe with words. Even I feel tempted when I see her." When he heard their remarks, Su Zimo no longer had any doubts. Powerful strength and extreme beauty. There was probably no other woman like her in the world. That woman should be Consort Yu, who had awoken in the lava of the underground palace. Su Zimo said, "Everyone, don't worry. This senior is an old friend of Little Fox's mother and will definitely not hurt her." "First, you know her?" the spirit tiger asked curiously. "Yes, we've met once," Su Zimo replied ambiguously. The meeting between the two of them was a little awkward, and Su Zimo did not want to reveal more. He changed the topic and asked, "What else did Little Fox say before she left?" "Nothing much. She merely asked us not to worry." Ching Ching smiled. "She said that she might return to look for everyone before long." Su Zimo smiled at the thought of Little Fox blinking her big eyes and looking reluctant. "Why aren't you guys at Howling Moon Mountain? Why are you here?" Su Zimo asked again. When they heard that, the spirit tiger and Ching Ching blushed and remained silent. Monkey complained, "Don't talk about that. 7th and 5th are not around while you and Little Fox left. As such, there's only the three of us around." "What's wrong with that?" Su Zimo did not understand. Monkey rolled his eyes at the spirit tiger and Ching Ching before saying faintly, "The two of them are stuck together all day, acting as though there's no one else around. They're shameless and noisy. I'm almost going to throw up from watching them." "Ha ha ha ha!" Everyone roared in laughter. "If you don't run out now, I'm going to be disgusted to death," Monkey said exaggeratedly. Su Zimo could not help but laugh as well, shaking his head. "Monkey, really?" It was rare for them siblings to reunite. It was as though they had returned to the days when they were laughing and cursing. Everyone had smiles on their faces. Even Night Spirit, who was usually cold and silent, joined in with the crowd. Cuckoo could not help but feel happy for them as she sensed the sincere and pure sibling feelings between them. Initially, Xianxia was worried about the arranged battle between Su Zimo and Dao Lord Shenyu. However, at that moment, she did not want to mention this matter anymore and break the joy, happiness, and warmth she felt. She was also immersed in it. What was more important than a family reunion? In less than 10 days, the news of the North Region Dao meet spread throughout the cultivation world. Desolate Marshal had returned and suppressed paragons of the same cultivation realm, even killing many Dharma-characteristic Dao lords. In the end, the arrival of the 10,000 demon army forced many Dharma-characteristic Dao lords to bow their heads and admit their mistakes. The North region was shaken and the cultivation world of Tianhuang mainland was in an uproar. 10 years ago, Desolate Marshal was severely injured by a half-martial ancestor and his body was crippled. How could he still possess such strength? I'm not sure. I heard that Desolate Marshal's body and bloodline are indeed much weaker than before. However, his dermic powers are vast and his essence spirit secret skills are terrifying. He can kill Dao Lords. He's way too terrifying. That lad's luck is way too strong. To think he can still recover after being severely injured by a half-martial ancestor. Everyone was shocked. This person has a feud with many sects and those factions are definitely not willing to see him rise. I reckon that there will definitely be people who can't sit still. This lad has a Mahayana patriarch backing him. Which sect or faction would dare to kill him? Humph, you don't understand. If you really want to go all out and kill a void reversion, there are many methods. Half a month after the North region Dao meet. Dragon Tiger Sect. In a secret cave abode at the back mountain of the sect. The light was dim. The sect master of Dragon Tiger Sect stood inside and bowed slightly with a respectful expression. A grand elder of the Dragon Tiger Sect was in seclusion in the cave abode. This grand elder was a conjoint body realm expert. In the depths of the cave abode where light and darkness intersected, a blurry figure was vaguely reflected. Just wait, Elderly said slowly. If that lad loses to Xianxia and dies, everything will be fine. If that lad wins... After a brief pause, Elderly opened his eyes with a flash of killing intent. I'll head out and kill that lad. But, the Mahayana patriarch behind that lad. The sect master of Dragon Tiger Sect remarked softly with a fearful expression. There's no need to worry, Elderly said. Before that, I'll declare that I've already betrayed the sect and have nothing to do with the Dragon Tiger Sect. This matter will not implicate the sect. The sect master of Dragon Tiger Sect heaved a sigh of relief. Desolate Marshal is way too sharp. I'm not the only one who wants to kill him, Elderly said coldly. In order to ensure that nothing goes wrong, I'll try my best to join forces with other powers to suppress him and not give him any chance to escape. This was equivalent to exchanging lives. If Desolate Marshal was killed, the Mahayana patriarch behind him would definitely attack and kill Elder Li. Should we wait a little longer? The sect master of Dragon Tiger Sect suggested. I heard that the Mahayana patriarch behind this lad doesn't have much time left and is already at the end of his lifespan. As long as he dies, you won't have to bear the infamy of betraying the sect and the danger of being hunted down by the Mahayana patriarch. We can't wait any longer. Elder Li sighed. This lad already has such combat strength at the void reversion realm. Once he enters the Dharma characteristic realm, we won't be able to hurt him even without the protection of the Mahayana patriarch. At that time, his influence would already be established and he'll reign over the North region. All the upper sects, aristocratic families and gentry clans will have to bow down and submit to him. The sect master of Dragon Tiger Sect opened his mouth slightly with a shocked expression. Reigns supreme over the North region with the world at his feet. It was already mid-March by the time the North region Dao meet ended. It was only about 20 days away from April 5th. On this day, a group of cultivators arrived above the old capital of Yen country. The leader wore green robes and had black hair that flowed down like a waterfall. His eyes were clear. It was Su Zimo. Monkey, the spirit tiger, Qing Qing, Night Spirit, the golden lion, Kuku and Yen Qi stood behind him. Su Zimo looked at his homeland with a conflicted expression. Because the capital was trampled by the cultivators of Glass Palace in the past, it had long been reduced to ruins and no longer flourished. After more than 100 years, this place was still deserted. There were some dilapidated walls and courtyards that might still have some traces of the past. Su Zimo said nothing and watched in silence. Tears welled up and his vision gradually blurred. Too many things had happened in this capital and homeland. He was born here. That night, the Su family met with a calamity. Su Hong's face was slashed and his head was almost split into two. Su Hong brought him and Xiaoning out of the capital. They were forced to leave their hometown and had to hide their identities. Many years later, He killed his way back single-handedly and beheaded the king of Yen in this capital. Later on, the capital was destroyed and countless living beings were buried here. His old friends Luyu, Yuchihua, Songqi, the black armored cavalry were all buried under this ruin. The first time he had the intention to establish his Tao heart was here. In a daze, Su Zimo seemed to see an old man in his twilight years standing on the ruins with tears streaming down his face. "Brother!" Su Zimo called softly. The old man vanished silently. Su Zimo quickly realized that it was merely a figure in the depths of his memories. Everything was no longer there. Nian Qi and the others did not understand why Su Zimo's eyes were filled with tears. They could not understand his feelings and longing for this land either. "I am fine." After a long time, Su Zimo said, "I'll stay here for the next few days and prepare to fight Xianyu. Don't worry." He had already cultivated to the peak of the late-stage void reversion realm before the North region Dao meet. After a huge battle and returning to his homeland, he could already sense the opportunity to break through. The next realm was the perfected void reversion realm. "Let's go. Don't disturb him." Monkey waved his hand and pointed into the distance. "I'll let you guys take a look at the place where I first met first. Hehe. I was once the king of that forest." "Sure." Ching Ching clapped her hands in agreement. "Just nice. Brother Monkey can tell us about your glorious past." "No problem." Monkey seemed to have recalled something as he grinned. "By the way, Night Spirit was also brought out from that forest when he was still an egg." After Monkey's antics, everyone felt much more relaxed. "You guys go ahead. I'll stay here to accompany the young master." Nian Qi said, "If you want to break through, you'll have to have someone guarding you." Although she wanted to take a look and listen to Monkey talk about the young master's past, nothing was more important to her than Su Zimo's safety. "Let's go then." The spirit tiger beckoned. "Sister Nian Qi, let us know if anything happens." "Don't worry. First is about to fight Tao Lord Xianyu. Before that, no one should come looking for trouble with First." Ching Ching analyzed. After bidding farewell, Monkey led everyone towards Songlang mountain range. Su Zimo descended slowly and arrived at the only intact hall in the palace. He murmured, "Let's do it here." "All right, young master, go cultivate. I'll guard outside." Nian Qi stood outside the door with a focused expression like a little door guardian. Monkey led everyone towards Songlang mountain range. If it was any ordinary person, they would take at least a month or two to reach Songlang mountain range from the old capital of Yen country. However, Monkey and the others were all at the void reversion realm. As they sped along, they arrived above Songlang mountain range in less than 2 hours. "Is this the place?" Looking at the extended mountain range beneath their feet, the spirit tiger and the others looked around curiously. Initially, this mountain range was boundlessly vast. However, it was far inferior compared to the Thousand Demon Valley of the Middle Continent. Songlang mountain range could not even compare to a corner of Howling Moon Mountain, let alone Thousand Demon Valley. Monkey and the others looked extremely relaxed as they gazed at the mountain range beneath their feet. Thousand Demon Valley was like a vast ocean. However, Songlang mountain range was merely a shallow beach. Monkey and the others were fiend demons that had fought their way out of the ocean. Now that they looked back at the shallow beach, they naturally did not take it seriously. Given their cultivation, they could cover more than half of Songlang mountain range with their spirit consciousnesses. Right there, Monkey led everyone through the air above the mountain range and pointed to a valley not far away, grinning. "This is where I first met First." At that time, First was in a terrible state and was almost devoured by a pack of wolves. "Thankfully, I appeared in time." Hehe. At the mention of that, Monkey was still proud. The spirit tiger pouted in disapproval. However, he did not dare to refute or mock Monkey, afraid that he would anger the latter into beating him up. "Halt!" Right then, a figure soared into the air and stopped Monkey and the others in their tracks. The person was clad in purple armor and exuded a demonic aura. His gaze was sharp as he glared at Monkey and the others with an unfriendly expression. Monkey and the others could clearly see that the intruder was also a demon and his true form was a purple-winged eagle. The purple-winged eagle asked in a deep voice. Which mountain are you from? Why did you barge into Tsonglang mountain range without permission? My! The spirit tiger whistled and teased. Brother Monkey. These cubs of Tsonglang mountain range sure are impressive. Monkey grinned as well. He looked at the purple-winged eagle not far away and nodded. Not bad, not bad. When I left, there were no fiend demons in Tsonglang mountain range. To think that there would be a fiend demon now, even though it's a low-level one. Low-level fiend demons were equivalent to nascent souls. Of course, low-level fiend demons were nothing in the eyes of Monkey and the others. The spirit tiger was one of the territorial lords of Howling Moon Mountain and had countless fiend demons under his command. He was used to calling them cubs and children. When he saw a low-level fiend demon, he naturally blurted out the word, cub. Unexpectedly, the purple-winged eagle's expression darkened as it glared at the spirit tiger and the others with hostility. Does that mean that you guys want to offend my Tsonglang mountain range? Monkey waved it off and said proudly, Offended my ass. I'm the king of the mountains here. Audacious demon monkey. The purple-winged eagle's expression changed as it hollered. There's a territorial lord in Tsonglang mountain range. How dare you spout nonsense here? After holding it in for a long time, Ching Ching could not help but burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha. I'm dying of laughter. The spirit tiger could not stop laughing as well. The golden lion and the others snickered at the side, watching Monkey make a fool of himself. Along the way, Monkey boasted about how impressive he was back in Tsonglang mountain range. To think that he would be berated by a low-level fiend demon the moment he arrived. Furthermore, he was scolded as a demon monkey. Monkey was equally depressed. Even at Howling Moon Mountain, no one dared to scold him as a demon monkey. To think that he would be snubbed the moment he arrived at Tsonglang mountain range. The most amusing thing was that the purple-winged eagle before them was merely a low-level fiend demon. However, this low-level fiend demon did not show any fear when he saw the group of mid-level fiend demons and even dared to stand out and berate them. Was this purple-winged eagle just naive, or did it have something to rely on? With a sweep of his spirit consciousness, Monkey enveloped most of Tsonglang mountain range and could not help but exclaim softly. He could sense the auras of 5 low-level fiend demons after a brief check. When he left, there was not a single low-level fiend demon in the mountain range. It had only been 100 years and so many demons had grown into fiend demons? Alright, I'll cut to the chase. Who is your territorial lord? Get him to meet me. Monkey waved his hand and could not be bothered with this low-level fiend demon. Humph! The purple-winged eagle harumphed coldly. Our territorial lord is not someone you can meet just because you want to. You better leave quickly or else. Cut the crap! Monkey looked impatient and rolled his eyes. He strode forward and reached out with his palm. Dermic powers coiled around it as he grabbed towards the purple-winged eagle. The purple-winged eagle's expression changed. There was no time to think. It channeled its blood chi and wanted to transform into its true form to escape from Monkey's attack range. Unexpectedly, Monkey released a massive spirit consciousness that descended and suppressed it. Under the envelopment of the spirit consciousness, the purple-winged eagle's blood chi was almost stagnant and could not be activated. It could not even conjure its true form. How strong! The purple-winged eagle's heart sank. This was not only a suppression of cultivation realm, it was a suppression of bloodline. The difference in their bloodlines caused his bloodline to be unable to put up any resistance, just like a mouse meeting a cat. Monkey's furry palm covered the skies. A huge shadow loomed over. In a flash, Monkey grabbed the back of the purple-winged eagle's neck and lifted it effortlessly. Although the purple-winged eagle was a low-level fiend demon, it was like a weak and pitiful chick being carried by Monkey. The purple-winged eagle was completely stunned. After it was grabbed by Monkey, its body stiffened and its dermic powers were restricted. It could not exert any strength at all. It was subdued with a single move. Demon Monkey, let go of me! The purple-winged eagle hollered with a flushed face. Your ramblings are too noisy. Monkey shook the purple-winged eagle in his hands continuously. The purple-winged eagle felt as though its bones were about to fall apart. However, it still said weakly, "If the territorial lord finds out that you guys barged into Tsonglang mountain range and even dared to attack me, wait." Ha! It was dizzy from the monkey's shaking and could not catch its breath. Hence it could not continue to speak. "Since I have nothing to do, who is your territorial lord? I'll go meet him." Monkey had already made up his mind to teach this territorial lord a lesson in front of the spirit tiger and the others to regain his dignity. "Territorial lord of Tsonglang mountain range, hurry and come out." The spirit tiger's voice spread to every corner of the mountain range. There was no reply from the mountain range. "The overlord of Howling Moon Mountain has arrived. Why isn't a puny territorial lord coming forth to greet him?" The spirit tiger shouted again and even revealed his identity, raising his status further. There was still no one from Tsonglang mountain range. "What territorial lord? He's so scared that he doesn't even dare to show his face." The golden lion grinned. "Nonsense." At this moment, the purple-winged eagle caught its breath and gritted its teeth. "Our territorial lord is not in Tsonglang mountain range at all." The spirit tiger asked, "Where did he run off to?" "Just nearby," the purple-winged eagle said in a deep voice. "If you guys want to suffer, I'll bring you guys over." "Wow, he's sure a big deal, eh? I'll see for myself what sort of an amazing figure your territorial lord is." Monkey sneered and asked, "How do we go?" The purple-winged eagle raised its arm and pointed in a direction. "There's a town more than 50 kilometers away. The territorial lord cultivates there all year round." "Town?" The spirit tiger pursed his lips. "What kind of weirdo is that? As a demon, he's not staying in Tsonglang mountain range. Instead, he's cultivating in a town." Without another word, Monkey sped in that direction with the purple-winged eagle. Before long, they were getting closer to the town mentioned by the purple-winged eagle. On both sides of the road, apart from some common vegetation, there were also peach trees. Right now, it was the beginning of spring and sprouts were appearing on the branches. They were dotted with green spots and were full of life. In the distance, a town could be vaguely seen. Monkey frowned slightly and asked softly, "The territorial lord of Tsonglang mountain range is in this town?" "That's right," the purple-winged eagle replied. "This should be Pingyang town." Monkey grumbled. "What about Pingyang town?" Confused, the spirit tiger and the others asked instinctively. Monkey explained, "First was originally from Pingyang town. Before he started cultivating, he was a scholar here." The spirit tiger and the others were enlightened. Before long, everyone arrived at Pingyang town. After 100 years, Pingyang town was much larger than before. Pingyang town did not seem to be affected at all in this chaotic period where wars were everywhere. It was like a paradise. The town was bustling with people and carriages. At a glance, it was even livelier than most cities. The mortals in this town seemed to be doing well. Ching Ching blinked and said in surprise. The purple-winged eagle said proudly, "That's only natural. With our territorial lord protecting the citizens, no one can harm them." Over the years, the territorial lord has stood out to chase away many intruders that wanted to offend Pingyang town. Similar to you guys. Monkey and the others exchanged glances and marveled. As a demon and the territorial lord of Tsonglang mountain range, it was indeed strange that he would come here to protect the mortals of Pingyang town. Because of that, Monkey and the others were less hostile towards this territorial lord. Shaking its head, the spirit tiger was surprised as well. Indeed, it's strange. Even mortals with strong bodies can only live for less than 100 years. Look, there are so many old men in this town who are more than 100 years old. There's no sign of them ever cultivating. All of them are mortals. Indeed, everyone swept their spirit consciousnesses and saw many old men with long lifespans. Longevity town? It was already good enough to survive in this chaotic period of time, let alone enjoy longevity. However, the mortals in Pingyang town lived a blissful life with rosy cheeks and healthy bodies. When the purple-winged eagle saw the shock on Monkey and the others' faces, its expression turned even more disdainful as it said proudly, "How can you rude fiend demons understand the methods of the territorial lord? What do you mean? The golden lion asked. Are the lives of these mortals related to your territorial lord? Of course, the purple-winged eagle said with certainty. The territorial lord's powers are boundless. It's not something you fiend demons can understand. Upon hearing what the purple-winged eagle said, everyone was even more curious about this territorial lord. Is he in the town now? Why don't I see him? Monkey frowned. He released his spirit consciousness and searched for a long time but could not find any demonic chi in Pingyang town. Haha, the territorial lord is right here. However, it's impossible for you guys to discover his tracks. When the purple-winged eagle saw Monkey at a loss, it mocked loudly. The spirit tiger, Ching Ching, and the others shook their heads as well, finding nothing. This territorial lord can hide from our spirit consciousness detection? Monkey murmured. Indeed, he has some tricks up his sleeves. I advise you to give up, the purple-winged eagle said. You can't find the territorial lord at all. Shut up. Monkey felt a headache coming on because of the purple-winged eagle's constant nagging. Now that he was outmatched by this unknown territorial lord, he was enraged and shook the purple-winged eagle's body forcefully. The purple-winged eagle was stunned again. Monkey looked at Night Spirit. Fifth, you can't find anything either? Although Monkey, the Spirit Tiger, and Ching Ching were ranked ahead of Night Spirit in terms of seniority, they knew that Night Spirit definitely surpassed them in terms of combat strength. Without saying anything, Night Spirit's gaze shifted to an empty courtyard in Pingyang town. There was no one in the courtyard and the decorations were simple. Apart from the stone table and stool, there was only a peach blossom tree. What do you mean? The Spirit Tiger looked around and asked, that territorial lord is hiding in this courtyard? As he said that, he released his spirit consciousness to check. However, there was still nothing after a moment. There's nothing. The Spirit Tiger blinked. Night Spirit, that won't do. You're inferior to him as well. Night Spirit smiled and shook his head, pointing to the inconspicuous peach blossom tree in the courtyard. The peach blossom tree? It became a spirit. Monkey frowned slightly. There were too many peach blossom trees around Pingyang town. Even if anyone caught sight of them, they wouldn't pay any attention. However, through Night Spirit's reminder, everyone focused their attention on the peach blossom tree and gradually discovered something unusual. Suddenly, the peach blossom tree vanished in front of everyone. Right after, a figure appeared before everyone. Monkey and the others were initially wary. However, everyone was stunned when they saw who it was. The person was wearing a white shirt and looked to be around 8 or 9 years old. He was a young lad with a tender face and bright black eyes. Where did this child come from? The Spirit Tiger asked instinctively without understanding what was going on. Monkey rolled his eyes. Are you blind? Can't you see that the peach blossom tree in the courtyard is gone? I know, but... The Spirit Tiger scratched his head and looked at the boy not far away, asking in disbelief. This child is the territorial lord of Songlang Mountain Range? In their imaginations, if one could become a territorial lord, even if they did not have 3 heads and 6 arms and were fiendish, they would have to be like Monkey and Spirit Tiger, imposing and intimidating. To everyone's surprise, a pink and tender child appeared out of nowhere like a porcelain doll. It was far from what they had expected. Monkey scratched his head as well, feeling troubled. It would be easier if a fiendish person were to appear. All he had to do was release thunderous means to suppress the latter. However, he truly did not know what he was supposed to do against such a tender child. He was afraid that he would kill the boy with a single punch. Furthermore, the boy looked so pure and innocent that he could not bring himself to do it. When Ching Ching and Kuka caught sight of the child, their eyes lit up and shone with motherly love. They could not wait to hug the child and cherish him. Who are you guys? The child asked sternly with a serious expression. Are you guys here to harm others as well? Although he was questioning, the boy's voice was soft and pleasant to the ears. Territorial Lord, save me, the purple-winged eagle shouted hurriedly. The child pouted and seemed to be a little angry as he berated Monkey. Demon, hurry and let Uncle Purple Bird go. Uncle Purple Bird will feel terrible if you carry him like this. Black lines streaked across the purple-winged eagle's face as it grit its teeth. Territorial Lord, how many times have I told you? Please don't call me Uncle Purple Bird in front of outsiders. Ha 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 ha. The spirit tiger and golden lion burst into laughter. Monkey grinned as well, finding it interesting, but he did not loosen his grip. Child, what's your name? Ching Ching came before the boy and squatted down, asking with a gentle expression. I. The boy turned his head slightly and blinked his large eyes, seemingly troubled. He thought hard for a long time and said dejectedly, I don't have a name. Why don't you have a name? Ching Ching asked again. Where are your parents? I don't have parents either. The boy shook his head. The purple-winged eagle was almost in tears. He was carried by Monkey the entire way and initially thought that the Territorial Lord would be able to save him. To think that the Territorial Lord had forgotten about him. He was even chatting with the fiend demons opposite him. You don't have any relatives even? Ching Ching was filled with pity. I do. Unexpectedly. The boy nodded hurriedly when he heard that. I have kin. The young master is my kin. Pausing for a moment, a look of disappointment flashed through the boy's eyes as he lowered his head. However, the young master has left and hasn't returned for a long time. I miss him so much. The boy's eyes were a little moist and sparkled. Ching Ching hugged the boy hurriedly and consoled him softly. Don't cry. Don't cry. It's all that young master's fault. He's the worst after not returning to see you for so long. All of a sudden, Ching Ching felt a tremendous force burst forth from her embrace and the boy broke free from her hug. The boy took 2 steps back and glared at her furiously. You're not allowed to say that. The boy's brows were almost raised. He was clearly enraged. He clenched his small fists tightly as an extremely terrifying aura emanated from his body. He hollered furiously. You're a bad person for saying that about young master. All of you. However, Ching Ching was not annoyed. She merely lamented internally. This child is innocent and naive. His method of judging whether someone is good or bad is truly simple. It seemed like that young master held an extremely important position in the child's heart. While Ching Ching was deep in thought, the spirit tiger sensed the aura of the boy and was startled, pulling her back hurriedly. They were confused by the boy's appearance and almost forgot that he was a territorial lord. Although he was also at the void reversion realm, he could hide from their senses. Nobody could become a territorial lord without being exceptional. Eh? The boy's gaze shifted and he frowned slightly. Uncle Purple Bird, how come you were captured by them? Heavens! It's all thanks to that young master. The purple-winged eagle sighed into the skies with a bitter expression. Territorial Lord, you've finally remembered me. You guys are truly bad people. When the boy saw that, he was even more convinced. This time round, he no longer hesitated and walked towards Monkey and the others with a stern expression. The aura within his body rose continuously. Hee. Rubbing his palms together, the spirit tiger said, Brother Monkey, leave this child to me. Let me teach him a lesson. Be gentle. Ching Ching said fiercely. If you dare hurt him, I'll break your legs. The spirit tiger said bitterly. All right, I'll hold back a little. Child, here I come. The spirit tiger shouted and lunged towards the boy. Bang! He lunged forward at an extremely fast speed and was sent back even faster. Everyone was dumbfounded. The boy raised his hand slightly and punched the spirit tiger on the head in a flash. Before the spirit tiger could react, it was sent flying back and landed on the ground. It rolled a few times and its right cheek was swollen. Brother Tiger, you were careless, right? It should be. Otherwise, why would he be hit by a child? Shaking his head, the spirit tiger stood up and panted heavily, gradually regaining his senses. Little child, you've angered me. He glared at the boy not far away and said fiercely. The physical blow was secondary. The main thing was that he was punched right in the face by the child in front of Monkey and the others. That was way too embarrassing. Swash! The spirit tiger's figure flashed and his blood chi burst forth. Thunderbolts coiled around his body, and he exuded a domineering aura unique to the tiger race. Roar! The spirit tiger roared at the boy. A strong wind howled. You're so noisy. The boy frowned, somewhat angry. Initially, he wanted to teach the spirit tiger a lesson. However, he did not expect the latter to get up and even shout at him. That made him extremely displeased. Swash! The spirit tiger felt his vision blur, and the boy had already vanished on the spot. So fast! The spirit tiger's heart sank, and he did not have time to think. Waving his hand, he released thunderous might and struck forward. Bang! Before the spirit tiger's fist touched the boy's clothes. His face was severely injured once more. After a moment of dizziness, the spirit tiger realized that he was sent flying by another punch from the boy. When he got up from the ground, both his cheeks were swollen and his head was truly as swollen as a tiger's. This time round, Monkey and the others did not laugh. They had fought countless battles and had sharp eyes. Naturally, they could tell that although the boy looked innocent and cute, his combat strength was extremely terrifying. Within the same realm, there were not many demons that could defeat the spirit tiger. Even though the spirit tiger did not take on his true form and was not at his peak condition, the boy was still in human form as well. Interesting. Monkey smacked his lips with a hint of fighting spirit in his eyes. He loved fighting the most in his life. Back then, when he first met Suzimo, they stayed in that cave for half a year and fought almost every day. Now that he saw how strong the boy was, Monkey's hands were itching as well. Little child, I'll play with you. Monkey grinned and stamped his foot on the ground, scurrying over. A malevolent aura surged as he reached out with his furry palm and grabbed at the boy. As though he could tell that Monkey was not weak, the boy straightened his face and focused. Bang! 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 The boy clashed against Monkey 3 times consecutively without being disadvantaged. Monkey was initially holding back, worried that he would injure the boy. However, the two of them clashed repeatedly and Monkey's strength continued to increase. In the end, even after pushing it to his limits, he could not force the boy back. Furthermore, Monkey could vaguely sense that the child still had strength left. Monkey was fearless and delighted at the sight of his prey. He no longer held back and released all his strength to fight the boy. Whose child is this? He's already so amazing at such a young age. Ching was puzzled. Among the 7 of them, Monkey was ranked 3rd in terms of combat strength and could even fight against Dharma-characteristic Tao Lords. How was this child so powerful? 5th, what are you able to tell? Ching glanced sideways and asked. Night Spirit pondered for a moment before saying, Peach Blossom Wood is extremely powerful to begin with. In the primordial era, it was known as the Dragon-Subduing Wood and the Ghost Terror Wood. Many races refer to it as the Immortal Wood. One could imagine how strong it was to be able to subdue dragons, ward off evil and exorcise ghosts. So amazing? Ching was secretly speechless. Cuckoo was puzzled and could not help but say, however, there are very few peach blossom trees that are sentient in the demon realm. Even if they are sentient, they are rarely able to cultivate to this realm, let alone possess such strong combat strength. That will depend on how the peach blossom tree became sentient, Night Spirit said. What do you mean by that? Ching and the others did not understand. Night Spirit explained, to put it simply, if the peach blossom tree is sentient after a long period of evolution and nurtured by the heaven and earth spirit chi, the power it can control will be limited. Or perhaps it was a coincidence that it gained sentience and entered the path of cultivation. That's normal as well. After pausing for a moment, Night Spirit continued, however, it's a different story if it gains sentience, because its intellect was unlocked upon guidance by an expert. Expert? Ching and the others asked instinctively. Night Spirit said, for example, if an immortal were to guide this peach blossom tree and allow it to gain sentience, that would mean that the Tao legacy of this peach blossom tree comes from this immortal. Once it enters cultivation, its potential will be unimaginable. Ching and the others understood. There were many similar legends in Tianhuang mainland. It was said that immortals of the upper realm often cultivated on a green stone. Over time, the green stone gained sentience and intellect. Even the green stone became extremely powerful and invincible once it started cultivating. In that case, the person who guided this peach blossom tree to gain sentience has an extraordinary background? Qing speculated, could it be a grand or old demon? A grand demon was equivalent to a conjoint body mighty figure. Old demons were equivalent to Mahayana patriarchs. Just as everyone was discussing, a figure fell with a bang. In midair, the figure released his blood chi once more and barely controlled his body before landing on the ground and staggering 3 steps back. The one who was beaten back was Monkey. This time round, Qing and the others were truly shocked. Even Monkey could not defeat this little boy. Night Spirit frowned slightly and murmured with a deep gaze. The person who guided this peach blossom tree is probably much more terrifying than a Mahayana patriarch. Brother Monkey, don't worry. I'll help you. At the side, the spirit tiger rubbed his swollen face and was about to pounce forward furiously. Get back here. Qing chided. You 2 men, aren't you ashamed to join forces against a child? The spirit tiger blushed. He did not want to either, but he felt aggrieved. If news of him being beaten up by a child spread, he would not be able to survive in Howling Moon Mountain anymore. Humph, you bunch of bad guys. Come at me together. I'm not afraid. Right then, the boy's childish voice sounded. Bloody hell. At that moment, the spirit tiger could not take it anymore. Ignoring Qing's obstruction, he charged forward and scolded. You little brat. Let's see how your grandpa tiger will deal with you. Count me in. The golden lion could not help but join in the fun. Monkey, the spirit tiger and golden lion lunged forward. Trap! The boy conjured hand seals with both hands and shouted softly. Suddenly, branches grew out of nowhere beneath the feet of Monkey and the other 2 and weaved into a cage, trapping them within. The 3 of them released their attacks one after another, but they could not charge out at all. Although the peach blossom tree branch looked as thick as an infant's arm, it was unusually tough and invulnerable. Roar! The spirit tiger and the golden lion reverted to their true forms. However, the golden lion was still unable to cut through the peach blossom tree branch with his claws. Relying on the 4 incomparably sharp tiger claws that he had fused with in the past, the spirit tiger managed to sever a few peach blossom tree branches. However, the tree branches were endless and filled the gaps rapidly. Monkey's condition was not much better. He summoned Imminent and broke a few branches. However, Imminent was entangled by the newly grown branches layer by layer and was completely entangled within. Humph! It was only then that the boy revealed a smug expression and waved his fist. Bad guys? Do you know how strong I am now? Qing and Kuku exchanged glances, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Apart from his frightening combat strength, the boy looked like a naive and adorable child. In the cage made of peach blossom wood, the golden lion had already given up and laid down obediently. He finally understood that his strength was unnecessary. After the spirit tiger reverted to its true form, it roared in the cage and charged left and right, unable to get out despite being exhausted. The spirit tiger gave up as well. Little child, you win, the spirit tiger said weakly. Monkey was motionless. He would never admit defeat. There was no such thing as admitting defeat in his bloodline. However, Monkey felt conflicted. Was he going to trigger the berserk power in his bloodline just because of this child? Once he went berserk, he would become extremely dangerous. Apart from his closest kin such as the spirit tiger and the others, he would recognize no one else. Irrational, the only thing on his mind would be to kill without any sense of propriety. Monkey was worried that he would injure the child in his berserk state. He could also tell that this child was kind-hearted and did not have the savage and vicious aura of other fiend demons. Instead, he had a scholarly aura. It was a familiar feeling. However, Monkey could not recall it at that moment. Yet, if he did not use the berserk power of his bloodline, he would truly be subdued by this child. After he obtained Imminent, even if he was severely injured, he had never lost his weapon. But now, even Imminent was entangled by the intertwining branches and was completely out of his control. This was unprecedented. He could not admit defeat. Monkey's eyes gradually turned bloodshot. When she saw that, Qing frowned slightly with a worried expression. She was well aware of Monkey's bloodshot eyes and his berserk state. He was a terrifying existence that could not be controlled. Notwithstanding the increase in his speed and strength, Monkey would not even feel pain and his combat strength would increase exponentially. Ha! Just as Qing was worried, the boy tilted his head and exclaimed softly, as though he had sensed something as well. That's a little dangerous, eh? The boy blinked and murmured. Although he had never fought Monkey in his berserk state before, he was extremely sharp and could already sense the danger. The boy pondered for a moment before changing his hand seal and channeling dermic powers into the cage. Suddenly, pink flower buds grew from the tree branches of the cage. Before long, all the flower buds bloomed under the watchful gazes of Qing and the others. The peach blossoms were tender and beautiful, emitting a faint fragrance that refreshed the heart. Monkey felt his consciousness blur from the fragrance as his eyelids grew heavy and he felt drowsy. The blood light in his eyes gradually faded as well. After persisting for a moment, Monkey could not hold on and fell with a thud in the cage, snoring loudly. Qing was dumbfounded. That was possible? The boy was so smart that he did not fight Monkey head-on. Instead, he changed his tactics and prevented Monkey from releasing the berserk power. Of course, the fragrance of the peach blossom was also extraordinary since it could knock out Monkey. In that short period of time, Monkey, the spirit tiger and the golden lion were suppressed by a mere child. Qing pondered. Even if she and Cuckoo went up, nothing would change. They reigned supreme in Howling Moon Mountain and were invincible. Furthermore, they caused a huge ruckus at the North Region Dao meet. To think that they would lose to a child in front of this insignificant Pingyang town. If this child was already so strong, who knew what sort of a character the young master he mentioned was? Of course, they were not completely defeated either. At the very least, Night Spirit had not attacked yet. The moment that thought flashed through her mind, Qing suddenly realized that Night Spirit had disappeared unknowingly. She seemed to have thought of something as she raised her head and looked towards the boy. A figure appeared behind the boy silently like a ghost, staring at him expressionlessly. All of a sudden, Night Spirit attacked. The boy seemed to have sensed something and darted forward. Xing! The clothes on the boy's arm were still torn by Night Spirit's fingertip, revealing an arm that resembled a lotus root. His skin was tender and fair with a faint trace of blood on it. Night Spirit exclaimed softly with a bright gaze. Even most Dharma-characteristic Tao Lords could not dodge his attack. To think that the boy's senses would be so sharp. Of course, he still managed to injure the boy, although the wound was extremely shallow. The boy looked at the wound on his arm and felt aggrieved. His eyes were moist. He turned around and glared at Night Spirit angrily, raising a pair of small fists. "Bad guy, you've hurt me." The child was innocent and did not even know how to curse. Even though he was hurt by Night Spirit and was extremely aggrieved and furious, he could only address the latter as bad guy. In his heart, there were only 3 types of people in the world: good people, bad people, and his young master. Night Spirit smiled at the boy's rebuke and was not bothered. All of a sudden, he retracted its smile. His gaze landed on the boy's injured arm. In that short period of time, the wound on the boy's arm had disappeared without a single scar left behind. What strong regeneration capabilities! Night Spirit's heart skipped a beat. That regeneration capability was even comparable to his. Just as Night Spirit's mind was in a state of chaos, the boy charged forward and took a step forward. Leaning forward, he extended his arms from his abdomen and clenched his fists. His index finger protruded slightly as he thrust forward in a gentle motion. Moo! At the same time, a stream of air spewed out from the boy's mouth and nose, forming a strange dull sound. Instantly, the boy's figure seemed to vanish and was replaced by a terrifying bull demon with horns that pierced the skies. Night Spirit saw that this move seemed familiar and was filled with killing intent. He recognized its potency and did not take it head-on as he vanished in a flash. Without hesitation, the boy changed his stance and spun around. Protecting his chest with his left hand, he clenched his right fist and his flesh expanded, forming a gigantic seal that smashed towards his back. Bang! The two fists collided. Night Spirit's figure appeared. The boy's eyes lit up and he changed his stance once more. Opening his fist, it suddenly turned soft and landed on Night Spirit's palm with a coil and a tremble. Swoosh! The boy's palm landed in the void with a crisp sound. He missed. Stop fighting! Right then, Monkey's voice sounded. The boy could not divert his attention to control the cage while battling Night Spirit. The Spirit Tiger and the Golden Lion woke up quickly. Monkey woke up as well. The moment he woke up, he saw the boy turn around and execute a move that he was most familiar with, Sanguinape Fist Seal. A thought flashed through Monkey's mind as he shouted hurriedly. The boy refused to stop and glared at Night Spirit angrily, shouting in a huff, "Bad guy! Don't run!" However, Night Spirit did not move. He recognized the origin of the moves that the child had used earlier on as well. Monkey looked at the child and asked in a deep voice, "Little child, is your young master's surname Su?" How did you know?" The boy was stunned and asked curiously with widened eyes. Ching Ching and the others gradually understood as well. The Spirit Tiger had a glum expression as he rubbed his swollen cheek and grumbled, "Bloody hell, we've been fighting among ourselves the entire time. I got walloped for nothing." When Ching Ching found out that the boy was related to Su Zimo, she was even happier. The more she looked at the boy, the more she liked him. "You deserve it." She saw the aggrieved look on the Spirit Tiger's face and could not help but laugh. "Who asked you to bully a child? Sister, have you ever seen such a ferocious child?" The Spirit Tiger rolled its eyes with a dark expression. Not only did the boy suppress the three of them, he was not disadvantaged even in a fight against Night Spirit. The Golden Lion exclaimed, "First is truly amazing. When did he nurture such a monster incarnate?" The boy was confused and could not help but ask, "You guys know my young master?" "More than that," Monkey grinned. "We're very close to your young master and our sworn siblings. Your young master is our big brother." "Is that so?" The boy tilted his head and blinked his eyes. His pitch-black eyes darted around in a skeptical manner. Ching Ching asked curiously, "First didn't mention us to you?" When he heard that, a look of disappointment crossed the boy's face. Lowering his head slightly, he said in a soft voice, "No, the young master only spoke to me twice." "How is that possible?" The Spirit Tiger shook his head. "If First didn't talk much to you, how did you learn all these killing moves?" As he said that, the Spirit Tiger gestured twice. "Those moves." The boy shook his head. "Young master didn't teach them to me." "He didn't." Ching Ching, the Spirit Tiger and the others exchanged glances. They could tell that the other party was confused. In their impression, Su Zimo was the only one who knew those killing moves. If it was not taught by Su Zimo, where did the boy learn it from? "First didn't teach you how to cultivate?" Ching Ching asked again. The boy shook his head. "I've only seen the scene when young master broke through to the Golden Core realm. After I gained sentience, those moves and some dermic formulations for cultivation were already in my mind." "That's strange. If not for First, who else would know those moves?" The Spirit Tiger murmured. Monkey's heart skipped a beat as a figure in blood-colored robes appeared in his mind. "Her?" he murmured softly. Only Monkey knew that apart from Su Zimo, there was another person who knew those moves. In a night more than 100 years ago, this mysterious woman imparted to him a dermic formulation of the ape race before disappearing. Night Spirit once said that the stronger the origin of the peach blossom tree sentience, the greater the potential of the boy. If that was the case, the mysterious woman was probably the one who helped the peach blossom tree gain sentience. No wonder this boy was frighteningly strong. So, he had inherited the legacy of that mysterious woman. Ching Ching came to the boy's side and squatted down, asking with a smile, "How long has it been since you've seen your young master?" "More than 100 years." The boy counted with his fingers. What did your young master tell you before he left? Qing asked again. The boy replied in a serious manner. He told me to protect the citizens of this place. So, you've been guarding this place for more than 100 years? A gentle look flashed through Qing's eyes. The boy nodded vigorously. I've never left all these years. The citizens of Pingyang Town have been living well too. Yes, we saw that. Qing nodded. For some reason, everyone felt a sense of softness in their hearts when they saw the boy like that. Even the spirit tiger's resentment towards the boy vanished instantly. For the sake of a single sentence, this child shouldered the heavy responsibility of protecting his people and did not take a single step away. Just how many dangers and difficulties did he experience during this period of time? Previously, the North region experienced the calamity of the witch goo, but there were no signs of it happening here. It must be because of the protection of this boy. This child did not even know when the end would be. In fact, he didn't even know when he could see his young master again. All he remembered was that sentence left to him before his young master left. With that, he remained here for more than 100 years. The boy seemed to have let down his guard against Qing and the others as he continued. Right? I'll also bear many peaches every year to distribute to the grannies and grandpas of the town. After consuming the peaches, they get to live for a long time. Everyone was enlightened. It was no wonder why they saw so many old people in Pingyang Town. It was because of the protection of this child. Seems like the legend about the peach blossom tree is true, Night Spirit said. Legend has it that some immortal peaches can extend one's lifespan by hundreds or even thousands of years after eating them. Of course, the boy was far from that level. The fruits he bore could only help the mortals extend their lifespans by dozens of years. There have been many bad guys like us over the years, right? Qing asked with a smile. The boy nodded. Immediately after, he shook his head and blinked his clear eyes. He met Qing's gaze and said, "You guys are not bad. Those bad guys are truly bad. Those bad guys wanted to snatch things because they were strong. They killed and bullied people everywhere. However, they were all beaten away by me." You beat them away? Everyone was surprised, and the spirit tiger could not help but ask, "You didn't kill them?" In their minds, they believed that they had to be ruthless to their enemies and kill them all. There was no such thing as beating their enemies away. No, the boy shook his head. I don't know how to kill, and I don't want to kill either. Every life is precious, and I don't want to hurt them. To Monkey and the others, those words sounded extremely ridiculous. If they had that belief, they would not be able to survive in the cruel demon and cultivation world. However, Monkey and the others did not mock, ridicule, or scoff at him. This child's heart was pure and kind. The world in his eyes was also beautiful and gentle. In his heart, every life was precious and worthy of respect. Monkey and the others did not want to and could not bear to break the beautiful world in the child's heart. This child was definitely an anomaly in Tianhuang mainland. He was so powerful, but he had never killed anyone before. Perhaps those with such beliefs would not be able to survive in this cruel world. However, they would protect this child. Su Zimo would protect this child. If possible, they did not want the child's hands to be stained with blood. Monkey and the others did not know that it was not a coincidence that the boy possessed such conviction. The origin of this peach blossom tree's sentience was Dai Yu. However, in reality, apart from himself, there was another life imprint in the peach blossom tree, Zhui Feng, who died in perfected being Songlang's hands. That was Su Zimo's favorite mount in the past. Back then, Su Zimo buried Zhui Feng's ashes under the peach blossom tree with immense sorrow. Dai Yu witnessed everything. That was the reason why Zhui Feng's remnant soul was fused into the peach blossom tree, granting it an immortal opportunity to gain sentience and impart Tao under the tree. Although the current boy was transformed from a peach blossom tree, he actually had the imprint of Zhui Feng within his consciousness. Against the power of a golden core, Zhui Feng was defenseless and deeply felt the helplessness and pain. That was the reason why the boy did not wish to harm any life in his consciousness. The imprint left behind by Zhui Feng was also the reason why this boy, the manifestation of the peach blossom tree's sentience, relied and trusted Su Zimo so much. After the North Region Dao meet ended, the cultivation world of the North Region did not calm down at all. Desolate Marshal challenged Dao Bing Xianyu to a duel in the old capital of Yan Country on the 5th of April. Xianyu accepted the challenge. Before the battle even began, it was already the center of attention with a huge commotion. Firstly, both parties involved in the fight were extremely special. One of them was Dao Bing Desolate Marshal, known as the #1 monster incarnate in history. The other was a glass palace cultivator, Dao Lord Xianyu. Both of them were famous. More importantly, this was a battle that had a major cultivation realm gap. This battle would definitely be a life and death battle as well, since neither side could afford to lose. For a period of time, the North region was in turmoil and countless sects and factions were paying attention to the battle, setting things into motion from behind the scenes. At the beginning of April, cultivators lingered around the old capital of Yan Country. All the cultivators wanted to witness this unprecedented battle personally. I heard that the feud between Desolate Marshal and Xianyu was established more than 100 years ago. That's right. This place was originally flourishing and prosperous. It was because of Xianyu's orders that this capital was reduced to ruins. Some cultivators stood on the ruins of the old capital and discussed the matter. Who do you guys think will win this battle? It'll definitely be Dao Lord Xianyu, a cultivator analyzed. If it was an ordinary Dharma characteristic Dao Lord, Desolate Marshal would definitely have a high chance of winning. However, I heard that Dao Lord Xianyu is extremely strong and is ranked second among the Dharma characteristic Dao Lords of Glass Palace, second only to Dao Lord Glass. Dao Lord Glass was the titular disciple of Glass Palace. The reason why he was conferred the title of Dao Lord Glass was also because Su Zimo killed this generation's titular disciple of Glass Palace back in the Dao inheritance ground. More than 100 years ago, Xianyu was only a void reversion. Now that he's already at the Dharma characteristic realm, he's not someone easy to deal with. I believe that Dao Lord Xianyu will win as well. Not necessarily. Another cultivator shook his head. I heard that many Dharma characteristic Dao Lords died in the hands of Desolate Marshal at the North Region Dao meet. Over the past few days, the topic of discussion was the outcome of the battle. Look! The Glass Palace cultivators have appeared again. A cultivator pointed to the skies not far away and said, for the past few days, Glass Palace cultivators would descend to the vicinity of the old capital of Yan Country almost every day to check things out. They're worried that Desolate Marshal might set up a trap in the ruins. A cultivator shook his head and pursed his lips. Glass Palace is being too petty. Since Desolate Marshal set up the challenge openly, why would he do something like that? As time passed, more and more cultivators gathered. Even the sect masters of the various upper sects and aristocratic families were here personally to watch the battle. The commotion was shocking and spectacular. The Empress of Great Zhou, Xianxia, led an army over personally. The old immortal crane of Ethereal Peak led her disciples to spectate as well. At the same time, outside the old capital of Yan Country, a woman arrived. She had black hair like a waterfall and wore snow-white clothes. She was extremely beautiful with icy skin and jade bones. Her eyes were bright and charming and could be said to be devastatingly beautiful. The white-robed woman looked at the ruins in silence. Suddenly, a furry head popped out of the woman's embrace with a pair of tiny paws. Rubbing her drowsy eyes, she asked in a daze, "Are we here?" "Yes," the white-robed woman replied. The little beast seemed to be invigorated as it popped its head out and looked in the direction of the old capital of Yan Country. It was a fiery red little fox. "Goddess True Jade, wasn't I right? Young master hasn't forgotten about me. He's doing this to take revenge for me," the little fox said smugly. "There's nothing praiseworthy about dragging it on for more than 100 years, the white-robed woman replied with a hint of disdain. Little Fox frowned slightly and argued, "This is already amazing of young master. He's a major cultivation realm away from Dao Lord Xianyu, Goddess True Jade. You seem to have some prejudice against young master?" The white-robed woman recalled the scene in the depths of the cave and felt flustered. Her cheeks flushed as she grit her teeth and did not continue. No matter what, goddess true jade. I've won this bet. Little Fox replied happily. Young master has never forgotten about me and will definitely protect me. Don't worry. The white-robed woman had a calm expression. We'll talk about it after he wins this battle. A Dharma characteristic Tao Lord of Glass Palace isn't going to be so easy to deal with. If he loses, it'll mean that I was right. That person doesn't have the ability to protect you, and you'll have to follow me from now on. In the palace of the old capital of Yen country. It was a day away from the 5th of April. Su Zimo was still cultivating in a dilapidated palace. He had been isolated from the outside world for the past few days and his cultivation realm had not changed. However, he was in no hurry. The more anxious one was, the more likely they would fall into a quagmire of cultivation and be unable to extricate themselves. Xianxia stood at the entrance, guarding it day and night. Monkey and the others had arrived a few days ago as well. Among them, there was a child wearing a white jacket. His eyes were black and he was extremely intelligent. Monkey and the others knew that Su Zimo was at a critical juncture of his cultivation breakthrough and did not barge in recklessly, waiting outside. The night before the final battle. Suddenly, two beams of light shone within the pitch-black palace. Those were Su Zimo's eyes. His aura rose continuously. Endless dermic powers surged into his body, forming vortexes that connected heaven and earth. After a long time, the trend gradually slowed down and stopped. He had broken through. Perfected void reversion realm. Su Zimo could clearly sense that his essence spirit had truly turned whole and full at that moment. There were no flaws at all on his body. Suddenly, an epiphany struck him. He seemed to have understood something and closed his eyes in deep thought. He only reopened his eyes once again at daybreak. When he tried to comprehend about the epiphany of the previous night, a smile finally appeared on his face. Sensing that Su Zimo was fine, Monkey and the others no longer waited and entered the palace. You guys are back. Su Zimo swept his gaze across Monkey and the others and smiled. All of a sudden, his gaze paused and landed on a boy among Monkey and the others. The boy looked at him as well. Although the boy was trying his best to control himself, Su Zimo could see the excitement and joy in his eyes. The boy looked unfamiliar. Su Zimo could guarantee that he had never seen the boy before. However, for some reason, he felt a sense of familiarity from the boy. He looked at the boy's pitch-black and intelligent eyes and shuddered as though he had suddenly thought of something. He finally knew where the sense of familiarity from the boy came from. That pair of eyes and that gaze were almost identical to Zhui Feng, who had accompanied him through his growth. At the same time, Su Zimo caught sight of the boy's true form. Instantly, he understood many things. Greetings, young master. The boy mimicked the scholars of the mortal world and walked forward respectfully, cupping his fists at Su Zimo. After the peach blossom tree gained sentience, the only person it came into contact with was Su Zimo. His actions and words would also imitate Su Zimo subconsciously, making him look like an obedient and cute little scholar. You've already cultivated to that realm? Su Zimo was slightly surprised. Ching Ching and the others exchanged glances and smiled as they recounted everything that happened after they met the boy. Su Zimo was touched when he heard the boy share his peaches with the elders of Pingyang Town to extend their lifespans. Why did you do that? Su Zimo already had a guess, but he still looked at the boy and asked gently. The boy said, Your kin departed more than 100 years ago. I saw that you were devastated and thought of helping the mortals in the town live longer once I was successful in my cultivation. That day, when Su Zimo was under the tree and watched Su Hong pass away, he was in great pain. The peach blossom tree witnessed everything. However, his cultivation was still shallow back then and he could not do anything. He could only shake his tree branches and grow some peach blossoms to comfort Su Zimo. Come over. Su Zimo beckoned to the boy with a gentle gaze. Not only did the boy have Zhui Feng's life imprint, there were also some traces of Dai Yu. He had witnessed the scene where Dai Yu imparted her Dao. Although it was Su Zimo's first time seeing the boy, he had an indescribable feeling towards the latter and was fond of him. First, this child doesn't have a name yet, Give him one. Ching Ching said. Monkey grinned. What name do you want? You should learn from me and just call yourself Peach. That's too perfunctory. The spirit tiger shook his head. If you ask me, I think we should call him Tao Padian. It'll be as domineering as my Hubatian. That's terrible. Ching Ching and the others frowned in disdain. Even the boy pouted. Pondering for a moment, Su Zimo said, There are clouds in ancient poems and the peach blossoms shine brilliantly. Peaches are abundant with fruits and flesh. Peaches grow luxuriously with lush leaves. Why don't we call you Tao Yao? All right, the boy smiled. Right then, Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat. As though he sensed something, he stood up slowly and looked into the distance. His gaze seemed to be able to pierce through the endless void and land on a person. He's finally here. Su Zimo rose slowly and passed through the dilapidated hall. Arriving in midair, he stood on the wind. A cultivator was flying over from the eastern horizon. That person wore a golden Taoist robe and had his hands behind his back. He had a grim expression, and every single step he took in the void seemed to be calculated accurately without any mistakes. Tao Lord Xianyu. Even after more than 100 years, Su Zimo recognized this person at a glance. At that moment, the sun had just risen. Behind Tao Lord Xianyu, the morning sun shone with a golden glow that illuminated the world and enveloped his figure. It was as though Tao Lord Xianyu was treading on light with the morning sun on his back. Under the illumination of the light, his face shone with a glass-like luster that was impossible to look at. A powerful aura surged over. When they saw that, the cultivators around the old capital were shocked. Even though they were watching from below, they could sense the unparalleled might of Tao Lord Xianyu as though he was one with the world. By cultivating to the Dharma characteristic realm, one would be able to condense a heaven and earth Dharma characteristic. By borrowing the power of the heaven and earth, one's comprehension of the heaven and earth was almost at its peak. It was even more so for Tao Lord Xianyu. Even the surrounding cultivators felt a sense of pressure. It was hard to imagine how Su Zimo would feel facing him head-on. As expected of the second strongest Dharma characteristic of Glass Palace. To think that he could gather such might. The sect master of Stellar Luna sect lamented. As sect masters, they were Dharma characteristic Tao Lords who had been famous for a long time. It had only been 100 years since Tao Lord Xianyu entered the Dharma characteristic realm. However, he had already surpassed many of the sect masters. As one of the immortal sects, Glass Palace naturally had its strengths. Blaze Columbus Valley's Valley Master said, There shouldn't be any suspense in this battle after seeing Tao Lord Xianyu's capabilities. Desolate Marshal's trump cards have been completely exposed at the North Region Tao Meet. Tao Lord Xianyu represents Glass Palace in this battle, and he won't tolerate failure. He must have made thorough preparations, the sect master of Heavenly Piercing Sword sect said. The moment Tao Lord Xianyu appeared, even some cultivators who were initially confident in Su Zimo were shaken. His power was on a completely different level. Even some Dharma characteristic Tao Lords present could not resist Tao Lord Xianyu's aura, let alone void reversions. However, unexpectedly, even when Tao Lord Xianyu was 100 feet away from Su Zimo, the latter was still indifferent and did not retreat at all. It was as though Su Zimo could not feel any pressure under such circumstances. How was that possible? Desolate Marshal, we meet again. Tao Lord Xianyu smiled gently. To be honest, I truly did not expect you to survive and grow to this point. Surprisingly, the meeting between the two of them was not as tense as everyone imagined it to be. Tao Lord Xianyu looked at Su Zimo with a relaxed expression without any killing intent. He continued, I'm here to give you another choice. If you choose to join Glass Palace, the grudges between you and us can be written off. After joining Glass Palace, the other sects will no longer dare to cause trouble for you either. The moment he said that, the crowd stirred. Tao Lord Xianyu is here to express his goodwill on behalf of Glass Palace? Glass Palace seems to be very sincere. Entering Glass Palace is a win-win situation. Many cultivators discussed softly. As one of the 9 immortal sects, Glass Palace was a sacred cultivation ground that many cultivators yearned to join. Who wouldn't want to join? Only the sect masters of some upper sects and aristocratic families sneered internally when they heard that and thought to themselves that it was vicious. How many Glass Palace cultivators had been killed by Su Zimo in the past 100 years? Even the titular disciple of Glass Palace was killed in the Dao inheritance ground. How could they let bygones be bygones? The reason why Dao Lord Xianyu said that was not to gain Su Zimo's trust. However, as long as Su Zimo's heart wavered, he would have lost this battle. At the very least, many cultivators in the crowd were tempted. These sect masters had lived for thousands of years and they were extremely experienced. What sort of tricks had they not seen before? In fact, they were certain that as long as Su Zimo's mind fluctuated slightly, Dao Lord Xianyu would definitely seize the opportunity to strike. Xianyu, you don't have to put in so much effort. Su Zimo's expression was mocking as he said coldly, I challenged you here today to kill you. Even if you want to commit suicide, I won't allow it. He was not even allowed to commit suicide. Su Zimo wanted to kill him personally. The smile on Dao Lord Xianyu's face gradually disappeared. His expression was frighteningly dark and filled with killing intent, revealing a menacing expression. Su Zimo walked towards Dao Lord Xianyu with a burning gaze and said slowly, I'm going to use your blood as a tribute to this land. I'll use it as a tribute to my older brother and the citizens of Yen country. It will be used as a tribute to appease the innocent souls of the 13 cities of Yen country 100 years ago. Each time he mentioned the word tribute, Su Zimo's aura would increase by a fraction. When the final word was stated, Su Zimo's aura was at his peak and he attacked brazenly. Su Zimo chanted Sanskrit and the damning mantra exploded. At the same time, Su Zimo changed his hand seals repeatedly and almost instantly, he conjured 3 offensive damning dermic seals. The Fiend Suppression Seal, Demon Subduing Seal and Immortal Trap Seal descended at the same time. Instantly, the world changed and shook. At the end of the firmaments, Buddhist light shone through the clouds and illuminated the world. 3 gigantic golden palms that seemed corporeal crushed down towards Dao Lord Xianyu with the boundless might of heaven and earth. Without any probing, Su Zimo attacked with all his might. He had waited too long for this battle. More than 100 years ago, he was almost helpless against Dao Lord Xianyu. But now, he was already standing opposite Dao Lord Xianyu. Is that the legendary lost secret skill of Daming Monastery? The combined power of the 3 dermic seals has already exceeded the limits of some Dharma characteristic Dao Lords. Desolate Marshal is only at the void reversion realm. To think that his dermic powers would be so terrifying that they can summon the might of heaven and earth to create such a massive commotion. The 3 dermic seals descended and shone with a blinding golden light, causing the air to turn dry. Dao Lord Xianyu did not move at all as he looked at the golden palms that were crushing down. A look of disdain flashed through his eyes as he hollered softly, Scarlet Rainbow Sacred Slash. A dermic art formed in Dao Lord Xianyu's palm. Following that, a scarlet light burst forth from his palm and shot out in all directions. It was as though a blazing sun was crushed by Dao Lord Xianyu. Poof! 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 The scarlet beams collided with the golden palms and after a brief stalemate, the golden palms were corroded and penetrated. In the blink of an eye, the 3 gigantic, sacred golden palms were riddled with holes and dimmed. How dare you use such petty tricks to embarrass yourself? Dao Lord Xianyu sneered. In reality, all the cultivators present knew that there was a major cultivation realm difference between them. The fact that Desolate Marshal could fight Dao Lord Xianyu head-on, without being disadvantaged proved the power of that dermic art. The sect master of Dragon Tiger Sect said indifferently, It's a pity that he has yet to master the Daming Dermic Seal. I heard that the final 2 dermic seals of the Daming Dermic Seal are the most powerful. However, they were lost tens of thousands of years ago. It's only normal that this lad doesn't know. The Valley Master of Blaze Columbus Valley said. The 2 dermic arts had yet to dissipate and the dermic powers in the void still possessed immense destructive power. However, Dao Lord Xianyu had a fearless expression. Relying on his powerful body, His figure flashed and he turned into a streak of light, speeding towards Su Zimo through the layers of dermic powers. Here he comes. He's trying to kill Dao, being desolate martial in melee combat. The cultivators were shocked. Glass Palace was one of the strongest body-tempering supersects among the immortal, Buddhist, and fiend sects. Legend has it that when the sect's secret skill, Glass Heart Sutra, was cultivated to its limits, one's body was comparable to dermic treasures and was indestructible, able to fight against pure-blooded ferocious beasts. Glass Palace was the strongest in physique and bloodline. Everyone knew that Desolate Martial's body was crippled by a half-martial ancestor 10 years ago. Although his reconstructed body displayed immense strength at the North Region Dao meet, he was most likely still slightly weaker than Dao Lord Xianyu. Su Zimo was also aware of this. Back then, he was best at melee combat. Therefore, he knew one thing best. If Dao Lord Xianyu closed in, his situation would become extremely dangerous and passive. Swish! Su Zimo's body flashed with lightning as a pair of gigantic wings grew on his back. He burst forth with speed and retreated rapidly, trying his best to distance himself. At the same time, he conjured another dermic art. Bang! Boom! Boom! As his dermic art was formed, the skies were filled with dark clouds in the blink of an eye. It was frighteningly dark with flashes of lightning. Purple thunderstorm, he pointed forward. One after another, purple lightning descended onto the ground, tearing the void apart. Purple lightning coiled and formed a storm that connected the heavens and the earth that swept towards Dao Lord Xianyu. That was the power of a top-tier dermic art. It could cause the world to tremble and summon the wind and rain. Su Zimo's attacks had yet to stop. The seal in his hands changed once more, and a gigantic thunderbolt formed in the middle of the dark clouds. A bedazzling sea of lightning appeared above Dao Lord Xianyu's head, and the endless power of thunder condensed into a single point that descended. The fury of thunder. Purple thunderstorm. Fury of thunder. All the top dermic arts of the Great Void Spirit Refinement section descended and almost drowned Dao Lord Xianyu. The crowd was shocked. If they had not witnessed it personally, they would not have imagined that such a dermic art was released by a void reversion. Dao Lord Xianyu chanted with a grim expression. Let the body be like glass, transparent inside out and cleansed of impurities, turning indestructible. Suddenly, his body was shrouded by a mysterious glow. From head to toe, he was flawless and indestructible like glass. Even in the sea of thunder, it was not shaken. Streaks of blazing lightning struck his glass true body and dissipated instantly. Su Zimo's expression was cold, and he was not surprised at all. He had never intended to severely injure Dao Lord Xianyu with the purple thunderstorm and fury of thunder. His true killing move was hidden within the massive thunderbolt. Nobody noticed that there were dozens of inconspicuous green lotus seeds that resembled eternal sand floating in the resplendent sea of lightning. The lotus seeds shone brightly. However, it was covered by the blinding lightning. The creation green lotus seeds. Right after the arrival of the purple thunderstorm and fury of thunder, Su Zimo's eyes shone with a cold glint as he channeled his spirit consciousness and said softly, Slash! The 54 green lotus seeds gathered rapidly and formed an exquisite and tiny green lotus sword in the sea of lightning. The green lotus sword emitted a terrifying aura that far surpassed the two thunder dermic arts. It was a killing sword that targeted the essence spirit. A single slash could sever the essence spirit. Even Dao Lord Xianyu's glass true body could not defend against it. The green lotus sword descended almost at the same time as the fury of thunder and slashed towards Dao Lord Xianyu's head. Dao Lord Xianyu, who was in the midst of the lightning, conjured his glass true body to defend against the lightning. All of a sudden, he felt a strong sense of danger. It was as though he was about to face a calamity the next moment. How could that be? Dao Lord Xianyu was puzzled. Although the power of those two thunder dermic arts was strong, he could definitely defend against them with his glass true body. Why did he feel such trepidation? At his cultivation realm, he had an extremely keen sense of danger. It felt like a whim, and he was definitely not imagining things. Without any time to think, Tao Lord Xian, you made a prompt decision. With a thought, a black dermic weapon suddenly flew out from his consciousness and hovered above his head. Clang. At the same time, the sound of metal clashing could be heard. The green lotus sword struck the black dermic weapon heavily and released a terrifying spirit consciousness that suppressed the surrounding thunderbolts instantly. Fire-blocking basket. In the crowd, in the embrace of a white-robed woman, the little fox exclaimed with widened eyes. The black dermic weapon resembled an inverted metal bowl with mysterious patterns etched on it, revealing 9 holes. Su Zimo focused his gaze. That black dermic weapon was none other than the fire-blocking basket that Tao Lord Xian Yu snatched away from Little Fox more than 100 years ago. To think that the fire-blocking basket could defend against the attack of the green lotus sword. At that moment, the 2 dermic weapons collided and the green lotus sword dispersed, transforming into 54 green lotus seeds that returned to Su Zimo's consciousness. It was only at this moment that the crowd reacted and burst into a commotion. Desolate Marshal is way too ruthless. He released a killing move that targets the essence spirit right away. How dangerous! If Tao Lord Xian Yu was slightly slower, he might have been killed by a single slash. Tao Lord Xian Yu felt a sense of trepidation when he heard the discussions around him. His life was hanging by a thread just now. Tao Lord Xian Yu could not help but smile as he held the fire-blocking basket in his palm. Desolate Marshal. It's all thanks to this treasure that I was able to cultivate to this stage in more than 100 years. Su Zimo's heart stirred. Initially, he thought that the reason why Tao Lord Xian Yu could cultivate to the Dharma characteristic realm in such a short period of time was because of some fortuitous encounter. So, it was because of the fire-blocking basket. Unsurprisingly, that treasure should belong to Consort Yu. As such, it was not surprising for it to possess such power. I remember that this treasure was snatched from a fox, right? Tao Lord Xian Yu could not conceal the smugness in his eyes and was still reminiscing as he laughed. To think that this fire-blocking basket is actually a rare utmost treasure. Ha ha ha. In the crowd, Little Fox gripped her paws tightly and glared at Tao Lord Xian Yu angrily, wishing that she could kill this person with her gaze. Goddess True Jade, look at his face. How infuriating. Little Fox rolled her eyes. Goddess True Jade, he's the one who bullied me. Why don't you help me retrieve the fire-blocking basket? The white-robed woman seemed to have read Little Fox's mind as she said with a fake smile. You want me to help this young Master Su, right? No, feeling a little guilty, Little Fox whispered. I just wanted to retrieve the fire-blocking basket as soon as possible. Didn't you make a bet with me that young Master Su would help you get it back? In that case, I'd better not interfere and wait here to see the outcome, the white-robed woman said indifferently. Little Fox pouted and did not say anything more. What an opportune moment to let you have a taste of this fire-blocking basket's power today. On the battlefield, Tao Lord Xian Yu charged towards Su Zimo once more and threw the fire-blocking basket in his hands towards the latter. Go! Tao Lord Xian Yu hollered and dermic powers burst forth from his fingertip, entering the fire-blocking basket. Swoosh! The fire-blocking basket expanded against the wind and spun, arriving above Su Zimo's head almost instantly. Su Zimo's expression froze. The fire-blocking basket belonged to Consort Yu, and he did not dare to let it envelop him. Slapping his storage bag, Su Zimo took out a grayish-black mountain. It was the ancient unique treasure, the Mystic Magnet Mountain. He wanted to make use of the power of the Mystic Magnet Mountain to restrain the fire-blocking basket. However, after the Mystic Magnet Mountain descended, the fire-blocking basket did not budge at all. Not good. Su Zimo's heart sank. The fire-blocking basket was made of metal. However, there were some rare metal materials in Tianhuang mainland that were not attracted by the magnetism at all. In other words, the Mystic Magnet Mountain was useless against the fire-blocking basket. In a fight of this level, a single mistake in judgment could cause one to fall into a disadvantageous position or even die. A huge shadow loomed over. The center of the fire-blocking basket exuded a strong suction force, forming a domain that Su Zimo could not break free from. However, Tao Lord Xian Yu had already seized the opportunity to close in. Instantly, the situation reversed. Su Zimo was in immense danger. "Your Highness, hurry and attack." Little Fox was anxious and urged hurriedly. "Just retrieve the fire-blocking basket and leave the rest to young Master Su." The white-robed woman was unmoved and shook her head. "The loss of the fire-blocking basket was caused by him to begin with. It's only right that he retrieves it personally. Furthermore, he's the one who challenged Xianyu. Why should I interfere? If he can't even get through this, how will he protect you in the future? Go!" Right then, a soft shout sounded from the battlefield. A green lotus platform flew out of Su Zimo's sea of consciousness with 6 petals blossoming. Multicolored light filled the air as it smashed towards the fire-blocking basket. The creation Green Lotus. The 2 dermic weapons collided with a loud bang. The fire-blocking basket wanted to envelop him, but the creation Lotus platform was beneath it, blocking the fire-blocking basket. For a moment, the 2 dermic weapons were evenly matched. However, that delay was enough for Tao Lord Xianyu to arrive before him. His blood qi surged as he threw a punch that shone brightly with an incomparably violent aura. Su Zimo could only counter with a punch. Bang! The 2 fists collided. The collision between flesh and bones gave off a jarring sound. Tao Lord Xianyu's blood qi was clearly much stronger and suppressed Su Zimo completely. Ugh! Su Zimo grunted and took half a step back. Tao Lord Xianyu strode forward and pushed his hands forward from his chest. As though he was hugging a gigantic mountain, he descended and shouted, "Mountain-hugging fist!" A terrifying power arrived with a mountain. At that moment, all techniques were useless. Su Zimo raised his arms and blocked. Boom! His body shuddered and a berserk power surged into his body. His organs vibrated and his blood qi surged as his teeth ached. His figure was sent flying. In the end, he was still forced into melee combat. After reconstruction, Desolate Marshal's body is still a little weak. If Tao Lord Xianyu finds an opening, he'll probably be beaten to death. That's right. Given Tao Lord Xianyu's combat strength, he won't give Desolate Marshal any chance to retaliate. The cultivators discussed when they saw that. In reality, it was not because the Green Lotus True Body was not strong enough. After obtaining the nourishment of the primordial divine spring, the Green Lotus True Body was already rather powerful and could suppress those of the same cultivation realm. If Tao Lord Xianyu was at the Void Reversion realm, Su Zimo had absolute confidence that he would be able to fight him head-on with his Green Lotus True Body. However, the bloodline of the Green Lotus True Body was relatively ordinary. Now that he had encountered Tao Lord Xianyu, who was at the Dharma characteristic realm, the difference in their strength was naturally much greater. However, even though he was disadvantaged, there was no hint of panic on Su Zimo's face. The lotus stem was the bone and the lotus leaves were the skin. Coupled with the fact that he had fused many ancient dermic weapons, it would not be easy for Tao Lord Xianyu to severely injure his Green Lotus True Body. Su Zimo was still waiting for an opportunity. Tao Lord Xianyu strode forward like a leech, not giving Su Zimo any chance to distance himself. 1,000-ton finger. Tao Lord Xianyu released another terrifying melee technique. His finger was filled with blood qi and light swirled around it as it smashed towards Su Zimo. How was that a finger? It was like a divine column that pierced through the firmaments. How could a body of flesh and blood withstand that power? However, right then, a warning flashed through Su Zimo's mind as he narrowed his eyes. There was danger. It was even more terrifying than the 1,000-ton finger. A mysterious light suddenly appeared in Tao Lord Xianyu's eyes, resembling 2 sparkling gems that were even brighter than the stars in the night sky. Glass Eye. It was the legacy visual technique of Glass Palace. That visual technique was extremely powerful and Su Zimo had witnessed it back in the Tao Inheritance Ground when he fought Tao Being Glass. At that time, the illumination stone was hidden in his right eye and he had to release the illumination sword formation to break Glass Eye. But now, the illumination stone was in his Dragon True Body. Although the Green Lotus True Body had also cultivated an eye technique of the fiend sex, the heavenly fiend eye focused on bewitching one's mind and did not release such pure power. The light emitted by Glass Eye was extremely terrifying. Even Dao Lord dermic weapons could be corroded and turned into scrap metal. If Su Zimo were to use his heavenly fiend eye to defend, his eyes would be blinded. Glass eye and thousand-ton finger exploded at the same time and pushed him into the most dangerous situation. Visual techniques were instantaneous. Coupled with the fact that the two of them were extremely close, it was impossible to defend against. Furthermore, Dao Lord Xianxu's cultivation was a major realm higher than Su Zimo's to begin with. Su Zimo had a calm expression. Against the incoming thousand-ton finger that resembled a heaven-connecting divine column, Su Zimo made a prompt decision and extended his left hand to defend. At the same time, he closed two fingers on his right hand and conjured a sword art. He raised his sword finger vertically and slashed forward 3 times. Heaven-slaying sword art. The 3 heaven-slaying sword chi burst forth at the same time and clashed against the brilliance of Glass Eye. They went against the momentum and slashed towards Dao Lord Xianxu's face. 3 blinding sword chi burst forth. Dao Lord Xianxu felt his vision turn white as his expression changed. Boom! The first sword chi collided with Glass Eye and exploded. The sword chi dispersed and Glass Eye also shattered instantly. Immediately after, a second and third sword chi descended with endless killing intent. This was almost Su Zimo's strongest killing technique. 3 heaven-slaying sword chi was the limit that he could release right now. The fact that the two of them were extremely close meant that Dao Lord Xianxu had no room to dodge. Even a single sword chi could slice his head into 2, let alone 2 sword chi. In a flash, Dao Lord Xianxu flipped his tongue and spat out an ancient mirror the size of a fingernail to defend himself. At the same time, he bit his tongue and a stream of blood essence fell onto the ancient mirror. The ancient mirror expanded rapidly and shone with dermic patterns. A perfect Dao Lord dermic weapon. The moment the ancient mirror descended, the other 2 heaven-slaying sword chi slashed down as well. Clang! The first sword chi entered the ancient mirror and vanished. The ancient mirror shook. Dao Lord Xianxu's pupils constricted. He could clearly see fine cracks appearing on the back of the ancient mirror. That was a perfect Dao Lord dermic weapon. However, a dermic art released by a void reversion cracked it. Clang! The third sword chi descended and entered the ancient mirror. Instantly, it came to a halt as though the world had stopped. The next moment, the ancient mirror exploded. The perfect Dao Lord dermic weapon was shattered by 2 sword chi. Countless shards flew as Dao Lord Xianxu stood behind the ancient mirror. Many shards surged towards him and struck him. As though he was severely injured, Dao Lord Xianxu fell heavily into the ruins. At the same time, on the other side, the thousand-ton finger had already collided with Su Zimo's left palm. Bang! Su Zimo's body shuddered as a terrifying and berserk power surged into his body, causing his bones to tremble. Streaks of blood appeared on the flesh of his left arm and his sleeves exploded instantly. His figure fell from midair as well. Just as he was about to fall to the ground, he steadied himself and stood on the ruins. If not for the nourishment of the primordial divine spring beneath the 10,000 insect swamp, his green lotus true body would have been severely injured from the collision. Right now, he was only slightly injured. Compared to Su Zimo, Dao Lord Xianxu looked much more miserable. Dao Lord Xianxu crawled up slowly from the ruins as well. He was covered in dust and his face was pierced by many mirror shards, dripping with blood. He looked extremely hideous. Under countless gazes, Dao Lord Xianxu channeled his blood chi and the muscles on his face twitched. The shards that were initially pierced into his face withdrew bit by bit under the pressure of his muscles and bloodline and fell off his face. In the blink of an eye, there was not a single fragment on his face, only wounds. Such strong muscle control was an eye-opener for everyone. This was the symbol of one's body and bloodline reaching their limits. Although the fight between the two of them was short, they were using killing moves repeatedly. The slightest mistake could result in death. Look! A cultivator pointed at the 2 dermic weapons in midair, the fire-blocking basket and the creation lotus platform. All the cultivators looked over. In midair, the 2 dermic weapons were still fighting, devouring each other with brilliant lights. This is way too scary. Even in such a high intensity and continuous fight, the two of them are still able to divert their attention to control their dermic weapons. The battle between the fire-blocking basket and the creation lotus platform would affect the entire situation as well. Neither of them dared to relax. Desolate Marshal, you must be very disappointed that those 3 sword chi failed to kill me, right? Suddenly, Dao Lord Xianyu laughed. Su Zimo's expression was cold and he remained silent. He was indeed surprised that the 3 heaven-slaying sword chi could not kill Xianyu at such a close distance. However, he was not really disappointed. When Dao Lord Xianyu saw that Su Zimo was silent, he thought that he had guessed correctly. He walked forward slowly and shook his head. Desolate Marshal, you've lost. The moment you revealed all your trump cards at the North Region Dao meet, you were already defeated. In order to deal with your trump cards, I was prepared. How are you going to win? Su Zimo was unmoved and merely sneered. Xianyu, I've got too many killing moves. Let's see how many you can take. Before he finished his sentence, Su Zimo touched his glabella gently and his consciousness opened. Right on the heels of that, he yanked his palm outwards and a long whip that shone with electric arcs appeared in his consciousness. Spirit Vanquishing Whip. When the Spirit Vanquishing Whip descended, the essence spirits of the surrounding cultivators felt a throbbing sensation. If I'm not wrong, that is an ancient essence spirit secret skill. To think that this lad would obtain it and cultivate it successfully. Gasp! The power of Desolate Marshal's essence spirit has probably surpassed most Dharma characteristic Dao Lords. How did that lad cultivate his essence spirit? The appearance of the Spirit Vanquishing Whip caused the hearts of many upper sect masters and aristocratic family leaders present to skip a beat. Even they were wary of the Spirit Vanquishing Whip and would not dare to take it head-on. He really can't be allowed to continue growing. Once that lad enters the Dharma characteristic realm, all the upper sects and aristocratic families of the North region will probably have to bow down to him. The sect master of Dragon Tiger sect thought to himself. Crack! Su Zimo waved the Spirit Vanquishing Whip and whipped towards Dao Lord Xianyu viciously. Dao Lord Xianyu did not stop and continued sprinting towards Su Zimo, wanting to close the distance and engage in melee combat with the latter. Piak! The Spirit Vanquishing Whip struck Dao Lord Xianyu viciously. Ugh! Dao Lord Xianyu grunted and paused for a moment. His muscles trembled and spasmed. The might of the Spirit Vanquishing Whip was even more terrifying than he had imagined. He knew that this was a secret skill that targeted the essence spirit. Therefore, within his consciousness, a gigantic spirit consciousness shield had long formed around his essence spirit. He wanted to withstand the whipping of the Spirit Vanquishing Whip and make use of the chance to close in to Su Zimo. However, his spirit consciousness shield was almost destroyed by the Spirit Vanquishing Whip. At this rate, his spirit consciousness shield would be destroyed by the Spirit Vanquishing Whip before he could even get close to Su Zimo. A fight between essence spirits was way too dangerous. Dao Lord Xianyu still wanted to drag Su Zimo into melee combat and crush him to death with his powerful body and bloodline. However, it was a pity that Su Zimo would not give him the chance to do so again. He summoned the Spirit Vanquishing Whip and waved it from afar. In the void, thunder and lightning blazed and destroyed the world. An essence spirit fight? I'm not afraid of that either. When he saw that he could not get close, Dao Lord Xianyu roared with a ferocious expression and released his essence spirit secret skill without hesitation. Whoosh! A bedazzling rainbow light shone from Dao Lord Xianyu's glabella. A 7-colored divine light burst forth and smashed towards the Spirit Vanquishing Whip. The two essence spirit secret skills clashed head-on. There was no earth-shaking sound. Everything was silent. However, the void where the two essence spirit secret skills collided was collapsing, twisting and trembling continuously. Terrifying spirit consciousness fluctuations spread out suddenly, forming a visible ripple that spread in all directions. The cultivators were shocked. The cultivators at the front retreated one after another, afraid that they would be affected by the spirit consciousness ripples. When the two essence spirit secret skills collided, the shockwaves produced were shocking and were enough to kill all void reversions present. The spirit-vanquishing whip dissipated along with the seven-colored divine light. Both Su Zimo and Tao Lord Xian Yu's essence spirits were shaken and their faces turned pale. Ha 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 ha! Tao Lord Xian Yu closed in once more and laughed. Desolate Marshal, what other killing moves do you have? Use them and let me broaden my horizons. In reality, Su Zimo had another essence spirit secret skill under his belt. The Rulai Dermic seal of the Buddhist monasteries. However, that essence spirit secret skill had a huge toll on his essence spirit. Now that he had released dermic arts and secret skills consecutively, his essence spirit was greatly drained. If he could not kill Tao Lord Xian Yu after releasing the secret skill, he might die of exhaustion. Before he could think further, Tao Lord Xian Yu had already closed in once more. Swoosh! Su Zimo's eyes lit up as he changed his hand seals repeatedly. 3 balls of flames suddenly appeared beside him. Scarlet, Immortal Tao Fire. Golden, Buddhist Tao Fire. Black, Fiend Tao Fire. The 3 balls of flames burned fiercely, as though they would never extinguish. The temperature of the ruins rose suddenly. Normally, every single Tao fire was extremely terrifying. However, Tao Lord Xian Yu seemed as though he could not sense it at all. He strode forward and released his blood qi, extending his palm to suppress Su Zimo. Tao Lord Xian Yu's body was way too strong. The 3 Tao fires could not harm him at all. Under the envelopment of his blood qi, the 3 Tao fires even showed signs of extinguishing. Su Zimo's expression was unchanged as a cold glint flashed in his eyes and his hand seals changed once more. Under his guidance, the 3 Tao fires collided and formed a tricolored flame. Tao Lord Xian Yu's expression finally changed. When the 3 balls of flames were separated, he did not feel anything. There was only a slight burning pain on his skin that was endurable. However, after the tricolored flame descended, even the hair on his skin began to burn. Right then, Su Zimo touched his glabella gently and condensed another essence spirit fire, injecting it into the tricolored flames. He said coldly, "Burn!" The Kacharati Tao fire descended. The temperature of the entire Yen country's old capital was rising. The ruins, buildings, and dilapidated walls around them had already begun to melt, forming fiery red lava that flowed slowly. At that distance, Tao Lord Xian Yu could not dodge at all and was engulfed by Kacharati Tao fire as flames surged into the heavens. The surrounding cultivators retreated once more away from the battlefield. It's that flame. Back in the Tao inheritance ground, Diyin died to that 4-colored flame. What a terrifying flame. It's practically burning the skies and boiling the seas. To think that the battle would reach this point. Is Tao Lord Xian Yu done for? All the cultivators stared at the battlefield with excited expressions. On the battlefield, the human-shaped fireball was motionless, as though it was burned to death. However, the upper sect masters and aristocratic family leaders present could sense faint life fluctuations within the flames. Tao Lord Xian Yu was not dead yet. Not only was he not dead, his spirit consciousness was still controlling the fire-blocking basket and restraining the creation lotus platform. Is this your final trump card? Suddenly, Tao Lord Xian Yu's voice echoed from the flames with a cold killing intent. He didn't die? Su Zimo narrowed his eyes. No matter how strong the glass true body was, there was no way it could withstand the burning of the Kacharati Tao fire. Desolate Marshal. I've already said that you can't beat me. The human-shaped fireball suddenly moved. Under the illumination of the flames, Tao Lord Xian Yu's figure was revealed once more. His hair and flesh were charred. However, there was a terrifying power within his body that was resisting the corrosion of the Kacharati Tao fire. Let me tell you right now, all your methods are nothing before me. Tao Lord Xian Yu roared as the power within his body burst forth with an extremely terrifying aura. A phantom shot into the skies and the entire world trembled. It's a heaven and earth dharma characteristic. A series of exclamations broke out from the crowd. The cultivators looked up instinctively. 30 feet, 50 feet, 80 feet. The heaven and earth dharma characteristic only stopped when it reached a height of 80 feet. Pest! The cultivators were shocked. The higher the heaven and earth dharma characteristic, the stronger it was. Generally speaking, anyone who could conjure a 60 feet tall dharma characteristic was already considered a paragon. Most of the upper sect masters and aristocratic family leaders present merely had 60 feet tall heaven and earth dharma characteristics. If one could condense a heaven and earth dharma characteristic that was 70 feet tall, they would be a peerless paragon that appeared once in 1,000 years. Boundless opportunities and massive fortunes were required for one of these paragons to be born. One could be considered as a monster incarnate if they could condense a 80 feet tall heaven and earth dharma characteristic. Only the immortal, Buddhist, and fiend sects could produce such a monster incarnate. As expected of a glass palace cultivator. How terrifying! All the number one of the previous dharma characteristic rankings merely had heaven and earth dharma characteristics in the 80 feet range as well. The heaven and earth dharma characteristic that was a full 80 feet tall had a torrential aura. Looking down from above, it was as though a god had descended from the heavens, unexcelled in the world. In the face of this heaven and earth dharma characteristic, the cultivators below were as insignificant as ants. 1, 2, 3. 7 divine lights. The sect master of Dragon Tiger sect counted and said in a deep voice, "This is the Glass Palace's legacy dharma characteristic, glass dharma body. When cultivated to its peak, it will become the rainbow glass body that we're seeing right now." The body of the heaven and earth dharma characteristic was surrounded by a series of divine lights with 7 colors in total. They were dazzling and could not be looked at directly. His dharma characteristic was corporeal and its body was as described in the Glass Heart Sutra. It was clear and flawless, emitting a terrifying aura. The Kacharati Tao fire continued burning without extinguishing. However, the rainbow glass body roared and divine light burst forth. Waving its hands, it channeled the power of heaven and earth and suppressed the Kacharati Tao fire instantly. Boom! The rainbow glass body raised its leg and stomped down heavily, extinguishing the Kacharati Tao fire beneath its feet. In front of the 80 feet tall rainbow glass body, even the upper sect masters and aristocratic family leaders present would have to bow their heads, let alone Su Zimo. The 80 feet tall heaven and earth dharma characteristic was probably something that only the titular disciples of the super sects could suppress. Seems like this battle is over. Fufu, it's not easy to fight with a major cultivation realm difference. Furthermore, he is challenging a glass palace cultivator. Desolate Marshal has to pay for his insolence. When they saw that, everyone had different reactions. Some sighed, some felt pity, some sneered, and some were worried. Brother! Xiaoning was anxious and worried, but there was nothing she could do. The old immortal crane frowned as well and murmured, "Zimo is going to lose." Oh? He managed to cultivate a rainbow glass body that's 80 feet tall. The white-robed woman raised her brows and her lips curled into a perfect arc as she teased, "Foxy, your young Master Su is going to be in trouble." Little Fox was so anxious that she was about to cry. "Goddess True Jade, you'll definitely help, right?" "Why should I help him?" The white-robed woman pursed her lips in disdain. "Your Highness, please save him." Little Fox grabbed the front of the white-robed woman and cried, "I'll leave with you from now on, all right? I don't want to see anything happen to young Master. He saw something that he shouldn't have. What's wrong with him suffering?" The white-robed woman harumphed, still brooding over the events in the cave. However, Little Fox was confused and did not know what she meant by him seeing something he shouldn't have. "Ha ha ha ha! Desolate Marshal. What other tricks do you have up your sleeves?" Tao Lord Xian Yu laughed maniacally and strode forward with his rainbow glass body. Clenching it into a fist, he punched towards Su Zimo. The punch was no less terrifying than a meteor crashing down. The entire void was trembling. "Pa!" Su Zimo chanted Sanskrit and conjured an immovable foundation seal in his hands. He looked dignified and his body shone with a golden light, as though he had taken root beneath his feet and was about to become a Buddha. Boom! The fist of the rainbow glass body collided heavily against Su Zimo's body. Compared to that gigantic fist, Su Zimo was like a tiny pebble that was smashed into the ground. The immovable foundation seal could not defend against the power of the heaven and earth dharma characteristic. In the face of that terrifying power, the roots that grew beneath his feet were already completely severed. Bang! 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 The immense power did not stop. Su Zimo's figure rolled backwards in the mud, creating a frightening human-shaped ravine dozens of feet long on the ground. The world was silent. Even the sound of wind was gone. Every cultivator could not conceal the shock on their faces. This was the burst power of the 80 feet tall rainbow glass body. Who could defend against it? Not to mention void reversions, even Dharma characteristic Tao Lords would have been turned into a blood mist from that strike. Su Zimo laid in the mud motionlessly. He should be dead, right? With such terrifying strength, even a Tao Lord Dermic weapon would be shattered, let alone a body of flesh and blood. Something's not right. Look, the Creation Lotus platform is still fighting against the fire-blocking basket. He's not dead yet, and he can even split his attention to control his dermic weapon? Disbelief filled the eyes of the cultivators. He's probably not dead but won't last long either. That's right. The difference in strength between the two of them is way too great. They're on completely different levels. Everyone shook their heads. The old immortal crane was anxious. Although she was a Dharma characteristic expert, she could not defend against the 80 feet tall rainbow glass body either. She would probably be severely injured with a single strike. Furthermore, the sect masters of the upper sects and aristocratic families were watching the battle right now. If she made any sudden movements, she would be targeted. First's condition doesn't seem too good. Ching whispered. What should we do? The spirit tiger looked at Monkey and asked softly, Brother Monkey, what do you think? Let's kill? Monkey gripped Imminent in his hands tightly as a blood glint flashed through his eyes. Gritting his teeth, he said, I don't care anymore. I can't just watch my brother get killed. The current situation would affect everything. The moment they made a move, they would definitely attract the attacks of all the upper sects and aristocratic families. Even without any other sects or factions, that rainbow glass body alone was enough to deal with them all. You guys retreat first. Night Spirit's expression was calm as a resolute look flashed through its eyes. I'll save first. He was already prepared. Even if he had to expose his true form and be suppressed by Tao Lord Xianxu's Dharma characteristic, he had to save Su Zimo. After he transformed into his true form, his combat strength would increase exponentially. At the very least, he would have a 30% chance of escaping together with Su Zimo. Goddess True Jade, aren't you going to do anything yet? Little Fox was no longer pleading. Instead, she was a little angry and glared at the white-robed woman. Even without Little Fox's urging, the white-robed woman was prepared to make a move. She merely wanted Su Zimo to suffer a little, but she had not thought about letting the latter die here. Just as she was about to take a step forward, she frowned slightly and exclaimed softly when her gaze landed on Su Zimo, who was sprawled in the ruins. Immediately after, her eyes lit up as though she sensed something. Could it be? The white-robed woman murmured softly. Little Fox asked, Goddess True Jade, why aren't you moving again? Let's wait and see. The white-robed woman shook her head. On the battlefield, Tao Lord Xianxu also noticed the two dermic weapons that were still fighting in midair and could not help but sneer. Desolate Marshal, let's see how long more you can last against my rainbow glass body. Cough, cough, cough. Right then, Su Zimo moved and crawled up from the ruins slowly. He spat out a few mouthfuls of blood and looked pale. Suddenly, he smiled. The cultivators were stunned. They truly could not understand how Su Zimo could still smile under such circumstances. Is the rainbow glass body your final trump card? Su Zimo asked faintly. What are you trying to say? Suddenly, Tao Lord Xianxu felt flustered and hollered. Su Zimo's gaze was sinister as a terrifying aura emanated from his body. He said slowly, What I want to say is, that thing you have? I have it too. Boom! A pitch-black phantom burst forth from Su Zimo's body and soared into the skies. Demonic chi coiled around his body and rose continuously. Pest! The cultivators gasped in shock and their eyes widened. A heaven and earth dharma characteristic. This scene had completely exceeded their understanding. How was that possible? How could a void reversion condense a heaven and earth dharma characteristic? 10 feet, 20 feet, 50 feet. After 50 feet, the figure of the heaven and earth dharma characteristic continued climbing without stopping. The cultivators looked up with their mouths agape. Could it be 60 feet, 70 feet, 80 feet? Another 80 feet tall dharma characteristic descended.